Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter and the Night with Luna Lovegood? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Once there were 3,600 of them. Warriors who wore the various shapes of life bonded together as a core with a common value: justice. They roamed the universe, and evil trembled at their passing. They were allowed to wield a weapon powered by the life force of the immortal judges of OA. They served life. Then things changed. A single entity suffered losses that no being should have had to withstand. This entity was arguably the greatest among the 3,600. The others looked to him for leadership. Even those of OA respected him. The losses he suffered took him to the brink of madness. After an attack left most of his home community slain, he attempted to use the power of OA to recreate life. This was forbidden, of course. The anguish of this final refusal from those he had served so long drove the entity over the brink upon which he had been perched. He became one with the madness. If the guardians of OA would not grant him the power to bring back those he cared for from death, he would go to OA and take the power, and those of OA could go to hell. The guardians, of course, could not allow one of their core to go rogue, so they set the rest of the core to stop this single entity on his journey from his home world, a minor backwater world known as Earth. Therein lay the problem. The entity from Earth was known and respected among the core. Few of the individual entities that made up the core believed themselves to be superior to the Terran. The weapons of OA worked based upon the wielder's willpower and belief in himself. The core believed themselves individually inferior to the Terran, so they were. In his madness, the entity from Earth believed he could defeat the entire core. So he did. He cut a swath through them, killing many, injuring most, stripping them of their own weapons, adding those weapons to his own. When he arrived on OA, the Guardians themselves rose to face him. Their belief in their power proved to be inferior to his belief in his ability to wield said power. And for the first time since the beginning of time, the Guardians of OA fell. All save one. The entity from Earth merged with the central power battery, took its power for himself, and all of the remaining of the core immediately lost all of their power. In a single day, the core of OA died. Upon exiting the ruins of the central power battery, the entity from Earth abandoned his humanity and his mortality. He left OA to find his own destiny. The single surviving guardian of OA was different from his brothers. He was a rogue who had on occasion been ejected from the Brotherhood. His fellows felt he had an unhealthy fixation on that minor backwater planet Earth. Ganthet had placed his fellows into a proper repose. They were immortals. They could not die, but it would be centuries before their energies regenerated to the point where they would again awake. He would care for them until that time. After all, what were centuries to an immortal? But before he could begin his maintenance of the own facility, he had a chore. In the depths of his immortal soul, he believed in the mission he and his brothers had begun so long before. Justice was a rare thing in a chaotic universe. He would begin the core anew. In truth, he was fixated on Earth. He found its people to be fascinating. From the remains of the own weapons the entity from Earth had brought to OA, he created a new weapon, with the faults and limitations of the old weapons eliminated from the design. From the ruins of the central power battery, he created a reservoir to hold a self-regenerating fraction of his own power to be used to charge the weapon as needed. Then with a thought, he caused time and space to ripple, and he stepped from OA to Earth. The vagaries of time/space travel being what they are, in at least one universe Ganthet arrived in July and not March of 1994 as the entities of Earth calculate time. He set the weapon to finding its new wielder. First, it looked for the inner nobility that would allow the wielder to use the weapon to defend the weak rather than enriching himself among the millions that fit that requirement. It then looked for the ability to work past fear. All living things know fear. The ability to be afraid and still do what is right is a rare one indeed. There was a school teacher in the Ukraine, a refugee in Afghanistan, a graphic artist in Los Angeles, and a student in England. The four were. Wait. A decision was made by the sentience in the weapon. Ganthet again folded time and space to go to his new core of one. Come on, you bastard, Harry Potter said, pulling on a particularly nasty weed he had been working on for more than 10 minutes. Ignoring the thorns cutting into his palm, he pulled with all his strength. The weed resisted until it suddenly let go of the soil. Harry fell backwards and hit his head on the spade he had been using to turn the soil around the rose bushes. Hitting his head, he saw stars and tasted copper. He lay on the ground for a few moments with his eyes closed, holding his head in pain. Damn, damn, damn. He sat up still holding his head. He opened his eyes and found himself staring into the eyes of a small blue man. A small blue man. He closed his eyes and counted to 10. He opened his eyes, and the small blue man was still standing there watching him. He was about the size of a banking guild goblin as opposed to a security guild goblin, which was an entirely different goblin. He had a head that was out of proportion with his body. What hair he had was white and ringed his head like the worst case of male pattern baldness Harry had ever seen. Hello, Harry said hesitantly. Greetings, Harry Potter of Earth. I am Ganthet of OA. You have been chosen. The small blue man handed Harry something. Harry looked into his hand. A green ring? You are the last. You are the only. You are the guardian of Earth. What? But the blue man seemed to evaporate. Did that actually happen? His scar wasn't hurting him. It was the back of his head, where it had hit the spade that hurt. There was definitely a green ring in his hand. There was a green something by his foot. It looked like a caricature of a camping lantern. What the hell is going on? Harry wanted to call Hermione. She would know what to do, but he looked at the ring again. He put the ring on the ring finger of his right hand and was immediately rewarded by a voice in his head. Greetings, ring bearer. That was different. Though Harry was relatively used to things speaking to him by now, he didn't recall any chatty jewelry before. Okay, try to talk back. Who are you? I am the ring. I am your badge of office, your weapon, your tool. Badge of office? What office? You are the last ring bearer. The last wielder of the green energy of OA. What does that mean? You command the green energy. If you can envision something happening, it will happen. That seemed simple enough. Harry concentrated on the flower beds being weeded and the lawn mown. He watched in amazement as a waterfall of green something flowed from the ring to the ground, where it spread like water, filling the flower bed and overflowing to the lawn. The green spread silently to the edges of the property line, then flowed back into the ring, the weeds gone, the lawn a uniform 1 inch in length with the clippings gone, the borders edged with surgical precision. Harry stared open-mouthed at the ring. Well, the only thing left to do was wait for the owl from the improper use of magic office. Madam Hopkirk was nothing if not prompt with her owls. 15 minutes passed, and no owls. Whatever it was that this ring did, it apparently was not magic. Still, he couldn't forget the warning Molly Weasley had given her daughter about not trusting things that spoke to you if you couldn't see where it kept its brain. But that was for magical things. Whatever this ring was, it was magical. Was it? Hermione would know. He needed to get to Hermione. He stood up. His clothing shimmered for a moment, and he was suddenly clad in a form-fitting bodysuit. Black and green with white gloves. There was something on his face. Reaching up, it was as if the gloves were not even there. They interfered not at all with his sense of touch. He found a domino mask around his eyes. He willed a mirror into existence, and he stared open-mouthed at his green-tinged reflection. He had seen this before. One of those yank loonies who felt the need to parade around in skin-tight outfits, maybe? Green something. On the chest of the uniform was a caricature of a lantern. Green Lantern. That was it. Uncle Vernon went on about them at length. How they were freaks equal to wizards in his estimation. No, this outfit most definitely would not do. Harry concentrated, and the costume began to change. The boots changed until they appeared to be dragon skin. The legging of the costume changed to more resemble a pair of trousers. The upper part of the costume became a shirt. The white form-fitting gloves changed to a pair of forest green gauntlets while losing none of their tactile properties. On top of the clothing, the mask morphed into a belted hooded cloak. Harry observed the new look in the mirror. Not bad. The image shifted from his 5 foot 7 inches to 6 foot. Bigger. His slight form filled out to appear larger. Still not right. He looked like a taller, more muscular Harry Potter. He concentrated again, and the front of the hood faded to black, leaving only a pair of eyes aflame with green fire. Wow, scary. Wait, not a ring. Why would a wizard have a ring? He concentrated, and a green staff formed in his hand. He stood and stared at his image in the mirror. Well, that certainly isn't Harry Potter. They're Hermione and the Loon. Yes, Hermione and the Loon. One is a genius. The other is two. They're both researching fools finding Dark Lord killing tools. They're kinky. They're Hermione and the Loon. Before each night is done, their plan will be quite scary by the dawning of the sun. They'll have had their way with Harry. They're Hermione and the Loon. Yes, Hermione and the Loon. Their Twilight campaign is easy to explain. To prove their witchy worth, they'll Dark Lord the Earth. They're kinky. They're Hermione and the Loon. Nargles. In a dark corner of the library, two witches were bent over ancient tomes. Are you pondering what I'm pondering, Luna? Asked the bushy-haired brunette. I sure am, Hermione, answered the slight blonde. But it seems to me that if the Gryffindor boys call Harry tripod for the reason we hope they do, wouldn't he pass out if he got an erection? Well, yes, Luna, but that can wait. I was referring to our plans for tonight. Oh, pooh, said Luna, obviously not agreeing that Harry's erection could wait. Then what do you want to do tonight, Hermione? The same thing we do every night, Luna, Hermione said, her voice rising in a dramatic baritone. Try to take over the school. Let me preface this by saying I hate you. Yes, I am talking to you, British Wizarding Society. I hate you all. You are smug, condescending, ignorant, bigoted bastards. All of you. You create monsters and then hide behind children to save you from your own creations. One of those children you hid behind was my daughter. You called her a mudblood, but her name was Hermione Granger. Not one of you was fit to clean her shoes, but she left her family for you. She bled for you. She hurt for you. PGRF. September 19, 1979, I was present when the second most perfect woman on the planet was born. It was simultaneously the single most frightening thing and the single most enrapturing thing I have ever seen. They took this tiny red bundle of life, still covered in whatever that horrible mess that covers a newborn, wrapped her in a towel and handed her to me. It had taken me 5 months to fall in love with my wife. It took my daughter wrapping her tiny hand around my finger for me to fall in love with her. Call it a second and a half. At this point, the nurse decided that was enough father/daughter bonding time and stole her away to be cleaned, weighed, measured, and whatever other indignities hospitals subject newborn goddesses to. I returned to the side of the first love of my life. For some reason, she had chosen to have the natural childbirth experience. Her 6 hours of labor had been gut-wrenching for me, and I was just a spectator. Women are braver than men. There is no way in hell a man would volunteer for that level of pain. I was holding my wife, Beth's hand, wiping the sweat from her lovely face, and assuring her that our daughter was in fact perfect, and from the way she had looked at me, obviously a genius, when the doctor said, "Oh my." What followed was my being rushed from the room and told nothing for 4 hours. When they finally decided to talk to me, I was told that Beth was all right, our daughter was perfectly healthy, but there had been problems following the delivery, and Beth could not have any more children. As soon as I was allowed on the ward, I sat holding my wife while she cried. Beth had always dreamed of a large family. Personally, I was deliriously happy. My wife was okay, my daughter was healthy, and all was right in the world. PGRF. Hermione grew and prospered as perfect children do. Visits from my parents and Beth's allowed me to introduce them to the most important little girl in the universe. Annie Wilson finally acknowledged me as a human being and not just the bastard who raped my little girl. An exact quote from our wedding. It's funny what becoming a grandfather will do to a man. A spare examination room at our dental surgery was made into first a nursery and later a playroom, and Hermione accompanied Beth and myself to work, much to the delight of our staff, at least one of whom was always in that room with my princess. Hermione grew, as children do, much too quickly. As she got older, we discovered something most unusual about our daughter. She wanted to do things herself. Her first sentence? Hermione D.O. She fell in love with books early. She loved her picture books and her stories at bedtime. She was reading them herself by the time she was 4. She discovered sounding out words without prompting. She cared deeply about things a child her age shouldn't be thinking of. She would sit on my lap while I watched the evening news. I recall not long after her 4th birthday, the news was full of the negotiations between Britain and China over Hong Kong. My princess spent the rest of the night asking me questions about that faraway city and why everyone in the world wasn't British. I couldn't help but beam with pride. My little girl wanted to understand the world. Was there ever a luckier father? Then she broke my heart. She went to school. She was so excited that it was hard to believe. There weren't any children her age in our neighborhood. I was worried about how she would fit in. She took to her lessons like a champion, but she never learned to socialize. My wonderful daughter had a flaw. It turned out that others didn't see her as I did. She did well in school, but never really made friends. She preferred her books and the company of adults to that of other children. It was about this time odd things started happening around Hermione. Things would change color. Something she wanted on a high shelf would fly to her hand. Electronic devices would suddenly stop working for no reason. We couldn't understand it. We told no one, not wanting Hermione to be treated as an oddity. PGRF, 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 PGRF. The answer to what was happening with Hermione arrived at our front door at 7 p.m. on the 20th of September 1990 in the form of Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School for Wizardry and Witchcraft. It was my turn to do the dishes after dinner, so my wife answered the door. A few words from the Scot had my wife pulling me into the sitting room to hear her stories. She told us of a world where magic not only exists, but is used for the most mundane of chores. She told us that the odd things that were happening to our Hermione were due to her being a witch. Hermione, of course, was intrigued by the idea of magic and her using it. The more the woman spoke of this Hogwarts, the more Hermione wanted to attend, which was, of course, the plan. Minerva told of the wonders of your world, but she didn't tell us of the horrors. Your endless wars between the light and the dark. Your dark lords. Your hopelessly corrupt government. She made no mention of your purebloods and their general disdain for mudbloods and utter hatred of we filthy muggles. She certainly never told us of her colleagues at Hogwarts who would hate our Hermione simply because of who her parents were. Not once did she mention that our daughter would end up in danger of losing her life every damned year she attended your finest school in Europe. I don't blame Minerva McGonagall, really. She was doing her job. The fact that doing her job required lying by omission isn't really her fault, it's yours. She needed to fill the seats with mudbloods so that the so-called purebloods could afford to send their children to school. At the end of her 2nd year, Hermione calculated that without the muggle-born and muggle-raised at your precious school, the tuition would triple. A week later, we met Minerva at Diagon Alley for a tour. Hermione was hooked. We opened an account at your wizarding bank with fee rates that border on the criminal, and we paid her tuition. Now all Hermione had to do was wait a year for the school year to start. We bought her books, so very many books, poorly written books. The vast majority of your books have no logical structure, no indexes, not even a table of contents. She absorbed your culture through your books, and still not one of those books honestly addressed what craven, cowardly bigots you are. In that summer, she learned far more about you than most of you learn about her culture in your entire lives. It was from those books she learned the name of the wizard I would learn to hate. Harry Potter. PGRF, 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 PGRF. It was 5 minutes after she first read the fairy tale that made Potter famous. I mean, seriously, the boy was the only survivor of the encounter between his parents, himself, and your creation, Voldemort. Where does the absurd story that a toddler defeated a Dark Lord come from? That my Hermione calculated that he would be in her year at Hogwarts. That excited her. A chance to know the hero, the savior of the wizarding world. She prepared herself for her first year, determined to impress Harry Potter. She was studied so intensively the year flew by, as all 3 of us were amazed at all she would be learning. She practiced her wand movements with sticks from the local park. She practiced her pronunciation of the incantations until we were sick to death of hearing them. And she talked about Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Then came the day we took her to King's Cross Station, with her little trunk and her ticket to a train that was at a platform I had never seen despite having been to the station countless times before. Minerva McGonagall had told her how to get onto the platform, but we had never thought to ask if her mother and I could manage to make it through the hidden gateway so we said our goodbyes on the outside of the platform. We watched our little girl vanish into a brick wall. I made it to our car before I started to cry. PGRF, 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 PGRF. Her first letter came home tied to the claw of an owl 2 days later. Beth had some bacon set aside for the bird and hurriedly tied a letter she had ready for Hermione for the return trip. Hermione's letter told of the trip on the train, a search for a wayward frog, and of meeting her hero. Young Mr. Potter was evidently something of a disappointment, defensive and not welcoming of young girls. In short, a relatively normal 11-year-old boy. Hermione spoke of the rags he was dressed in, his hair, and the fact that it seemed he knew nothing of being a wizard. Her letter included a vivid description of her arrival at the castle and the sorting ceremony that put her in the house she had wanted. My little girl was a Gryffindor. Evidently, an ancient hat decided she was brave. How a hat would know that, I don't know. But Hermione was well pleased with her placement. How much of her pleasure was owed to the fact that he was also sorted into Gryffindor? Harry Potter. Evidently, they had classes together as well. She described Harry Potter as being quiet, soft-spoken, and apparently completely unaware of the legend built around his parents' death. She described the classes she took, the meals served, the magic she was learning, and the girls who shared her dormitory. In Harry Potter. It was amazing how much I was learning to hate that boy. The fact that I have never met Harry Potter didn't bother me in the slightest. It was after Halloween we got the first letter that actually sounded like Hermione. She told the story of being hurt by the cruel words of a classmate, then finding herself attacked by a troll. A pair of classmates, Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, fought with the troll until they knocked it out. From that day on, every letter mentioned Harry Potter. Somehow a 4-meter-tall troll got inside the school, this purported safest place in Britain. My daughter might have been killed. Did her mother and I get notified of this encounter? Of course not. We are only her parents. Why should the great and powerful staff of Hogwarts bother to inform a pair of simple muggles of the danger our only daughter found herself in? From Hermione, the constant barrage of Harry Potter news continued until Hermione came home for Christmas. PGRF, 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 PGRF. The family reunion at the train station was emotional and loving. Our girl was home, and all was right with the world. That evening we had a long discussion about confronting trolls. She got out one of her books to show us a moving illustration of a troll, complete with sound and smell. 3 children faced one of those monsters. I brought up the idea of perhaps not returning to such a dangerous environment. She informed me that she simply must return, because if she didn't, Harry and Ron would fail due to never doing their homework. My little girl had friends. For the first time, she had friends. Something about this Harry Potter and this Ron Weasley had broken through the barriers my princess had erected around herself. She talked me into taking her to Diagon Alley to do a little Christmas shopping for her new friends. She puzzled for most of an hour in the wizarding bookstore, trying to find just the right books for her friends. Finally, she gave up and turned to her ancient father for advice on gift buying for young boys. Thinking back to my own childhood, I suggested that perhaps most young boys didn't love books quite as much as Hermione did. As I recalled, candy was a favorite at that age. My Hermione nodded wisely and led me to another store where she invested her savings in 3 boxes of some type of wizarding chocolates called chocolate frogs. We then made our way to the wizarding post office and mailed off 2 of the boxes. I asked her about the 3rd box and mentally prepared my parental/dentist riff. She dimpled and told me they were for someone special. PGRF, 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 PGRF. Christmas morning, Beth and I set out to spoil our princess to within an inch of her life. And we succeeded until she opened a small package that had come by owl 2 days before she returned from Scotland. Inside was a book, an ancient leather-bound tome, that Hermione opened, gasped, and started to cry. She excused herself to wash her face. Beth picked up the book and gasped herself. Philip, this is a 1st edition Emily Bronte. Wuthering Heights. Who sent her that? Harry Potter. There's a knot with it. I took the book and opened it to find a note on a slip of paper. Hermione, thank you for everything this year. Without you, I'd be lost. Harry Potter. God, but I hated him. Harry, thanks for coming. Harry picked himself up from where he fell after exiting the flue and took Neville's hand. I hate flute travel. Happy birthday, Neville. Your message said that you needed to speak to me. What can I do for you? I think it's more what we can do for each other, Harry. Neville led him to the sitting room. This was possibly the most formal room Harry had ever seen. Something about Neville's manner screamed business to Harry. Neville gestured Harry into a chair while sitting himself. On a side table by the chair Neville selected for himself were a pile of parchments. So, what's going on, Nev? We're officially adults now, Harry. Well, tomorrow for me, but yeah. I got some surprises in the post this morning, and Grant explained what was going on to me. It occurred to me that if I didn't know, and I grew up with this crap, you wouldn't have a clue when yours arrives tomorrow. Okay, what are we talking about? These. Neville gestured at the pile of parchment. Are proposals from various pure-blood families of marriage contracts with their daughters. You're kidding. I wish I was. It's a pure-blood thing dating back to the 1700s. It's fallen to the wayside for most people. But you and I are heads of ancient and noble houses. For us, it still happens. You're kidding. You've got to be kidding. Harry, I got 27 offers. Me. You're going to be mobbed. I'm not going to accept any of these stupid things. Neither am I. We just have to be careful not to accidentally accept one. And yes, some of them are written so as to trick us. Gran found 2 in this pile that did. How is Hannah taking all this? She doesn't know. I suspect she's going to be pissed. Neville smiled. I'm hoping she tries to convince me to forget about them. She can be very persuasive. The pair shared a laugh. Anyone we know? Harry, me lad. You wouldn't believe me. I am evidently quite the catch. Oh, ibit. Thank you for asking me to spend the night, Mrs. Longbottom. It's always nice to have one of Neville's friends over, especially when they want to know about the old ways. Have you ever considered teaching Mrs. Longbottom? You certainly know your history, and the history professor we have is, well, not the liveliest teacher. I don't believe I have the temperament to teach Harry. It will be interesting to see how many offers you get given your notoriety. I'm hoping for none. Huh. Harry, I got 27. I'll give odds that you bust 3 figures. Oh, ibit. Neville was wrong. The final count the following morning was 7,234 contracts offering marriage. After Neville's grandmother went over the pile, some concerned her. She said they didn't feel right. She called her brother for help. Algernon Croker had been an unspeakable for most of a century and had responded to a lot of calls for various mysterious objects. This was his first time inspecting marriage contracts. Of the more than 7,000, 9 had port keys incorporated into them. Those were stored away for analysis. 7 had compulsion spells integrated into the parchment. Those were forwarded to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And 4 were jokes, all from the Weasley twins. Those were deactivated and given to Harry for the purposes of revenge. The remaining 7,214 were given to Harry with the instructions to touch nothing with his bare hands, to sign nothing without Augusta looking at it first, and to have a good time. Harry and Neville settled down to sort through the offers. Between the pair, they quickly established 4 categories of letters. Interesting. No. Oh, hell no. My eyes. They burn. When Harry opened his 9th letter, he suddenly found the need for a 5th category. 5. No, but that is an interesting picture of a surprisingly limber girl that might look nice in the dorm this year. Neville was complaining that his didn't contain any photos as he added several pictures to the 5th pile. It took most of the morning to make it through the pile of contracts and destroy all of the no category. They found themselves with a large pile of almost 900 photos and 19 contracts in the interesting category. The interesting category was composed completely of their classmates. Oh, ibit. The clockwork leap. After hearing Hermione Granger theorizing that one could time travel within his own lifetime, Harry Potter stepped into the Department of Mysteries Time Turner Acceleration Chamber and vanished. He woke to find himself trapped in the past, facing mirror images that were not his own and driven by an unknown force to change history for the better. His only guide on this journey is Luna, an observer from his own time, who appears in the form of an astral projection that only Harry can see and hear. And so Harry Potter finds himself leaping from life to life, striving to put right what once went wrong, and hoping each time that his next leap will be the one that allows him to kill Voldemort. Chapter 1. Harry woke slowly. What had just happened? One moment he had been in the Department of Mysteries, and now he was lying on his back in a bed. Brutal experience with the Dursleys had taught him to continue to appear to be asleep until such time as he was sure he wanted to let the world know he was awake. Evaluate the situation. He was laying in a comfortable bed. That meant he was not at the Dursleys. Good. A few subtle movements told him he was not restrained, magically or otherwise. Good. Listening carefully told him, nothing. He carefully opened his eyes. Sunlight streaming in the windows lit the room brightly. But beyond that, Harry couldn't see anything. Had his eyes gotten worse? Groping to his right, he found a bedside table, and by touch identified a pair of glasses. This was wrong. The glasses were completely the wrong shape. What was going on? He took the glasses and carefully put them on, figuring that they couldn't make his vision any worse. The room sprang into precise focus. He looked around. The room looked like Percy's room in the burrow, but somehow different. Harry sat up in the bed and looked around again. He caught sight of the person sitting up in the bed in the mirror on the door of the wardrobe. That wasn't his face. He raised his hand and wiggled his fingers. The mirror image did the same. For all the world, he looked like a much younger Percy Weasley. What the hell had happened? There was a knock at the door. Then, with only the briefest of pauses, long before Harry could invite the knocker in, the door opened and a very young Molly Weasley looked in. "Good morning, Percy dear. Happy birthday. Come on down to breakfast. Bill and Charlie are here to wish you a happy day." "I'll be right down." The Weasley matriarch nodded and closed the door behind her. Harry looked back at the image in the mirror. Oh boy. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Harry carefully made his way downstairs to the Weasley kitchen. Sitting around the table was the entire Weasley clan. Ginny looked to be 6 or 7. Ron was so young, maybe 9. The twins seemed odd. They looked like shorter, stockier versions of the Ron he remembered from first year, but somehow groomed. Charlie was his normal brawny self, though younger, maybe 16, and Bill he was so young, his hair not yet long enough for his trademark ponytail, and no sign of his signature fawn earring. Harry stood for a moment afraid to move. What the hell is going on? Should he tell them who he was? Oh, that made sense. I know I look like Percy, but I'm really Harry Potter, who you evidently haven't met yet. Ginny looked up from her breakfast and smiled widely. Harry could see that she had lost her 2 upper front teeth. "Percy," she yelled. Greetings from the rest of the Weasley clan came out. "Play along," Harry told himself. "Play along until you figure out what has happened." Did Percy already have the stick up his, but at this age? "Good morning, family." Harry stopped at the chair Percy had always used. "Mother, father." "Sit down, son." Arthur boomed out, looking younger and happier than Harry could ever remember him. "It's your day after all. A Weasley only turns 12 once you know." "Thank you, father." 12. Percy's birthday was sometime in late August, which meant that this was just before Percy's second year at Hogwarts, which made the twins 10 or so and Ron 8. That meant that in Surrey there was a just-turned 8-year-old Harry Potter. Poor bugger. A collection of gifts began to appear before Harry. From Arthur and Molly, Percy received a journal and a very fancy quill. "Thank you, father, mother. This is an extravagant gift." Harry said, hopping. He sounded like Percy at 12. "Not extravagant at all, Percy," Molly said. "A young man needs things like that." Bill and Charlie went in together to buy their eldest younger brother a Gryffindor tie made of the finest acromantula silk. "Charles, William, thank you." "I don't care if it is your birthday, Squirt," Charlie growled. "Call me Charles again, and I'll thump you." The family laughed when Bill slapped the back of Charlie's head. If anyone else had done that, it would be all-out war. Charlie had learned the hard way that Bill would always be the big brother. "Thump him tomorrow. This is Percy's day." A collection of drawings and interesting stones were the gifts from Ron and Ginny. Harry ruffled Ron's hair and pulled Ginny onto his lap for a hug. "Thank you, Ronald. And you too, Ginevra. These are truly treasures beyond measure." No one said anything. Evidently, he was channeling his inner Percy quite effectively. That left only the twins. That thought gave Harry pause. Gifts from the twins were dangerous, especially so for Percy, always the twins' favorite target. One of the pair shyly slid a tissue, wrapped something in front of him. Percy would open it without question, so Harry did so, cringing. Internally, inside the tissue was a galleon. They had given him a galleon? Thank you, Frederick George. A most thoughtful gift. We thought it would be useful to you, since you insist on buying your own school supplies this year. A Weasley pays his way, you always say. Indeed. Again, thank you. He kept waiting for the punchline. It never came. Percy Bill said, I'm going to Gringotts after lunch for an interview for an apprenticeship, if you would like to come along to do your shopping. A capital idea, Bill. It would be good for Percy to have a little independence. Arthur said, Yes, William, thank you. I believe I would like to accompany you. Ginny jumped off his lap. Luna is coming over to play. I have to get ready. She ran up the stairs. Straighten up your room, dear. Molly called after her. We'll take your presents to your room, Percy. So you can get out to take your walk. And maybe tonight you can tell us more about Hogwarts. Harry watched in amazement as the twins headed upstairs in quiet dignity. Will you play chess with me tonight, Percy? Of course I will, Ronald. Betcha I'll win this time. I wouldn't be surprised, Ronald. Go on, Percy. Charlie and I have got your chores this morning. Go take your walk. Enjoy yourself. But be back by 1. I won't be able to wait for you. Thank you, William. Harry rose from the table and made for the door, deeply confused. So much was happening here that he did not understand. Why was he wearing Percy's face? How did he get 9 years into the past? What the hell was going on? Outside, the fresh air didn't do anything to answer his questions, but it certainly felt good. His feet seemed to know where he was going, so he left them to it so that he could think. He was so deep in. Thought he almost missed you, young blonde girl skipping down the path. 7-year-old Luna Lovegood skipped right up in front of him and came to a dead stop. Good morning, Harry Potter, she said. I certainly hope your day improves. She then resumed her skipping path to the burrow, while Harry stared after her with his mouth hanging open. How did she know? Harry James Potter. If you don't stop ogling my younger self, I will be forced to hex you into a small, greasy puddle. If you want to ogle someone, I'm standing right here. Harry spun to face the voice and found himself staring into the silver, gray eyes of a 16-year-old Luna Lovegood. Luna? What the hell is going on? HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Harry moved to hug the Ravenclaw, and his arms passed right through her. His eyes went wide. Oh, I'm not there, Harry. I'm here. She giggled. What you're seeing is my astral projection. You're displaced in time, you know. Luna, what's going on? Oh, Hermione worried that this might happen to you with the time displacement. She said that the act of moving through time like that might gorgonzola your memories. Gorgonzola? The blonde frowned. It was some kind of cheese brie? Munster? Cheddar? In her hand was an oddly decorated hand mirror. It made some odd sounds, and she smacked it a few times seemingly to make it quiet. Ah, Swiss cheese, she said, looking up from the mirror. Hermione says that it might Swiss cheese your memory. I think she's referring to the holes, not the smell. Harry stood back and looked at the girl. Luna, why are you dressed like an admiral in the American Navy? She shrugged. It seemed appropriate. From a pocket in the summer dress jacket, she produced a cigar and held it between her teeth. Does this give you any ideas, Harry? She waggled her eyebrows at him. Almost immediately, the hand mirror began squawking. Luna looked at it inquisitively and then looked up. Hermione Granger, you've got a dirty mind. She directed her attention back to Harry. She thought I was alluding to Falladio. You weren't. Of course I was, Harry. I think it's good that Hermione's mind is sufficiently dirty to understand what I was alluding to. She is sometimes a little slow. Harry felt the beginnings of a headache behind his eyes. Can Hermione see and hear us? I don't understand when your mirror talks to you. Oh, Hermione has charmed the room of requirements to be able to observe you. I'm the only one of us capable of doing an astral projection to be able to speak with you. No one here can see or hear me, but you. And me. Okay, slowly, how did I get here and why am I here? We broke into the Department of Mysteries looking for a rumored weapon to use against Voldemort. What we found was a massive time-turner chamber. After going through the records on the chamber, Hermione theorized that someone could time travel within their own lifetime, and during those travels use the knowledge we have of the past to make changes that would neuter Voldemort. Upon hearing that, you stepped into the chamber and vanished. She shook her head sadly. That was very foolish, Harry. Hermione freaked totally out. Neville wanted to follow you. Susan was worried about Neville and actively trying to talk him out of it. And Ron became a complete nozzle. Harry perked up. That was a strange term. Nozzle. Luna shrugged again. It seems appropriate. Anyway, Hermione stole all the documentation on the chamber, and we returned to Hogwarts, where she started working on a charm in the room of requirements that allows us to see you. Your personality and Monterey jacked memory are interposed into the bodies of people who are here, people that are at vital cusps of history. You wear their faces. As best Hermione has been able to determine, you are here to make sure those cusps of history happen correctly. You will jump from life to life, putting right what once went wrong, helping people, making love to any Luna Lovegood you encounter, and hoping that each jump you take is the one that prevents Voldemort from returning. Harry nodded, then had the feeling he had missed something. The mirrors started squawking. Luna looked up. Oh, hush, Hermione. When you can astral project, then you can decide who makes passes at home. Wait, what was that last part? When Hermione can astral project? Asked the blonde. No, before that. You'll be jumping from life to life, putting right what went wrong. After that, preventing Voldemort from returning? Never mind. You said I leap into people at a cusp of history. What possible cusp could 12-year-old Percy Weasley be at? The mirror squawks some more. Luna lo quedamos et. The nozzle says we should continue on your walk. Why? It seems that all this summer that is to say, Percy has been having what he believes to be a secret morning rendezvous with Penny Clearwater. Of course, with the Weasleys. Everyone knew this supposed secret. You need to make sure you meet with her, which ensures the marriage. Percy gets married? Got married last year. Luna, are you telling me that I'm here to make sure Percy makes his date? No, silly. You have to turn the twins into jokers. What? Not now, Harry. There's Penny. Remember to call her Miss Clearwater. I'll be around, but don't try to talk to me. You'll look like a loon. Percy wouldn't like that. HPCL, HPCL, HPCL. The date with Penny Clearwater was formal, odd, and extremely awkward, which was evidently precisely the way the Percy/Penny relationship was and the way they both liked it. At the end of the date, the pair shook hands and went their separate ways. Harry began his walk back to the burrow, and he was joined by Luna's specter again. What did you mean that I have to turn the twins into jokers? According to Ron, up until this week the twins were, well, mini Percys. They adored their favorite older brother and emulated him in everything he did. That changed when, the week after his 12th birthday, Percy gave them a joke book from Zonko's and pranked them until they retaliated. That joke book became their inspiration for life. How could that possibly be a cusp of history? Harry was confused. That doesn't make any sense. Imagine for a moment, Harry, 3 Percys in the Gryffindor dorms. Oh, exactly. HPCL, HPCL, HPCL. The trip to Diagon Alley with Bill went off without a hitch. Harry had gotten Percy's shopping done and found time to get to Zonko's for the joke book. That had turned out to be the hardest part of the trip. Zonko's carried a multitude of joke books. Harry had to pull each one off the shelf until, on the 43rd try, Ron recognized the proper book and relayed that information via mirror to Luna. Harry also picked up some sweets from Honeydukes for Ron and Ginny so that the gift to the twins would not seem too odd. Bill treated Harry to an ice cream to celebrate his getting the apprenticeship he had applied for at Gringotts, and then they returned to the burrow via Flu. The joke book was accepted graciously, and the sweets went down a treat. The groundwork was laid. Now for the pranks. Unfortunately, Harry's non-magical repertory of pranks was limited. That night the twins found their beds short-sheeted. They were somewhat confused when Percy appeared at their door laughing. The next morning Fred found that the toilet had been sealed with plastic wrap. He discovered this when the backsplash drenched the front of his pajamas. At the same time, George attempted to leave their room and found that the doorknob had been coated with a thick film of petroleum jelly. The twins' anger at the actions of their favorite older brother grew by the hour. The straw that broke the Thestral's back was the second night of Percy's prank war. The twins woke up with their hands in warm water and another warm puddle elsewhere. The next morning, when Harry was returning from his rendezvous with Penny Clearwater, he heard conversation coming from his room's slightly open door. He pushed the door open and a large bucket of molasses emptied onto him, followed seconds later by a box of feathers. Harry wiped the muck from his glasses to find his four younger siblings rolling on the floor, shrieking with laughter. He opened his mouth to speak, and suddenly wasn't there anymore. Luna's astral projection was standing next to him, laughing herself. She noticed a spectral aura flare around Harry as he was replaced by a sputtering Percy. She looked to the heavens. Hermione, it worked, Harry's gone. Get your temporal scrying spell going. We need to find him. The mirror squawked. Forget it, Granger. He's mine. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Harry suddenly found himself sitting at a dressing table. What the? He looked into the mirror and found Bill Weasley looking back at him. Oh hell, now what? He looked around the room. This wasn't the Burrow, nor was it Bill's flat in London. Okay, isolate the time frame. Bill had his ponytail and his earring. Also the facial scars from his encounter with Greyback. After 6th year then, Bill. Harry turned to face the speaker and found a very naked Fleur Delacour. I was going to wear the frilly things that your sister Ginny and her friend Hermione gave me at our hen party, but I've waited so long for this night, I've decided to come to you in my skin. Harry swallowed. His mouth was suddenly very dry. You have very nice skin. It was then her allure hit him fully in the face. Bill was an unspeakably lucky bastard. Right then, so was Harry. Thank you, my husband. Husband? After the wedding then, after July 1997, the tiny part of Harry's mind that was still working whispered, You are so beautiful, Fleur. As are you, my husband. She had pulled Harry to his feet and was working at the buttons of his shirt. You have now seen me unclothed. I wish to see my husband in only his skin. She pushed the now unbuttoned shirt off his shoulders and rose on her toes to kiss him. Harry was beyond startled when her tongue found access to his mouth. He wrapped his arms around her, and she ground her breasts into his chest, her hands busy with his belt. His trousers fell to his ankles, and he stepped out of them. Fleur broke the kiss. Indulge me in a wedding night fantasy, my husband? Wedding night? Of course. She slid down his body, kissing his body as she went. Harry shuddered when he felt himself enveloped in a warm, wet suction. Oh boy. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Amelia Bones and the Man with the Umbral. Chapter 1. 50 years old today. Amelia Susan Bones looked up from the base of the cliff. Half a century. 1/3 of her expected lifespan. For some reason, she found this depressing. The fact that she could and did pass for a muggle 24-year-old didn't help at all. Still, her gift to herself was going to be this climb. She had learned rock climbing 3 years out of Hogwarts to please a boyfriend back in 36, just before everything went to shit with Grindelwald and Hitler. Recalling Jackie brought back her depression. He had died in 44 assaulting Grindelwald's redoubt with Dumbledore's team. The joy of aching muscles and a good sweat was a lesson Jackie had taught her all that time ago, one she had never forgotten. The air cracked and shimmered in the heat, and the cloudless sky has been bleached to a pale blue by the midday sun. The only sound is the chaotic squawks of the gulls, hanging motionlessly on the sea breezes. The cliff was black basalt, leaning out over the blue-green sea below as it rose. Amelia chalked her hands and reached up for her first grips. Her body flowed with an easy power. In 3 minutes, she was 50 feet up the face. She paused for a moment. She and Jackie had joined the oars together. The sexist bastards hadn't allowed her to go on the dangerous ops with Jackie and the others, despite the acknowledged fact that she was as hard as any of them. Moody had apologized to her when he had handed her the assignment that kept her out of the fight, a personal guard for the Muggle Prime Minister. Passing for a Muggle secretary, she actually had used her wand to protect Churchill from Axis assassins 3 times. This won her the appreciation and admiration of both the head of the PM's protective detail and the intelligence services. After the war, she returned to Auror Force. She swallowed her grief and did her job. Moving up the ranks, she found herself faced with being forced into administration after only 15 years. The young 50-year-old woman pressed against the face of the cliff, her weight precariously supported by her fingers and her left foot. The right foot searched for purchase almost level with her hip, finding a fold in the rock. Her face is a picture of trance-like concentration as she focuses attention on the outcrop above. She releases the grip of one hand to brush damp hair back from her eyes. A bead of sweat runs down her temple. The right leg flexes, boosting her body up and out. Both hands reach up for the ledge. For a few seconds, she dangles above the ocean, held only by her fingertips before her feet find a grip again and the upward journey is resumed. She wears no harness, has no safety ropes. Amelia doesn't play it safe. Not now, not ever. Faced with the choice of stagnation or the hell that is administration, Alastair Moody once again came through to save her. Lass, he had said, we need a liaison to the Muggle Intelligence Services. This is a field assignment, something new all the time. It's a 10-year assignment. You're my only candidate. The rest of these children are far too soft for this job. Alastair, Amelia, you made friends during the war. One of them is asking for you specifically. The old bastard smiled sardonically. Of course he's expecting a woman who looks her age. She was 20 feet from the ledge now. Purchase was becoming harder to find. It was soon after her conversation with Moody. She met his Muggle counterpart, a chubby, mousy little man who insisted on being called Mother. Mother was indeed surprised by her youthful appearance, but quickly modified her legend to cover for it. Amelia received her new name and personal history, which she quickly memorized, before meeting her new partner, who was something of a legend himself. The man's eyes widened appreciatively when he met her, his eyes sweeping up and down her body. His ardor somewhat dampened when she was introduced as a Mrs. Her partner was unaware of her special abilities, and Amelia took great pains to ensure he remained ignorant. They made a good team and dealt with many threats to the Empire, both Muggle and magical. Amelia Bones finally hauled herself up and over onto the wide ledge just below the top of the cliff. Her muscles and lungs were burning, and she was about to collapse onto her back when a colorful flickering caught her eye. She froze incredulously. It was a tablecloth, blue and yellow checked tablecloth, fluttering gaily in the breeze atop a table for one, complete with a chair and an umbrella for shade. The umbrella vivid blue and yellow, carrying the motif a knight on his mount. Next to the table was an ice bucket complete with an open bottle of champagne. Amelia struggled to her feet and cautiously approached the table. Leaning against the umbrella shaft was a small business card. Amelia poured herself a glass of the champagne, sipped, and picked up the card. Mrs. Peel, we are needed. Her brow knitted into a frown which couldn't quite hide the laughter in her eyes. Steed, she said, not so much a call than a statement. How did he keep doing this to her? It was then she spotted him, approaching from the road where his Bentley was parked, his familiar bowler on his head, an ever-present umbrella under his arm. She sighed. Oh well, it would be a chance to wear that new dragon hide leather catsuit she had purchased on her last trip to Diagon Alley. She raised her glass to the approaching agent in a salute. It would be nice to get back to work. The read-through. Harry Potter and the read-through. Hermione Granger arrived at the studio 20 minutes early, as was her habit. Entering through the talent entrance, she made her way down the hall to the read-through room, her heels clacking on the slate tiles. She paused a moment to check how well her outfit had survived the trip from her home. Perfect, the black sheath fit her like it was spray painted on and showed just enough cleavage to send the message, treat Mama nice, and Mama will be nice to you. Her hair had survived the trip over in her convertible in perfect condition. Magic truly was a wonderful thing. Entering the read-through room, Hermione made a quick stop at the craft services table for a cup of tea and a small bowl of grapes, then made her way to the table. She took in the sight of the man already sitting at the table, broad shoulders, deep tan, a mop of curly blonde hair. It couldn't be anyone by Severus Snape. Morning, Sev. The blonde man looked up and presented her with a dazzling smile. Hermione. He rose to his feet and kissed her on the cheek. Let me get a look at you, girl. I certainly hope that isn't the dress you wore last night. Why? The brunette asked. Because your hair is still perfect, and that would mean you didn't get any last night. Severus Snape? Hermione laughed, taking her customary seat at the table. You were just terrible. No, I didn't wear this last night. I have a date after today's session. If we work tomorrow, then my hair will be all frizzy. Good for you. Have you heard anything about this one? No, I haven't gotten an advance script since Sunset over Britain. I think they quit sending them out because Ron would count his lines, then bitch and moan for money. I heard that, Ron Weasley said as he approached the table with a pint of beer in his hand. We contracted for 7 books, and then this stupid fan fiction crap started. Now we work pretty much every day, and the money hasn't changed. It's fan fiction, Ronald, Severus said, shaking his blonde curls. There is no money. Yeah, right, I keep forgetting all those losers out there typing away for the love of it. How sad is that? He took a long pull on his beer. So what loser in particular is responsible for today's pile of ass spackle? The other two shook their heads. The door opened and Susan Bones entered, followed quickly by Molly and Ginny Weasley. Both the Weasley women were speaking theatrically into their cell phones and stayed by the door to finish their conversations. Susan slid into the chair across from Hermione. I am never sharing a ride with those two again. Who are they talking to? Their agents. Nah, the producer. They want approval on the script and specific changes made. Severus looked surprised. Approval on the script? Have they seen it yet? Because we haven't? Susan shook her head. No, they found out who the writer is. Really? Hermione was suddenly very alert, and even Ron put down his beer. Who is it? The Muggle-born witch asked. Oh, tell me it's another Bodman story. I always come off so good in his stories. Good Lord, I hope not. Dumbledore said, entering with a large trunk. I don't see why you don't just lock up your beard in the prop room, Hermione said to the clean-shaven character. It's my lucky beard. It was at the cleaners when we did Sunset, and you know what a rotten part one had in that. Well, Severus started. Don't even think about saying it, Hermione said, looking daggers at Snape. Wouldn't dream of it, he said, returning to his crossword. I'm hoping for non-John myself. I adore a good comedy. Or Kinsfire, Ron said, looking truly interested for the first time all morning. He always... No, it's that 65,619 clown. Susan interrupted. Oh, crap. Oh well, short days for me. He hates my character, so Harry will give me my comeuppance nice and early, and I won't be seen again until my death scene. Severus said philosophically. And long days for me. Albus mused. I'll plot some, and have many confrontations with young Harry. The vast majority, I will lose to his moral superiority. All that, and I won't even have any slash to look forward to. There was a collective shudder around the room as they all recalled the FIC they had performed the previous week involving the headmaster and a gerbil animagus. He's what got Ron's mom and sister all stirred up. Susan interjected, desperate to change the subject. Molly says she's tired of being a psychotic bitch in his fix. The redhead leaned across the table to Hermione and Severus, typecasting if you ask me. She smiled at Ron's glare and continued. Ginny says that if she's going to be a slutty skank again, then she wants pre-approval on the guy she's slutty with, to make sure what he's packing is worth her time. Even Ron laughed at that. That was pure Ginny. She always has been a size queen, ever since that damned basilisk gave her some unreasonable expectations. Severus observed, shaking his head. Well, Ron said, at least he usually gets me laid, more often than not with you Herms. He waggled his eyebrows at her. Silver lining, I guess, eh? Call me Herms again, Ronald, and you'll be wearing your testicles like a bow tie. Hermione smiled sweetly. I called my agent and had a no ginger's clause added to my contract. I don't know if I should be hurt or not. Susan said, pouting prettily. Exceptions can be made for the right script, of course. This guy always pairs me with Neville, or on occasion as having a pathetic, unrequited crush on Harry. The door opened again, allowing Draco Malfoy and Dobby Elf into the read-through room. Greetings, fellow thespians. Dobby called in a deep, cultured baritone that would make James Earl Jones green with envy. I do hope everyone is ready for today's foray into the theater of the mind. Molly and Ginny joined them, all sitting around the table. Behind Dobby and Draco came several interns carrying copies of the day's script and started placing them at each place around the table, along with pens and highlighters. One of the interns stopped in front of Dobby. Mr. Elf, sir, I've been a fan of the series since the beginning. You've always been my favorite character. Well, thank you. Dobby eyed the intern's name tag. Stephen, I am but a humble player among this great ensemble cast, playing my part as best I can. Oh, you're the best, sir. But I was wondering, you don't look anything like your character. Ah, I see. You expected an emaciated 2-foot-tall golem with huge eyes, did you? Yes, sir, Mr. Elf. I never would have recognized you. How do you do it? How else, Stephen? Dobby struck a dramatic pose by acting. Stephen the intern blinked. Standing before him was the Dobby from the books and movies, 2 foot tall, huge eyes, clad in a threadbare pillowcase. He blinked again, and Mr. Elf was back, 6'4" clad, in a 1,000-pound Seville Rhodes suit, the picture of the Shakespearean actor. That's amazing, Mr. Elf. I had no idea someone could act short. Only after years of training young Stephen. Fetch me a cup of tea and half a bagel with cream cheese, would you? Good lad. The intern scampered off, and Dobby took his seat at the table. Draco looked up from the script in front of him. You insufferable ham. Give the fans what they want, Draco. That's the secret of continuing to work. Dobby picked up his script and pulled a pair of reading glasses from his jacket pocket. Has anyone seen our titular hero this wonderful morning? Around the table's heads were shaken negatively. Draco finally spoke up. The bastard ditched me at a club last night. Draco, you've got to quit doing that to yourself. Ginny Weasley purred. Instead of chasing after Harry, you could stay in with me. Ron and Molly shot Draco death glares while the rest of the table fought the laughter that threatened to erupt. Those fighting laughter were saved, then the door opened again, and Luna Lovegood entered dragging a disheveled Harry Potter behind her. Following Potter was a pair of young blonde women, twins, that no one at the table recognized. Let's go, Harry. We don't have time for this crap. Say goodbye to your bimbos, we got work to do, said the gray-eyed blonde. Harry pulled his arm free from Luna's grasp and took the hands of both of the giggling twins. Ah, ladies, this is where we must go out separate ways. But you said you'd introduce us. Set onto the match set. Ah, of course I did. Everyone? This is Tony and Tawny, ladies, this is everyone. Harry kissed each of the girls and pushed them out the door. That's why you ditched me at that club? That's why? You bastard. Twins, mate. Very affectionate twins. Harry pointed out. Oh. Draco considered for a moment. That's all right then. Besides, Harry continued, I made sure you wouldn't be bored. I entered you in that contest, didn't I? What contest? Hermione asked. This ass entered me in a Tom Felton look-alike contest. Felton? The guy who played you in the movie. Ron took a pull on his beer and signaled one of the interns for another. Yeah, it seems he's a local hero around the club we were at. How did you do? Severus asked. Draco mumbled something. I didn't make that out, Draco. What did you say? I came in third. All right? I came in bloody third. Third! Ron was barely holding in the laughter. How is that even possible? The girls around the table starting to giggle. Look, he was hired because he looked like me, not because I looked like him. As much fun as picking on Draco is, we ought to get to work. Harry picked up his copy of the script. Acts of betrayal? I get stuck in Azkaban again? Harry shook his head. What is it with you guys always betraying me and stuff? No prison this time. Hermione looked up from her own script. I save you from love potions. We grab my parents and light out for Boston. Then we get married. You marry Daphne. All right. I never get enough time with Daphne. She's a lucky girl. Yeah, after the second marriage, we return to Hogwarts and confront the evil headmaster. The misunderstood headmaster. Albus corrected. Never evil, misunderstood. Yes, well, much angst, a few hexes. Ron and Ginny end up in the loony bin, and Ron dies after killing a half-dozen deaths, and you vanquish Tom. Ah, basic number 23 then. Returning to a certain death trap with no real plan. Gotcha. Let's do this thing. Luna Lovegood and the Night of the Minnow. Luna Lovegood and the Night of the Minilop Chapter 1. The Horror. When school had let out following my 4th year, I found myself drawn back to the ministry, the building, not the people. I knew I needed to return after that horrible night, but I didn't know why. I deeply wished that Harry would be with me, but I knew that wasn't possible. Daddy was visiting seeking an interview and wanting to secure some documents needed for our summer hunt. I found myself poking around the building looking for something. I still don't know what, but I certainly did look. I discovered long ago that the ministry building somehow affected the minds of the people who worked inside its walls. Normal, thoughtful people became mindless drones who don't notice anything or anyone unless a disruption occurs. As long as I did not cause problems, there were few places within the ministry building I could not go. However, it did not take long for me to explore all of the areas in the ministry that my entering would not call attention to me. So I left a note for Daddy in our usual place and left the building to explore some more. The Muggle world is a wondrous place. So many people, so many machines. I had to wonder what was behind all their activity. I knew by reading the Quibbler, my daddy's newspaper, easily the best source for information on the planet, that the Muggles were all completely aware of the existence of the wizarding world, but they all pretended not to so as to lull us into a false sense of security. The Quibbler was running a 3-month series on the Great Muggle Conspiracy. I couldn't wait for the next chapter so that I would learn the secret of the Muggle mind control device known as the Slinky. The device was insidious, walking downstairs, alone or in pairs, making a slinkety sound. Insidious. Daddy would expose them for what they were. He was good like that. I turned the corner to investigate the alleyway behind the Ministry of Magic building, when suddenly a tranquilizer dart whizzed by my head and shattered against the wall of the Ministry building. I knew of only one organization that was both after me for exposing them in the Quibbler and who used that type of tranq dart. I turned to face my attackers. "Hello, Squishadodo," I said to the elf struggling to reload his weapon, standing in the center of the group of 3, all wearing black jumpsuits with white boots and gloves and mirrored full-face helmets. I think it shocked him that I could identify him despite his helmet. From my pocket, I pulled the only weapon that would frighten a Black Op elf, my notepad and quill, and I prepared to take notes. What brings Santa's Black Op elves this far south during the off-season? We don't work for the Fat Men anymore, Lovegood. Not since the hostile takeover. And how does that make you feel, Squishadodo? Well, change is always hard, Squishadodo said, until the female elf next to him slapped him on the back of his helmet. Will you just shut up? He wants her and will be upset at us if we take too long. Squishadodo and the other male elf both shuddered at her comment. What could inspire fear in these dealers of death and destruction? The lead elf raised his weapon. Tinkapopo's right. Let's go, Lovegood. He wants to see you. I thought for a second, this hostile takeover the elf spoke of had the possibility of ripping the worldwide Santa conspiracy wide open. I would get this story. The Quibbler would scoop the world yet again. I casually leaned against the wall of the Ministry building and made a series of marks on the wall. Someone familiar with the Lovegood family codes would recognize that I was telling Daddy that I was on the trail of a big story, that he should clear the front page for the scoop, and that he should pick up milk for breakfast. All right, Squishadodo, let's go meet whoever holds your leash. A rope ladder was lowered into the alley. I put my quill and notepad into a pocket, tucked my wand behind my ear, and climbed up to a bit of elf technology that looks amazingly similar to a Muggle. Helicopter. Santa's elves are a subspecies of elf that have pushed all their magic into the act of toy making. As such, they no longer were capable of apparition, cleaning magic, or any of the other things that elves such as house elves and forest elves do. The Black Op elves were, or at least used to be, Santa's enforcement arm. They were the ones who made sure that anyone aligned against the Fat Men met with accidents. To do this, they needed a technological edge, so an entire wing of Santa's sweatshop was dedicated to building the tools they used to do their jobs. Armed with cutting-edge toy tech, the Black Op elves cut a swath of terror throughout both the magical and non-magical worlds. Few outside Quibbler subscribers even knew they existed. I was surprised that the trip ended so quickly when the machine landed on top of the building across the street from the Ministry. Squishadodo gestured that I dismount from the flying machine. As soon as the 4 of us were on the rooftop, the machine lifted off again and faded to invisibility as its stealth mode was engaged. That seemed strangely unnecessary, I observed, climbing up a 9-story rope ladder to cross the street. I hate elevators, Squishadodo explained. They make me feel all closed in. I refrained from pointing out that he had grown up in the ice warrens under Santa's sweatshops, and that a modern Muggle elevator would be spacious in comparison. I was led to the rooftop stairwell, and we descended to the next floor, which turned out to be an executive penthouse suite. The suite was richly appointed, much as I imagined my cousins the Malfoys having. It was dominated by a large device, somehow displaying images like a giant pensieve, without the necessity of putting your head into it. It dawned on me that this must be one of those TVs that Daddy so often wrote about. I examined it closely and became confused. I could see no breasts, but why was it called a boob tube? The mysteries of the Muggles knew no bounds. My escorts had taken positions behind a large sofa facing the Muggle device. It was then I noticed a tiny rabbit sitting on the sofa. It was mostly white with brown mottling. It was such a cute little bunny. Part of me wanted to rush forward and scoop it up, but the part of me attuned to auras began screaming that this being was one of pure evil. "Good afternoon, Miss Lovegood," it said in an unexpectedly baritone voice. "Something was taken from me during your little adventure at the Ministry of Magic on the morning of the 5th of June. A tiny paw scratched at his left ear. You are going to help me collect payment for my loss." Autumn Lovegood had finished his business at the Ministry, receiving a denial of the existence of a Ministry publication known as the Rebiac, which of course was all the evidence any thinking person needed to prove that the rag was in fact being published and was poisoning the minds of magical Britain. Following his spate of investigative reporting, Odd had purchased the international portkey that he and Luna would be using for their annual Snorkack hunt. He then set out to find his lovely daughter. Her note telling him that she had taken her investigation outside was in its usual place, which led him to believe that it was a plant by the vast conspiracy to lead him astray. Then he found her second note in an unusual place telling him that her first note was in fact real and not part of any conspiracy, unless they had tricked her as well. That set the senior Lovegood's mind to rest. Unless, of course, that was all part of Luna's plan. What if SHE was out to get him? Odd swallowed that thought after shuddering in fear of what a Lovegood might do to him. Being a Lovegood made this possibility even more frightening than it might have been to a layperson. He exited the Ministry building in search of his ever-inquisitive daughter. In the alley, he found the remains of an expended tranquilizer dart of a type he didn't recognize. It certainly wasn't one of his, he confirmed, by checking the design against one of the half-dozen secreted about his person. It was then he found Luna's message in the family codes. He quickly copied the message down into his reporter's notepad and set about decoding it. Odd Lovegood shook his head. He was going to have to speak to Luna about her grammar and sentence structure. What were they teaching in that overpriced mausoleum these days anyway? He once again read the message she had left. Pineapple, apricots, broccoli kidnapping boyfriend, need milk. That scamp. She knew it was her turn to do the shopping. Just like a teenager, sloughing off her chores in order to kidnap herself a boyfriend. He smiled in spite of himself while adding pineapples, apricots, broccoli, and milk to the shopping list. In so many ways, Luna was just like her mother. He vividly recalled the summer spent in the dungeons of the Malfoy estate after Celine had taken an interest in him. Odd found himself hoping she didn't hurt the young man too much. Hurting just enough was plenty. What would it cost to add a dungeon to his home? He wasn't sure he liked the idea of his only daughter having to rent out space in some seedy dive. And here we have you losing consciousness, leaving only known nice Neville Longbottom and this unknown nice active against 5 known naughties. Tinkapopo Elf was diagramming the battle at the Ministry of Magic using the display of the naughty and nice detection device that the Black Op elves had kept when their organization split off from Santa Claus. I had discovered that I was still counted as nice despite the thoughts I had been having about a certain boy. I was so sure that thinking those kinds of thoughts would be classified as naughty. I resolved to try harder. Perhaps actually doing the things I was thinking about. Then a group of adult nice and adult neutrals appeared on the scene. Tinkapopo Elf continued, interrupting my inner debate. And the unknown nice chased an adult naughty from this area of the Ministry to the atrium, where it was confronted by both the adult naughty it was chasing and one of the few permanent redemption possible naughties still living, one Tom Riddle. It was then that adult minor naughty Dumbledore appeared. Much magic was exchanged. Then this happened. I watched as the symbol designated unknown, nice, and the symbol designated Riddle, NRP naughty, merged on the display. I realized that the unknown entity must be Harry Potter, and the merging of the symbols must be when Riddle possessed Harry. As I watched, the symbol for Riddle became brighter, indicating that he was becoming stronger, while Harry's symbol became dimmer. Then Harry's symbol flared, washing out all the rest of the displays. That, said the unspeakable horror spoken of as Bun Bun, is when the magic flared beyond the capability of the Ministry of Magic's buildings to shield the outside world. I came to the UK specifically to see a 48-hour Baywatch marathon in the crystal clear PAL video format. I had no idea what this Baywatch marathon might be, but the tiny rabbit was certainly worked up. Yasmin Bleeth was in mid-slow motion stride when the television blew up. That flare of magic fried every television in a 4-mile radius. By the time a replacement large screen could be obtained, I had missed 9 hours of the only reason I allow everyone else on this planet to live. The bunny took a sip from his alfalfa grass martini before continuing. You were there, Miss Lovegood. You know who the unknown nice is. My elves are searching out riddle for me, and you're going to identify this unknown for me. Then I'm going to have a little discussion with them. I steeled myself for the torture that was sure to come. There is no way I would give Harry to this monster. Riddle I would happily hand over, but never Harry, never. Mr. Bun Bun, sir? What is it, Squishadodo? You know how I hate my time being wasted. That's just it, sir. Rather than torturing the information out of her, I notice she's carrying a copy of her newspaper in her pocket. She would have written about it. Tinkapopo snatched my copy of the latest Quibbler from my pocket. Damn my pride. That issue had irrefutable evidence of the secret codes embedded in Muggle traffic lights, and an expose on Minister Fudge's unnatural cravings for geoduck clams. There also might be something about the night at the Ministry of Magic. The elves split the pages between themselves and began to scan the articles. After 3 minutes, the bunny spat, "Find anything?" "I can't believe he eats those things," Squishadodo said, shuddering. The other elf, a bald male with an eye patch and extensive facial scarring, had rushed to the window to observe the Muggle traffic lights. "My God, they're right. The signals are trying to tell us something." "Shut up, Squinty Ho-Ho," Tinkapopo said. "I found it here in the Society pages for some reason. The Lovegood girl, 2 Weasleys, the Granger girl," and she looked up smiling. "Harry Potter. Cross-reference every one of Santa's lists. I want this kid found," Bun Bun ordered. The elves dashed to their equipment, and after several seconds, Squishadodo stood between the horror and myself with a printout in his hands. "The last record we have of a Harry Potter was his first Christmas in 1980 in a place called Godric's Hollow, Wales. Then he disappeared, and no record of him at all until he showed up as an unknown nice at the Ministry of Magic. And then it looks like the only reason he was detected was from his proximity to the detector. So this kid has been completely off Santa's radar for most of 15 years? I've got to talk to him before I kill him to find out how he did that." He returned his malevolent attention to me. "Miss Lovegood, it's time for you to take me to Tom Riddle and Harry Potter." "I'll take you to Riddle," I said, "but not Harry. You'll never make me betray Harry." The tiny rabbit leapt from the sofa to my arms. I instinctively caught him. As I hugged him to my chest, I heard the unmistakable snick of a Muggle switch blade locking its blade into place. All my life, I had accompanied my father on hunts for strange and dangerous creatures, but nothing prepared me for this. I knew instantly that I had never truly been frightened before, not by the bullies of my house, not by the Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, not even when Mum died. All of those paled when compared to the horror. I swallowed and felt the steel of the blade against my neck. "I want to meet these 2 wizards, Miss Lovegood. They stole something from me, and I want to meet them now. The elves tell me you can take me to them, so you will, or unfortunate things will happen. But Harry would never." The blade at my throat bit slightly at my skin. I could feel a drop of liquid sliding down my neck. My blood? Fear clawed at my heart. "We can save Potter for last. Take me to Riddle." The horror leaped from me to the arms of his head elf. I saw his eyes glow blood red. "Now, Miss Lovegood, lead on." I had no choice. Merlin helped me. I had no choice. Once again, the elves supplied the transportation in what appeared to be a white Muggle delivery van. The trip to the Malfoy estate took the better part of the afternoon. We arrived at the gate of my mother's family's ancestral home just as the sun was setting. The gate was locked and warded. The elves examined the defenses for a few seconds, made a few derisive comments about the quality of the defenses, and planted a small amount of some clay-like material on the hinges and the lock. The gate dissolved into dust, a fitting reminder as to just why Santa was feared worldwide. We 4, the 3 Black Op elves and I, trudged up the path to the mansion on the hill. I was tasked with carrying their master, and the evil bunny maintained a running commentary on the general idiocy of wizards and their defenses. I could feel each and every ward as we passed through them without triggering any. The power of these elves was awesome to observe. What an article this would make! My reputation as a journalist was assured, as long as I survived the coming encounter. It was at the door we encountered the first human defenses. Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe were outside the door, evidently avoiding Cousin Draco. Family obligations had them protecting my cousin while at school, but in all actuality, the pair hated Draco with a passion. Trespassers, Gregory noted with alarm as we approached. Indeed, old chum. Vincent agreed. It appears to be a trio of elves of a subspecies unfamiliar to me, accompanied by Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood of the Ottery St. Catchpole Lovegoods? Gregory asked. Oh, good family indeed, though sadly a bit on the light side. He peered closer. I say, she appears to be carrying a Oryctolagus cuniculus, or mini lop rabbit. Indeed, Vincent agreed. I am unfamiliar with any magical rabbit breeds, so that is probably unimportant. It is the elves that concern me. They seem to be rather aggressive in their attitude, and logic would indicate that those devices in their hands to be some sort of weapon beyond my experience. I agree, though the concept of an aggressive elf is well outside my personal experience. Their actions speak louder than words. Gregory noted. By this time, the pair was surrounded by the trio of death-dealing elves. Miss Lovegood, Vincent asked politely. Yes, Vincent? And please, call me Luna. I said. Thank you, fair lady. Gregory and I were just wondering if your companions were as aggressive as they appear. Sadly, yes they are. I sighed. Ah, I see. Vincent said. Do you suppose that they might be intimidated by Vincent and I flexing our biceps and cracking our knuckles, Miss Lovegood? Gregory asked politely. All three are highly trained and highly experienced combat specialists, Gregory. I replied. So no, they would not be intimidated in the slightest. Ah, thank you for your candor, Luna, Vincent said before turning to Gregory. Only one thing for it then. I agree, old chum. Then the pair drew their wands and stunned each other. The elves exchanged confused looks. I shrugged. A pair of extremely intelligent young men forced into servitude to the Malfoy clan by family obligations. They spend much of their time pretending to be quite dim as a protective behavior. They recognized that they were in an untenable position and took steps to remove themselves from the conflict with a minimum of violence. That's nice, the horror in my arms said. Neither of these two are the ones I want to talk to. Let's go. We entered the mansion that I dimly recalled from visits in my early childhood, while Mummy still thought that Uncle Lucius was salvageable. The elves found and disabled Uncle Lucius and his wife Aunt Sissy, my dear cousin, whom I somehow managed to accidentally kick 4 or 5 times, and assorted Death Eaters of various ranks, including Bellatrix Lestrange. I am ashamed to admit it, but seeing Bellatrix laying there with a tranq dart in her neck, all I could think of was how damaged my good friend Neville was because of this woman. My journalistic instincts told me to stay detached, to report the story, and not be the story. My human instincts, on the other hand, told me to do other things. Pulling my wand, I cast a few charms, transfiguring her black Death Eater robes to a yellow dress and her mask to a large yellow hair bow. I then layered multiple compulsions into her mind. From here on, whenever she got dressed, she would transfigure her clothing to this outfit, and her wand would forever have a large multicolored candy disc affixed to the end that she would lick endlessly. Her little girl voice was now all she would ever use, and whenever she attempted to cast a crucio, or the killing curse, she would burst into song, singing the good ship Lollipop. A fitting curse for an evil woman. Sitting in a throne in an ornate room, we found you-know-who. The elves moved to barricade the doors, while I approached directly before the most evil wizard of the last 400 years. What is this? Are children now delivering themselves to me? Are you this ready to die, so young girl? This was not my idea, Mr. Who. I said. The Dark Lord blinked. Mr. Who? Well, I hardly know you well enough to call you, you know. Tom Riddle shook his head. You must be Lovegood, the Ravenclaw. I have heard much of you. Some of my contacts think that I should recruit you for your mind, and others among them believe I should kill you for the same reason. I started this as nothing more than a courageous reporter on the trail of a story, when I found myself in the clutches of someone far more evil than you. More evil than me? That idea seemed to shock him. You have no idea of what you're talking about, little girl. I am Voldemort. Oh, large deal, said the horror in my arms. There was a metallic sound when I noticed that the evil Bun Bun had drawn his switchblade from somewhere. Note to self, determine just where a tiny bunny could possibly store a muggle switchblade knife. You stole from me, you mincing drama queen. I'm going to carve my restitution out of your hide. You know who just stared, his blood-red eyes wide with confusion. Do you actually believe you could attack me with a rabbit girl? No, idiot. Bun Bun launched himself from my arms and plunged his blade into you-know-whose chest. The rabbit is attacking you with a knife. He twisted the blade, causing the Dark Lord to scream. Do pay attention or you'll miss the important parts. I'm not going to describe what the horror did to you-know-who. It was vile beyond all belief. Which is not to say that you-know-who didn't get his licks in. He actually hit the horror with a crucio, which actually made Bun Bun laugh. He told you-know-who that after fighting a mid-level demon from the dimension of pain, the pain curse was a gentle tickle. Still, no matter what Bun Bun did to you-know-who, the Dark Lord just wouldn't die. He was weakened and in horrible pain, but would not die. Bun Bun called his elves to him and gathered me. That was fun, the horror said. Now for Potter. The door at number 4 Privet Drive opened at my knock. An obese man with a horrible mustache opened the door and said, "Yes." "Good evening, Mr. Dursley," I said, nervously stroking the unspeakable horror in my arms. "Might we have a word with Harry? Do you know what time it is?" The boy doesn't get visitors at this time of night. It was then he caught sight of my wand behind my left ear. "You're one of them, aren't you?" "There will be no freaks in my house," he screamed. I made a mental note to find out if it was normal for an adult muggle to actually change the color of his face like that. I noted that he managed to cycle through 7 different purple hues. "Move it, fat boy," Squishadodo said, pushing past Harry's uncle into the house. I followed the elfin trio into the house where they put a trank dart into the necks of the woman and obese boy in the sitting room. I assumed them to be Harry's aunt and cousin. Harry's uncle followed behind us, bellowing at the top of his lungs. He lunged at me, both of his pudgy hands reaching for my throat. There was a loud crack, much like an overpowered apparition. Harry's uncle grabbed at his leg, screaming. I smelled sulfur and cordite, heard something metallic ping off the hardwood floor, and looked down. The horror was holding a muggle pistol. Where did he keep those things? What else did he have? Harry came pelting down the stairs with his wand in his hand. He spotted me. "Luna? What the hell?" "Good evening, Mr. Potter. We have something to discuss," the horror said. The elfin trio started moving toward him. Harry looked at them in surprise. "Please stand back. I have no desire to hurt you." Tigapopo laughed. "We do want to hurt you, Dobby." There was a soft pop, and Dobby Elf appeared next to Harry. "The great Harry Potter, sir," called Dobby. The trio of black op elves stepped back as one. "Thank you for coming, Dobby." "Harry Potter, sir." "Thanks, Dobby." "Oh, Harry Potter, sir, truly be the greatest of wizards." Harry knelt down next to the excitable house elf. "Dobby, those 3 elves say they want to hurt me. I didn't want to hurt them, so I thought I'd ask you what I should do." The house elf spun on the trio of black ops elves, who were busily attempting to back away from Harry and his friend. "Harry Potter, sir, should ask Dobby to deal with bad elves." Harry nodded. "Dobby." The elf nodded without moving his eyes from his cousins. "Sick him." The house elf leapt into the fray. The 4 elfin cousins became a blur of activity, moving far too quickly for the human eye to track. There was a loud pop, and both the male elves and Bun Bun's employee fell to the ground, bound hand and foot, while Dobby had Tinkapopo backed into a corner. "You is pretty," the house elf said. "Come with Dobby to Elf Pub. We make beautiful music together." Winky is Dobby's mate. She not understand him. Dobby and the female warrior elf disappeared with a pop. "Luna, are you all right?" "Harry," I said, "be careful. This bunny is dangerous." "You and your magic took something from me, boy," the horror said quietly. "I'm here to collect what you owe me." "And what did I take from you, rabbit?" "Your magical pulse disrupted the Baywatch marathon." Harry blinked. "You shot my uncle over missing a marathon of a crappy television show?" Harry looked conflicted. "Actually, I'm okay with that. You frightened Luna over a crappy television show. Yes, I did. The horror spat. What are you going to do about it, boy? Well, let's think about what I could do, Rabbit. Harry leaned down until he was nose to nose with the horror. How about I push all of my magic into a single magnetic pulse that would fry every videotape in the world? What would that do to your Baywatch fixation? You wouldn't. The horror sounded horrified. Try me. I'll fix it so your next Baywatch fix will be when you find Hasselhoff in a dinner theater production. The pair maintained eye contact for a full 10 count. Fine, the horror said finally. Pax Potter, I'll leave you and yours alone. Just a minute. Harry ran up the stairs and came down carrying a dozen small black boxes. Here you go. The complete 48 hours. Dudley recorded the stupid thing, and I've been treated to the idiotic theme song over and over for the last week. Take them with my compliments. The horror jumped from my arms to his bound elves and cut them free with his switchblade. We're leaving. Get those tapes. Harry put his arm around me protectively. Can you fix my uncle? The gunshot wound will be hard to explain. Squinty Dodo moved the writhing Vernon Dursley and shot him with a tranq dart. He then placed some article of toy tech on his shattered knee. The device hummed for a second, and the fat man's leg was repaired. They'll sleep for about 3 days. I'll stay with Harry. I said. Fine. The horror said. Let's go, he said to his elves. What about Tinkapopo? Squinty Ho Ho asked. She'll work it out with her new boyfriend and call for a pickup, or she won't. The horror shrugged, and they were gone. It suddenly dawned on me that I was alone with Harry. Well, sort of alone if you didn't count his unconscious relatives, which I didn't. I threw myself into his arms and began to sob, convincingly I hoped. Oh, Harry, I was so frightened. I sobbed wondering if he was buying this. Oh, Luna, he said. He was buying it. Yay, it's better now that I'm with you. I sniffed. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep, though, without you holding me. I'll just be terrified. Well, why don't we send Hedwig to your dad with a letter telling him you're spending the night? I'll hold you as long as you need me. That Harry's such a nice guy. Yay! I spent 6 hours that night moving our relationship to the point where I might have earned my way off the nice list and onto the naughty list. It was during the afterglow of our first time I posed my next question. Harry, have you ever been in a dungeon? The big bowl of sauerkraut. Way back when I was just a little bitty boy living in a cupboard under the stairs outside the kitchen of the average house at number 4 Privet Drive, half a block down the street and around the corner from Mrs. Fig's house. You know the place. Well, anyway, back then life was going swell and everything was just peachy. Except, of course, for the undeniable fact that every single morning my uncle would beat me half to death. My cousin would carve his initials into my leg, and my aunt would make me a big bowl of sauerkraut for breakfast. A big bowl of sauerkraut every single morning. It was driving me crazy. I said to my aunt, Hey, Annie, what's with all this sauerkraut? And my dear, sweet aunt, sister to my mother, she just looked at me like a cow looks at an oncoming train, and she leaned right down next to me. And she said, it's good for you. And then she tied me to the wall and stuck a funnel in my mouth and force-fed me nothing but sauerkraut until I was 10 years, 11 months, and 27 days old. That's when I swore that someday I would get out of that cupboard and travel to a magical, faraway place where the sun is always shining and the air smells like warm butterbeer, and the towels are oh so fluffy, where the trolls and the centaurs play their ukuleles all day long, and anyone on the street will gladly shave your back for a canute. Well, let me tell you, people, it wasn't long at all before my dream came true, because the very next day, finest school for witchcraft and wizardry in Britain had this contest to see who could correctly guess the number of molecules in Nicholas Flamel's butt. I was off by 3, but I still won the grand prize, that's right, a first-class one-way ticket to Hogwarts. Oh yeah, you know, I'd never been on a real choo-choo train before, and I gotta tell ya, it was really great. Except that I had to sit between Ginger Simpleton with excruciatingly severe body odor, and this little brunette with frizzy hair who would not shut up about magic the whole time. The cart lady never heard of Dr. Pepper or salted peanuts, and the in-trip movie was Biodome with Pauly Shore. And oh yeah, the train's engine exploded, and we jumped the tracks, went off a bridge, and crashed into the sea. And the train exploded in a giant fireball, and everybody died. Except for me. You know why? So I crawled from the twisted, burn-in wreckage. I crawled on my hands and knees for 3 full days dragging along my big leather trunk and my pointy hat, and my potions kit with collapsible brass scales, and my 12-pound homemade bludger, and my lucky autographed glow-in-the-dark copy of Hogwarts, a history. But finally I arrived at the world-famous Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, where the towels are oh so fluffy, and you can eat your soup right out of the suits of armor if you wanna. It's okay, they're clean. Well, I checked into my dorm and I turned down the bed, and I turned on the Wizarding wireless. And I'm just about to eat that little chocolate mint on my pillow that I love so very, very much when suddenly there's a knock on the door. Well now, who could that be? I say, who is it? No answer. Who is it? There's no answer. Who is it? They're not saying anything. So finally I go over and I open the door, and just as I suspected, it's some big nose potions master with a greasy flock of seagulls haircut and only one eyebrow. Oh man, I hate it when I'm right. So anyway, he bursts into my room and he grabs my lucky autographed glow-in-the-dark copy of Hogwarts, a history. And I'm like, hey, you can't have that. That book's been just like a book to me. And he's like, tough. And I'm like, give it. And he's like, make me. And I'm like, K. So I grabbed his leg and he grabbed my esophagus and I bit off his ear and he chewed off my eyebrows. And I took out his appendix and he gave me a colonic irrigation. Yes, indeed. You better believe it. And somehow in the middle of it all, the potions master got knocked out the window. And 20 seconds later, I heard his familiar voice. And you know what he said? I'll tell you what he said. He said, I'm falling. And that's the way it goes in Hogwarts. Well, to cut a long story short, he got away with my autographed glow-in-the-dark copy of Hogwarts, a history. But I made a solemn vow right then and there that I would not rest, I would not sleep for an instant until the big-nosed potions master, with a greasy flock of seagulls haircut, and only one eyebrow, was brought to justice. But first, I decided to buy some candy. So I hopped into the fireplace and flew over to Honeyduke's, and I walked on up to the guy behind the counter. And he says, yeah, what do you want? I said, you got any chocolate? He said, no, we're out of chocolate. I said, well, you got any Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? He said, no, we're out of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I said, you got any licorice wands? He said, no, we're out of licorice wands. I said, you got any sugar quills? He said, no, we're out of sugar quills. I said, you got any Dribble's best blowing gum? He said, no, we're out of Dribble's best blowing gum. I said, you got any chocolate frogs? He said, wait a minute, I'll go check. No, we're out of chocolate frogs. I said, well, in that case, what do you have? He says, all I got right now is this box of 12 starving, crazed nargles. I said, okay, I'll take that. So he hands me the box and I open up the lid and the nargles jump out. And they immediately latch onto my face and start biting me all over. Oh man, they were just going nuts. They were tearing me apart. You know, I think it was just about that time that a little ditty started going through my head. I believe it went a little something like this. Go, get him off me, oh. No, get him off, oh. Oh God, oh God, oh. Get him off me, oh. Oh God, ah. I ran out into the street with these flesh-eating nargles all over my face, waving my arms all around and just running like a constipated wiener dog. And as luck would have it, that's exactly when I ran into the girl of my dreams. Her name was Luna. She was a rune enthusiast with a slight overbite and hair the color of strained peaches. I'll never forget the first thing she said to me. She said, hey, you've got nargles on your face. That's when I knew it was true love. We were inseparable after that. We ate together, we bathed together. We even shared the same piece of mint-flavored dental floss. The world was our treacle tart. So we got married and we bought us a house and had 2 beautiful children, Albus Severus and Puss Bucket O. We were so very, very, very happy, yeah. But then one fateful night, Luna said to me, she said, sweetie pumpkin, do you want to join the Columbia Record Club? I said, whoa. Hold on now, baby. I'm just not ready for that kind of commitment. So we broke up and I never saw her again. But that's just the way things go in Hogwarts. Anyway, things really started looking up for me because about a week later, I finally achieved my lifelong dream. That's right. I got me a part-time job as a janitor at Gringotts. I even made Employee of the Month after I put that dragon fire out with my face. Everybody was pretty jealous of me after that. I was getting a lot of attitude. Okay, like one time I was out in the lobby trying to remove my excess earwax with flame hexes when I see this guy Draco trying to carry a dozen big old bags of money into the bank all by himself. So I I say to him, hey, you want me to help you with that? And Draco, he just rolls his eyes and goes, no, I want you to cut off my arms and legs with your wand, so I did. And then he gets all indignant on me. He's like, hey man, I was just being sarcastic. Well, that's just great. How was I supposed to know that? I'm not a legimancer for crying out loud. Besides, now he's got a really cute nickname, Torso Boy. So what's he complaining about? That reminds me of another amusing anecdote. This guy comes up to me on the street and says he hasn't had a bite in 3 days. Well, I knew what he meant, but just to be funny, I took a big bite out of his jugular vein, and he's yelling and screaming and bleeding all over. And I'm like, hey, come on, don't cha get it? But he just keeps rolling around on the sidewalk, bleeding and screaming. You know, just completely missing the irony of the whole situation, man. Some people just can't take a joke, you know? Anyway, where was I? Kind of lost my train of thought. Okay. Anyway, I know it's kind of been a roundabout way of saying it, but I guess the whole point I'm trying to make here is I hate sauerkraut. That's all I'm really trying to say. And by the way, if one day you happen to wake up and find yourself in an existential quandary, full of loathing and self-doubt, and racked with the pain and isolation of your pitiful, meaningless existence, at least you can take a small bit of comfort in knowing that somewhere out there in this crazy mixed-up universe of ours, there's still a little place called Hogwarts. I said H-O-G. Arts. Hogwarts Belch. His Slytherin girlfriend. A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. A/N too. My deepest apologies to Roy Zimmerman and the rest of the foremen. A band gone long before its time. I really shouldn't listen to music when plotting a Harry Potter story. I'm so sorry. Harry Potter and his Slytherin girlfriend. She's a real bitch, and she's overcompensates, she put out. By second dates, she doesn't like the Muggle-born, so it's no surprise I can be her lover long as I criticize. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Got a tiny little heart, so full of passion. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Every Friday, we go mudblood bashing. She got the last 12 Dark Lords tattooed where her lower cheeks part, beside an autographed portrait of Gilderoy Lockhart. And from the day I checked her out from front to back, I knew her private dungeon could take up the slack. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Got a tiny little heart, so full of passion. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Every Sunday, we go blood traitor sloshing, spoken. Oh, baby, I close my eyes and I can see you ordering breakfast. You're having the black pudding. Pure blood only. Come on, baby. Kick my house elf. Claim the Imperious. Make me feel like a Malfoy. She only deals in quality potions and wands. She's got Girl Guide biscuits made from real Girl Guides. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Got a tiny little heart, so full of passion. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Her white Death Eater's mask and her red stiletto heels are clashing. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Think she's looking for a good tongue lashing. She's my Slytherin girlfriend. Every summer we behave in a pure blood fashion. Ferret Stomping Day. A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. A/N too. My deepest apologies to Al Yankovic. I'm sorry, but it needed to be done. Ferret Stomping Day. Innervate. Draco Malfoy suddenly found himself staring up into the faces of classmates he hated beyond all others, even Potter. Wakey, wakey, Malfoy. Hermione Granger said with a wide smile. What do you want, mudblood? Draco found that he couldn't move. What have you done to me? Why, nothing, Draco, said one of the other mudbloods, the duffer, Finch something. Yet, when my father hears of this indignity, Draco, Granger said, patting his face lightly with each word. You got to learn to stand on your own 2 feet and quit hiding behind your daddy. You're a 6th year now, it's gotten so that it's embarrassing to even know you, you know? She placed a winged battle helm on her head. What the hell? Looking about Draco, could see that the entire crowd around him was made up of mudbloods, that they were all dressed in chainmail, and that most were wearing Norse battle helmets. "We need your help, Draco," Finch Fletchley said. "Yeah, Malfoy, your help will be invaluable," said the younger of the two annoying Gryffindor mudblood brothers who were always flashing lights in everyone's eyes. "Creevy, there's an old Muggle tradition for the end of May," Granger explained. "We need you to help us celebrate a most important day." "A great day," a female Ravenclaw mudblood said. Draco took immediate stock of his situation. He was outside the castle, the sun was shining, and he estimated the time to be late afternoon. He was partially petrified, laying on the ground in some horrible greasy white paste that smelled of eggs. "What do you need me for?" he asked. "Oh, you're the guest of honor." Granger waved her wand, and Draco's perspective changed as all the mudbloods seemingly grew huge and formed a circle around him. "There's even a special song to celebrate your contribution, Draco." Granger waved her wand again, and he was no longer petrified. Then the circle of mudbloods began to sing, and Draco Malfoy's blood ran cold. Faces filled with joy and cheer. What a magical time of year. Howdy-ho! It's ferret stomping day. Put your Viking helmet on. Spread that mayonnaise on the lawn. Don't you know it's ferret stomping day? All the little girls and boys love that wonderful crunching noise. You'll know what this day's about when you stomp a ferret's guts right out, so come along and have a laugh. Snap their ferrety spines in half. Grab your boots and stomp your cares away. Hip hip hooray. It's ferret stomping day. People love them down the street, crushing ferrets beneath their feet. Why we do it, who can say? But it's such a festive holiday. So let the stomping fun begin. Bash their ferrety skulls right in its tradition. That makes it okay. Hey everyone, it's ferret stomping. We'll have some fun on ferret stomping. Put down your wand. It's ferret stomping day. Hip hip hooray. It's ferret stomping day. Ferret stomping day. Hey! Over at the Quidditch pitch, Ron Weasley noticed the small crowd singing and laughing in a circle as he sat on his broom, hovering 40 feet off the ground. What do you suppose that's all about, Harry? Potter looked over and shivered. "Ron, trust me on this, you don't want to know. Don't look, don't think about it, and never, ever ask them what they were doing. It's just too fucked up. We're better out of it." Ron gave the crowd one last glance. Anything that bugged Harry that much he didn't want anything to do with. "Race you to the far side of the lake." Harry heeled his broom over to face the right direction. "You're on." The night Harry went crazy. /in. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. /in. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. /N2. My deepest apologies to Al Yankovic. I'm sorry, but it needed to be done. This is the last one, I promise. Honest. The night Harry went crazy. Down in the kitchens, all the elves were making fancy foods for the good pure blood babes and the good pure blood dudes when the chosen one busted in. Nearly scared him half to death, had a rifle in his hands and cheap fire whiskey on his breath. From his head to his boots, he was covered with ammo. Like a scrawny little drunken, disgruntled, magical Rambo, and he smiled as he said with a twinkle in his eye, "Hello, everyone. Now you're all gonna die." The night Harry went crazy. The night Harry Potter went insane. Realized he'd been getting a raw deal. Something finally must have snapped in his brain. Well, Hogwarts is gone now. He decided to bomb it. Everywhere you'll find pieces of Hagrid and puddles of vomit. And he tied up his housemates, and he held the elves hostage, and he ground up poor Ron into Weasley sausage. He got Umbridge and Snape with an old German Luger, and he slashed up Albus just like Freddy Krueger. And he picked up a flamethrower, and he barbecued Draco, and he took a big bite and said, "It tastes just like a taco." The night Harry went crazy. The night the boy who lived went nuts. Now you can't hardly walk around the Quidditch pitch without stepping in Slytherin guts. There's the Aurors and Hit Wizards. There's a man from the Quibbler too, and brooms circling round in the sky. And the spells are flying, the body count's rising, and everyone's dying to know, "Oh, Harry, why? You used to be such a shy guy." Yes, children, now Harry is dead. Some guy from the Hit team blew a hole through his head. Yes, little friend, Now that's his brains on the floor. Guess you won't have the scar head to kick around anymore. Well now, there's no more Hogwarts for the children's enjoyment, and the house elves gotta stand in line to file for unemployment. And they say Hermione Granger, she's on the phone every night with her lawyer negotiating the movie rights. They're talking about the night Harry went crazy, the night Mr. Potter flipped. Risked his life for some ungrateful bastards. Sounds to me like he was tired of getting gypped. Whoa. The night Harry went crazy. The night Harry Potter went insane, realized he's getting a raw deal. Something finally must have snapped in his brain. Whoa. Something finally must have snapped in his brain. Tell ya, something finally must have snapped in his brain. Harry the Lothario. I don't have a library card. A/N. I own none of this. I do not own Harry Potter or any rights to his image or personality. I do not own the moon or the stars. I do not own human genders, other than my own personal original factory equipment. Honest. Nope, not me. I most certainly do not own the rights to a billion-dollar literary work. Harry Potter and the Lothario, Chapter 1. If you ask 100 women, the door into the Three Broomsticks slammed open. Drella. Rosmerta looked up from her bar to see the very last wizard she ever expected to see this night storm into her pub. Harry Potter. Drella didn't need her decade of bar ownership to see that the young man was enraged beyond all rational thought. She picked up a bottle of butterbeer and took a step toward the table. Potter was standing over and then reconsidered. She put the butterbeer back and took a bottle of Ogden's and 2 glasses. She signaled one of her waitresses to take over the bar. Potter was leaning over the rearmost table. As Drella approached, the man who won raised both of his arms over his head. His magic flared in his rage, and when he slammed his fist down on the tabletop, screaming, "F-U-C-K," the table shattered. Every eye in the pub was suddenly on the man who won. The wizard looked down, ashamed of his actions. Drella pulled her wand from her sleeve and repaired the table. "Have a seat, Harry," she said as she took her own chair. The 7th year looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Madame Rosmerta. That won't happen again." "Harry," the voluptuous pub owner said, "if you want to destroy the entire pub, that's fine. We all owe you so much." She smiled at the look on his face. "Besides, you can afford it." Drella continued to smile as the young man sat down. She poured a shot for herself, then one for Harry and slid it in front of him. What did she do? The boy blinked. "What?" When a man your age is this upset, especially the day after he defeats the most evil Dark Lord ever, it has to be over a girl. "I found her with another guy." "Forget her," the buxom barmaid said. "What?" "You are the savior of us all, Harry. You could have any girl you want." She smiled at the look on his face. Even this old sack of bones. Her smile grew larger at seeing his reaction. Harry had been taking a sip of his drink when she said that, and promptly started choking because he had inhaled the fire whiskey instead of swallowing. Such an offer, even jokingly made, was the primary fantasy of the vast majority of Hogwarts' male student body. "Thank you for the compliment, Harry," she said, thumping him on his back to help him with clearing his airway. "But I'm serious. If the stupid little girl was willing to cheat on you, forget her. There are probably a dozen girls in this pub alone more than willing to help you get her off your mind." She stood and leaned down to kiss Harry on the cheek. "I've got to get back to work. There's a room upstairs for you if you want it. Forget her." She laid the key for the room on the table in front of him, and then returned to her bar. Harry thought for a moment about what she had said. He then decided on the only logical path. He was going to drink until he couldn't feel feelings anymore. 90 minutes and 3 bottles of Ogden's later, Harry made the most horrifying discovery. He wasn't drunk. He was mildly buzzed, as if he had had several butterbeers in a short period of time, but he wasn't drunk. Something had to be going on. It would have been just like that asshole Tom to have zapped him with an alcohol doesn't affect you hex as a petty act of revenge. He looked into himself and found no hex. What was happening was his own magic was neutralizing the effects of the alcohol faster than it could affect him. Damn it all to hell. What the fuck good was magic if it kept you from getting blind fucking numb to the universe drunk when you needed to? Feeling his anger rise again, he totally missed Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson coming up to his table. "You killed my father, Scarhead. Don't think I'm going to forget that. He was sort of trying to kill me at the time, Malfoy. If it helps, he cried like a little girl when I took him down. Offered me you and your mother if I'd let him live." Draco moved for his wand. He stopped when he found himself staring into the swirling maelstrom of magic arcing over Harry's palm. Wandless, yeah. Tommy destroyed my wand, so this is all I've got until I get a replacement. Potter smiled at Draco's expression of terror and lowered his hand. I'm not sure you should really be all that angry with me, Draco. What are you talking about? The blonde sputtered. Your father was what? 40? That would mean he had another 80 years or so of expected lifespan. And he was emptying the Malfoy fortune into Tommy's stupid little war. Now, you're Lord Malfoy, and insanely rich, all at the age of 17, instead of having to wait until your 90s. Malfoy's mouth hung open for most of a 5 count. Draco hadn't thought of that, Harry thought. How could he possibly be considered ambitious if he didn't routinely think things through? Potter, Pansy growled. I don't know what. Say, Pansy, Harry interrupted. Do you know the difference between conversation and sex? The Slytherin girl blinked. No. Want to go upstairs and talk? Harry asked, waggling his eyebrows at her. The Slytherin girl sputtered in her rage. Pansy, are those fuck me eyes or go fuck yourself eyes? Honestly, you're absolutely perfect. Don't speak now, you'll spoil it. Pansy turned on her heel and stomped off. I guess a blowjob is out of the question? He called after her. She almost ran from the pub. Well, that was fun. Harry returned his attention to Draco. Now, as I see it, Draco, it will be far more profitable for both of us to work together rather than the childish sniping at each other we've been doing for the last 7 years. Harry could almost hear the gears grinding in the blonde's head. This guy was so easily led, the Malfoy fortune wouldn't last him 10 years. I will consider what you've said, Potter. Watching Malfoy stride away, Harry realized how much fun he had had using cheesy pickup lines to annoy Pansy. He idly wondered how effective that technique would be on any other which that bothered him. Harry was on his 5th bottle of Ogden's, having abandoned the glass in his attempt to drink faster than his magic could neutralize the alcohol. Still nothing more than a light buzz. Oh, and 3 trips to the toilet. He was considering asking Madame Rosamerta if she had anything stronger. It was then he heard a woman clear her throat. He looked up to find that his table suddenly had a Ravenclaw witch infestation. Sitting across from him was Mandy Brocklehurst. To his left was Morag McDougal, and to his right Lisa Turpin. Ladies, please go away. I want to be left alone. We came over to tell you how sorry we are about your breakup, Morag said, her eyes glinting in a way that suggested that she wasn't really all that sorry. You were so brave at the station, Lisa added, putting yourself between you-know-who and all of us. We didn't want you to be alone after that. Giant polar bear, Harry said. All 3 girls looked confused. What? Asked Mandy. Just breaking the ice. Harry grinned and glanced at his watch. So, Mandy, my magic watch says that you aren't wearing any underwear. The girl blushed. I most certainly am. Harry frowned and tapped the crystal of the watch, then held it up to his ear. Damn it. This stupid thing must be 15 minutes fast. Harry, are you drunk? Lisa Turpin asked. No, damn it. Not for the lack of trying either. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a galleon. Lisa, I'll bet you a galleon that I can kiss you on the lips without touching you. The blonde girl was aghast at the suggestion. Don't be ridiculous. That's just not possible or proper. Harry pulled the protesting girl from her chair onto his lap and kissed her. She froze for a moment and then started returning the kiss. He lifted her off his lap and returned the startled Ms. Turpin to her chair. I was wrong. Here's your galleon. He slid the coin in front of the girl. Wow, Lisa said in a small voice. Smooth, Harry, Mandy commented. Don't even think about trying that crap with me, Potter. Morag said warily. I like girls. Really? So do I. The Gryffindors smiled widely. We have so much in common. Want to help me with Mandy's underwear problem? Morag and Mandy stood, Mandy pulling the dazed Lisa to her feet. If you wanted to be left alone, all you had to do was say so. Morag shook her head at him. I'm pretty sure I did. The trio left in various states of outrage. Harry watched them leave. Who knew that the techniques outlined in the How to Pick Up Girls book Dudley had abandoned in Harry's bedroom because there were too many hard words would provided so many excellent ways of driving witches away? After the Ravenclaw trio left, Harry had given up on fire whiskey and cajoled the waitress into bringing him a bottle of whatever muggle beverage the pub had. She had produced a rather dusty bottle of a muggle brand of tequila. Harry had never tried this particular beverage, but he recalled Dudley's friends calling it tequila. Now, that was more like it. Evidently, it was the magical component of the fire whiskey that his magic was reacting to and countering. After his fourth shot of this wonderful sauce, Harry's buzz was far and away better than it had been. Then, of course, the universe noticed that Harry Potter was approaching happiness, though chemically induced, so it stepped in to put a stop to that foolishness. "Hello, Harry." He didn't even look up. "Hello, Hermione. You can't fix this, please don't try." "She's not here to fix it, Harry." A familiar voice with an Irish burr said, "I think she's here to keep you from killing me." Harry looked up to see Seamus and her sitting nervously across the table from him. "I've got no problem with you, Seamus. You already told me you didn't know." "And what about me?" asked the girl sitting next to Seamus. "What about you?" Harry responded. "You told me we were together, and I found you on your knees for Seamus. Seamus tells me he didn't know you were playing games, and I believe him. I'm not angry with Seamus. You I never want to see again. Have a nice life. Go away." The couple stood. "Harry, mate." Seamus, "Seriously, we're good." "But really, mate, you could do better." "That was unnecessary, Harry," Hermione said after the couple had left. "Really? I thought I was quite restrained." He took a long pull on the bottle. "I didn't hex anyone or anything. Harry, it's not healthy to do this to yourself." "Really? And what would you do if you found Ron on his knees in front of Lavender?" Her eyes flashed at the thought. "I'd kill the—" Evidently, Hermione wasn't as over Ron's dalliance the previous year as she would lead people to believe. "Exactly. Now I can't go getting into fights anymore. So I'm dealing with it by trying to get pissed out of my mind, and you are spoiling my buzz with your calm, logical presence." He took another pull. "I've been insulting girls for the last 3 hours to get them to leave me alone, but I can't do that to you, Hermione. Please leave me alone. You can resume your lifetime project of turning me into a decent human being tomorrow." The brunette sighed. "Damn, that ignorant little girl anyway. All right, Harry. If you promise me you won't do anything stupid, I'll leave you alone." "I can't promise not to do anything stupid. Doing stupid things is what defines me, Mione. Can you at least try to not do anything stupid?" Harry smiled. "I'll try." Leaving the toilet, Harry was mildly amused for the 1,000th time that wizarding methods of drying your hands in a public washroom didn't work any better than the Muggle methods. There must be something karmic about that. Passing a booth on the way to his table, he heard, "Nice-ass Potter." He stopped and slowly turned to face Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass. He hesitated for a moment and then slid into the booth alongside Daphne. "Ladies." The pair of Slytherins stared at him wide-eyed. His sitting down with them was obviously not the reaction they expected. Harry noticed a pair of glasses empty, except for some melting ice cubes. They had evidently finished their drinks. He scooped a cube from one of the glasses and smashed it on the tabletop. "What the hell, Potter?" Tracy sputtered. "Just breaking the ice, Tracy." He signaled the waitress to bring another round of drinks to the table. "So, tell me more about my ass." "Bloody Gryffindor. I thought you GRYFFs were supposed to be able to take a joke," Tracy said, desperately looking for a way out of this conversation. It didn't help that Daphne was close to laughing at her. "I like jokes, Tracy. You hear the one about the Gryffindor Seeker who hit on the 2 Slytherin witches in a pub. They never found his body." Daphne purred dangerously. "Ah, you heard it already?" The waitress arrived with the girls' drinks as well as Harry's tequila. Harry picked up the half-full bottle and tipped it back, swallowing half of what was left. Damn it. The magic was working on the non-magical booze now. Tracy stared open-mouthed at him. "Potter, if you keep drinking like that, you're going to die." "Yeah." He leaned on the table with both elbows, leaning his chin on his fists. "Potter, we wanted to thank you," Daphne said. "Thank you for yesterday at the station. They were going to kill us all. You stopped them when you should have run." Tracy blushed a bit. "Thank you, not just for me, but for my sister who started this year, and for all the little ones. Don't let that stupid bit ruin you." Harry smiled and held up his right hand with his index and middle finger extended. "Tracy, Do you know why you should always masturbate with these two fingers? Know why? Because they're mine, and that would make me so happy. Potter. Daphne, do you believe in love at first sight? Or should I walk by again? That's quite the defense mechanism you've got there, Potter. Tracy observed. People can be concerned about you without you having to shove them away. Maybe not, but it's working so far. I'll bet you're magically delicious. I assure you that she is. Daphne smiled at his expression. And what would you do if we took you upstairs and used you as a sex toy? Tracy asked. Before or after I annoyed all the neighbors by screaming yippee? I think you would find that difficult to do that around a ball gag. Daphne noted. Ooh, kinky. Let's go. I said if Potter. Unfortunately, you have the one thing we normally reject in a sex toy. And what's that, Tracy? A penis. Ouch. Sorry, I'm kind of attached to it. Tracy took his hand and stroked his forearm. It's okay. Not really your fault. The world needs breeders, no matter how disgusting they might be. The Slytherin pair left not long after that. Harry reflected on how they had turned his cheesy pickup lines back on him. It was then he noticed that he was thinking clearly again. Damn it. His magic had started working on the tequila. His buzz had faded to almost nothing, and he had been having so much fun with Tracy and Daphne he hadn't noticed. When the waitress came around again, he bowed to the inevitable and ordered a butterbeer. The woman was a bit shocked at his shift in drinking strategy, but soon returned with a cold bottle. So this is where the world-famous Harry Potter is hiding. Harry looked up from his bottle. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Susan. Hannah slid into the booth across from Harry. Sue Bones, on the other hand, pushed on Harry's shoulder. Shove over. Harry slid over to allow her into the booth. Susan slid right up next to him and put her hand on his thigh. Buy a couple of girls a drink, she asked, fluttering her eyes. Harry laughed at her antics. Butterbeers? Getting their agreement, Harry signaling the waitress to bring 2 more. Morag said you were using. What did she call them, Hannah? Cheesy pickup lines to chase girls off. I've had a really bad day, Susan, Harry said, leaning his head on her shoulder. And it always makes me feel better to see a pretty girl smile. So, would you smile for me? She smiled broadly at him. Good Lord, that worked. It always makes me feel better to see a pretty girl naked. So, would you get naked for me? That was pretty pathetic, Harry. Don't you have one for me? Hannah pouted. Sure, Hannah, he said. Will you help me find my lost puppy? I think he went into my room upstairs. Nice one, Harry, Hannah said while Sue laughed. I remember reading that one in a muggle book my brother had about picking up women. That's where I got it. My cousin bought the book, and I read it the summer before last. Those lines are great for chasing witches off. And you need to quit chasing them off, Harry. Susan said, You're hurt, but you can't let a stupid girl ruin your life. Too many people care about you to let that happen. I don't know if you heard about all the Death Eater attacks this summer, but a surprising number of them were stopped. Hannah added, I'd heard that, but the prophet was never clear on what happened. The DA happened. Susan said, the kids you trained fought the Death Eaters to a standstill until help could arrive. It happened with us when I was visiting Hannah back in July. She and I held off 5 Death Eaters for 20 minutes until the Aurors got there. What you taught us saved our lives, Harry. I didn't do anything anyone could have. Maybe anyone could have. But only you did, Harry. Hannah interrupted. So thank you. She glanced at her watch. I've got to get back to the party. Ernie will be looking for me. Have fun, you too. Hannah rose from the booth and headed for the door. Susan remained where she was. You're not going to the party, Sue? No, I've got a more important party to go to. She licked her finger and touched his shoulder. Then Susan licked her finger again and ran her finger down her blouse between her breasts. Oh my, she said. We really should get out of these wet clothes. Harry looked into her heavily lidded eyes. My, that was a cheesy line. At least as bad as any of mine. Harry leaned forward and kissed her lightly on the lips. I think you're right, though. We should get out of these wet clothes before we catch out deaths. Fortunately, I've got a room upstairs where we can do that. How convenient. We should go now. I'm feeling a bit chill. Druella Rosmerta smiled as she saw the Bones girl lead Harry Potter up the stairs. /N. This is seriously a one-shot, not going anywhere, and won't be continued. I just needed to cleanse the palate when the muses on my regular stories went silent. Then I found my 17-year-old son with a book entitled How to Pick Up Women, and discovered among its treasure trove of information guaranteed to maintain a young man's virgin status were some of the cheesiest pickup lines I have ever heard. After abusing my son for several hours, such as informing him that the only girls those stupid lines would work on could be easily identified by their having TGIF on their shoes. Toes going first, I got to thinking about how those lines might work in the isolated wizarding world. I remember the twins, A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. A/N too. My deepest apologies to Al Yankovic. I was mowing the lawn again, and this little ditty came to mind. I really shouldn't mow and plot fan fiction at the same time. I'm sorry. Has anyone ever contemplated what it might have been like to be one of Fred and George's roommates? What kind of hell on earth might that have been to spend 6+ years in close contact with a pair of psychotic pranksters? I sort of envision this being written by Lee Jordan. I remember the twins. Say, do you remember those twins Gred and Forge well? They were always with the schoolyard fools. Like the time they stole my pants and took those color pictures and posted copies all over school. Or the time that they dumped toxic potions on my bed. Or all those wacky pranks from midnight till dawn. What crazy guys they were, always fooling around, boy. What jokers. What a funny guys. I'll never forget those twins no matter how I try. Say, do you remember when I lost all my hair? 'Cause Fred gave me that depilatory shampoo. And hey, how about the day George put shrinking paste inside my jockstrap and filled my toothpaste tube with you-know-poo? All those wedgies they gave, all those shoestrings they tied, all those butterbeers they made with the love potions inside. Oh, guys, I swear it was a laugh a minute with you. Boy, what jokers. What a funny guys. I'll never forget those twins no matter how I try. You know, I couldn't help but laugh, even though they treated me like slime. Remember when they cut my broom in half? Well, they really got me good that time. Say, do you remember when I broke in the twins' flat late at night and tied their mouths with rags? Then I dragged them by their ankles to the middle of the forest and stuffed them in big plastic bags. If the Aurors ever find them, who knows what they'd say, but I'm sure if the twins were still with us today, they would have to agree with me. It was a pretty good gag, boy. What jokers. What a funny guys. I'll never forget those twins no matter how I try. Boy, what jokers. What a funny guys. I'll never forget those twins no matter how I try. No matter how I try. Oh, I remember the twins. 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 Harry and Hobbs. A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. Hobbs, of course, belongs to Bill Watterson. Come back, Bill. We miss our daily Calvin. Harry and Hobbs. Chapter 1, Introductions. The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. The ancient bit of haberdashery bowed to each of the 4 tables, and then became quite still again. So, we've just got to try on the hat. The tall red head whispered to no one in particular. I'll kill Fred. He was going on about wrestling a troll. Harry smiled widely. Yes, trying on the hat was a lot better than having to try to make his stick, sorry Juan, do something. If only they could have done this sorting privately without everyone and his brother watching. But trying on a hat? Hobbs was standing beside Harry, buffing his claws on his chest. What kind of challenge is that? Now bringing down a water buffalo that sorts the tigers from the cubs. Harry frowned. When did you ever bring down a water buffalo? The red-headed boy with a brother named Fred looked at Harry oddly. I never said anything about water buffaloes. He subtly moved further away from the raven-haired boy carrying the scruffy, stuffed tiger. Weirdo. Hobbs sniffed. I personally haven't brought down a water buffalo, but it's a given that tigers can do those things. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you'll put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said. Abbot Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A momentary pause, and Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry and Hobbs watched silently as the ghost of a fat medieval monk waving merrily at the girl. Excitable, aren't they? Hobbs noted. Buenas, Susan. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Oh, that one's kind of cute, sort of red for like a tiger. I wonder if she likes to make with the smooches? Hobbs asked. Would you shut up, you perverted flea condo? Do I have to remind you of the bylaws of GROSS? Grouse the tiger, boot Terry. Ravenclaw. The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands Terry's as he joined them. Brocklehurst, Mandy went to Ravenclaw too, but Brown Lavender became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Bulstrode Millicent then became a Slytherin. Perhaps it was Harry's imagination, but he thought they looked like an unpleasant bunch. Lots of unibrows and sloping foreheads. As a whole, the denizens of Slytherin House appeared to be the type that spontaneously generated when old sweat socks stay in gym lockers too long. Well, I hope you end up on that team, Hobbs said, giving the Slytherins his patented predatory stare. Why? Harry asked, dreading the answer. Easy pickings, of course. Hobbs, we talked about this. No attacking students. Harry was starting to feel definitely nervous now. He remembered being picked for teams during gym at his old school. He had always been last to be chosen, mostly because he was no good, but also because he didn't share in the absurd illusion that winning was more important than having fun. Finch Fletchley, Justin, Hufflepuff. Sometimes Harry noticed the hat shouted out the house at once, but at others it took a little while to decide. Finnegan, Seamus, the sandy-haired boy closest to Harry in the line, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Granger, Hermione, the bushy-haired girl who had been nice to him on the train, almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, shouted the hat. The red-headed boy groaned. A horrible thought struck Harry. What if he wasn't chosen at all? What if he just sat there with the hat over his eyes for ages? Until Professor McGonagall pulled the hat off his head and said there had obviously been a mistake and he'd better get back on the train? What if Hobbs told him knock-knock jokes and made him laugh while the hat was sorting him? When Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to McDougal Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. Oh yeah, Hobbs purred. Gonna give me a taste of that. Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking pleased with himself. There weren't many people left now. Moon, not Parkinson, then a pair of twins, Patil and Patil, then Perks, Salian, and then at last, Potter Harry. As Harry stepped forward with Hobbs under his arm, whispering suddenly broke out all over the hall. Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? Why is he carrying a doll? The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people staring at him, open-mouthed. He was tempted to yell, take a picture, it will last longer at them, but bit the comment back. The next thing he knew, he was looking at the black felt inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. Oh my, how very odd. I see the courage to go your own way and ignore what others think. Not a bad mind either, when you chose to apply yourself. There's talent, and my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to achieve, now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool and thought, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, said the small voice. Why not? You could be great, it's all here in your head. And Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness. No doubt about that. Yeah, Slytherin. Hobbs' voice was suddenly in his head. Slytherin would be great. Lots of fresh meat in Slytherin. Shut up, Fleabag. Harry thought. I told you, no attacking other students. Oh, my. Is there someone else in here? The hat asked in a shocked tone of thought. That's just Hobbs. He's my tiger. Harry explained. For some reason, he's decided that Slytherins would be good to eat. Please don't put us in Slytherin. I don't want to be responsible for any of them getting savaged by a bloodthirsty beast. I see, the hat's voice said in his ear. Oh, come on, Hobbs whined. I'll only eat the small ones. Well, Mr. Potter, perhaps you should be in the house with the majority of the nature lovers. The hat shifted from direct mind to mind communication to speaking aloud. Better be HUFFLEPUFF, the pampered feline, A/N. I own none of this. I do not own Harry Potter or any rights to his image or personality. I do not own the moon or the stars. I do not own human genders, other than my own personal original factory equipment. Honest. Nope, not me. I most certainly do not own the rights to a billion-dollar literary work. Garfield and any his friends that might be used herein belong to Paws Inc. and Jim Davis. A/N2. During the back-to-school shopping trip third year, Hermione went to the magical menagerie to purchase an owl. However, she met and fell in love with a huge orange mass of fur she named Crookshanks instead. What if there had been another orange feline there that day? If you listen closely, you can almost hear the Lorenzo music. Harry Potter and the Pampered Feline Chapter 1. Kitty, what the bloody hell was that? It was either a very fat cat or a quite small furry pig, said Harry. The bloody thing almost trampled me. Where's Hermione? Probably getting her owl. They made their way out to the crowded street in front of the magical menagerie. They waited only a few moments. Then Hermione came out, but she wasn't carrying an owl. Her arms were clamped tightly around a very flabby orange cat. You bought that monster? Said Ron, his mouth hanging open. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Said Hermione, glowing. That was a matter of opinion, thought Harry. The cat's orange fur was thick and fluffy and had black stripes, but it was definitely a bit bow-legged, and its face looked grumpy and oddly expressive though one could read the cat's emotions from its face. The cat was purring contentedly in Hermione's arms. I like this girl. She has good taste. A voice with an American accent said. Harry quickly looked around and couldn't identify the speaker. Neither Ron nor Hermione appeared to have heard the voice. Hermione, that bloody beast nearly crushed me, said Ron. He didn't mean to, did you, Garfield? Said Hermione. Sure I did. He squealed like a girl. Came the voice again. And what about Scabbers? Said Ron, pointing at the lump in his chest pocket. He needs rest and relaxation. How's he going to get it with that thing around? Show me a cat that would eat a rat. I'll show you a cat with bad breath. That reminds me, you forgot your rat tonic, said Hermione, slapping the small red bottle into Ron's hand. And stop worrying. Garfield will be sleeping in my dormitory and Scabbers in yours. What's the problem? Poor Garfield. That which said he'd been in there for ages. No one wanted him. Wonder why, said Ron sarcastically as they set off toward the leaky cauldron. Harry sighed. He was hearing voices that no one could hear. Again, this was going to be a long year. The ride on the train was relatively uneventful, if you discounted the incident with the Dementor and the fact that a psychotic murderer was on the loose, which frankly Harry did not. The welcoming feast was punctuated with the abuse heaped upon him for his extreme reaction to the guards of the Azkaban. In short, it was turning out to be just another year at Old Hoggy Hogwarts. In his bed, Harry was hovering just on the edge of sleep when suddenly a large, heavy orange something landed on his chest. Groping for his glasses, the all-too-expressive face of Hermione's new cat sprang into sharp focus. Duh! For eyes! Time to feed the kitty. That voice again. This couldn't be good. Hearing voices like this. Harry reached up to scratch behind the cat's ears. The best way to deal with hearing voices was to ignore them and hope they go away. What are you doing here, fella? Are you looking for Hermione? Harry whispered. I believe I was pretty clear 4 eyes. It's time to feed the kitty. The cat looked around Harry's 4-poster bed, raised his front right paw, and extended his claws. Nice bed you've got here. It would be a shame if something were to happen to it. It's you? You're the one I keep hearing. Well, duh. The cat rolled his eyes. Why do you think I'm here? Those weird elf things won't feed me. So, you're my ticket to a midnight snack. But how? Look, kid, I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is that you can hear me, and you're going to get me some lasagna, or things might become unpleasant. Looking into the oddly expressive face of the fat cat, Harry decided that he really didn't want to know what the cat meant by unpleasant. Dressing quietly, Harry pulled his father's invisibility cloak from his trunk and grunted as the hefted the cat. "Bloody hell, cat. You weigh a ton," he whispered. "And your ugly 4 eyes, but I could diet if I wanted." The trip to the kitchen was as uneventful as any trip under an invisibility cloak while carrying a squirming 20-kilo cat could be. Dobby was deliriously happy to prepare a pan of lasagna for the porcine feline and agreed to deliver one to the Gryffindor girl's third-year form 3 times a day for the kitty. It was on the trip back the trouble started. Carrying the now 23-kilo cat under his cloak, Harry was musing about the horror that must be this beast's litter box when he started up the final stairway and came face to face with Filth's cat, Mrs. Norris, who immediately began sniffing the air while looking right at them. The orange cat suddenly stopped squirming. "Well, hello, nurse." Mrs. Norris froze in apparent confusion as she looked about for where the voice had come from. Garfield managed to free himself from Harry's grasp by way of a paw full of claws suddenly being forcibly raked along Harry's left forearm. Landing on the landing next to Mrs. Norris with a light thud, he spoke. "Hey, baby, who are you?" came Mrs. Norris' voice with an oddly Irish lilt. "Where did you come from?" "The name's Garfield, baby. I've come from heaven to make all your dreams come true." Humph. Harry was shocked that he could actually see the expression of disgust on Mrs. Norris' face. "Since when did cats have expressions? You own one of the students, don't you? You reek of Gryffindor, and not a first year either. Why haven't I seen you before? Tag along to get away from your mate for a while?" "No, baby, you've got me all wrong. I'm a bachelor. In fact, I come from a long line of bachelors," the orange cat said as he rubbed his flank along Mrs. Norris' side. "Well," Mrs. Norris appeared to be torn. "You were kind of cute in a hugely massive sort of way. Now you're talking baby. Let's go make some beautiful music together." Mrs. Norris giggled and turned to run up the stairs. Garfield looked to where Harry was standing, still under his cloak. "I won't be needing you anymore tonight. Get some sleep." Then the fat, orange cat loped up the stairs in pursuit of his new paramour. Harry stood staring open-mouthed after the pair of cats. Mrs. Norris giggled. That fat cat had just given him the rest of the night off. What the hell was going on? And how did he get involved? Harry made his way back to the Gryffindor dorms. In his bed, mutter all the way trying out the various forms of profanity he had learned from Vernon and Dudley over the last few years. A bleary-eyed Harry Potter dragged himself to breakfast in the Great Hall the next morning. He slumped into the seat next to a very angry Hermione Granger who appeared to be directing her famous Dirty Look number 4. Guaranteed to peel a potato at 10 yards, alternately between Ron Weasley, who sat across from Hermione, and her new cat who sat to her left. Both of the Dirty Look recipients were ignoring her and doing what they did best: eating. Apparently, Harry had accidentally stumbled upon an eating contest. Both the competitors had their eyes fixed upon the other, while their forepaws were in a blur of motion, shoveling whatever breakfast foods that was in reach into their respective masticating maws. The house elves evidently took exception to the concept that anyone or thing could possibly eat more food that the Hogwarts kitchens could produce. So more and more overflowing platters of food kept replacing those emptied by the unstoppable eating machines. Worse than that, Hermione was getting sprayed by bits of food from both of them. "Okay," Harry said, shocked out of his fatigue. "That is more than a little bit disturbing. It's worse than that, it's disgusting." Hermione corrected him. "Ron, stop this right now. You're going to provoke poor little Garfield into hurting himself." The youngest Weasley male ignored her. Harry shook his head. "Ron would pay for that later. I don't see how that cat could possibly be hungry. He had a full pan of lasagna last night at around 2 a.m. Hermione rounded on him, bits of breakfast flotsam flying from her as she did so. "Why did you feed Garfield at 2 a.m.? You could have made him sick." "It wasn't my fault," Harry said defensively. "That bloody cat showed up on my bed and demanded that I get him some lasagna. I took him to the kitchen and asked Dobby to deliver a pan to your dorm for each meal." "He demanded?" "Come on, Harry. It turns out I can talk to and understand cats." She raised a single eyebrow. "You can talk to cats?" "Oh, I see. I could talk to snakes, no problem, but you got a problem with my being able to talk to cats?" "I was privileged with seeing and hearing your bloody cat chat up Mrs. Norris last night." "Why would I make something like that up?" "Mrs. Norris?" It was then that the aforementioned caretaker's cat leaped onto the bench beside the large orange Tom and rubbed her head against one of his many chins. "Oh, Garfield, last night was amazing." And then she began to purr. "Can't talk eating," was Garfield's only reply. "See? See?" Harry said, pointing. Hermione stared at the pair of felines in open-mouthed amazement. Ron was so shocked he actually stopped eating. "Huh," Garfield said, finishing off the final platter of bacon. "I win. Amateur." The fat cat issued a delicate belch that rattled the windows of the Great Hall. After Transfiguration class finished for the day, Hermione approached her favorite teacher. "Professor, is there a name for someone who can speak the language of cats? You know someone who can speak to cats?" The older woman appeared to be enraged. "Who is it? Tell me." Surprised at McGonagall's reaction, Hermione decided against the truth. No. I just ran across a reference to someone speaking to cats in a book in the library. I thought if such a thing existed, you as a catanymigus would know. I was just curious." McGonagall forced herself to calm down. "I'm sorry, Miss Granger. A visceral reaction on my part. Yes, there are those who can speak to cats. A speaker of cat language is called a Aeliuromouthed, and the language itself is Aeliurotongue? Yes." I couldn't help but notice your reaction, Hermione said hesitantly. "Do Aeliuromouth have a reputation for being dark like Parselmouths?" McGonagall shook her head. "No, not exactly dark, but you should never trust one." "But why?" McGonagall's brogue thickening with her emotions welling to the surface again. "Because they're bastards. All of them." Hermione's eyes widened. "Oh, okay then. I'd best get to my next class." The bushy-haired girl slowly backed away toward the door. McGonagall turned away from her student and leaned over her desk, supporting herself on her arms. She continued on, almost too softly to be heard. "Oh, they say they'll call, but they never do. Bastards. Draco Malfoy and the Sins of the Father. /n. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur." Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. Draco Malfoy and the Sins of the Father. In my dungeon dormitory, I was methodically removing my school robes so that I could change into something more appropriate for what I needed to do. Vinny Crabbe pushed the door open and stepped inside my private room. "Draco, it's going to be bad." I've known Vinny all my life. Before that day, I'd never suspected he was the master of the understatement. "I know, Vinny, I know." I pulled my Slytherin house tie from my neck and started unbuttoning my shirt. "Greg is down in the Great Hall, helping with the evacuation. He said he knows the Dark Lord will kill him for it, but he couldn't stand by and watch the little ones die without at least trying to help. Greg came to me first and told me what he was going to do, Vinny. I gave him my blessing and suggested reasons for helping that might cause the Dark Lord to spare Greg's life. I unbuttoned my trousers and allowed them to fall to the floor so that I could step out of them. Why are they doing this, Draco? Why hurt the little ones? I mean, I don't like the mudbloods or the half-bloods, and I don't mind smacking them around, but why kill them?" I considered the question for a moment, and then decided my oldest friend deserved an answer. "There are a lot of reasons, Vinny, but none of them are good. Our parents are willing to kill mudblood and half-blood children because they're afraid of them. Look at our year. The top 2 in class rankings are both mudbloods. The rest of the top 10 are half-bloods except for Patil, who might as well be one. The most powerful among us is Potter, a half-blood. This scares them. Just the knowledge that Potter could probably beat any of them in a duel scares them shitless. Our parents will kill mudblood and half-blood children because they can, and they will kill pure-blood children because the Dark Lord tells them to." Vinny nodded. He knew all that, but I knew he liked to hear the confirmation from me. It was then Vinny noticed the array of weaponry laid out on my bed, an odd mix of magical and muggle. "What are you going to do, Draco? What's all this?" I hesitated. My first reflex was to lie, but from the look on Vinny's face, I could tell he needed to hear the truth. "Do you remember what happened last summer, Vinny? To your mum, you mean?" "Yeah. I'm sorry, Draco." Lucius fucked up in one of his schemes. My eyes glazed over as I relived the most horrible day of my life. Lucius is far too important to the Dark Lord's plans to punish thoroughly, it seems. So he punished my mother instead and made me watch. I tried to help her, and he petrified me, then had Lucius position me so that I had a ringside seat. Every single Death Eater used her. Even Lucius, even Bellatrix, used her again and again. When they were all done, she was given to Greyback, who killed her rather than turn her. Thank Merlin. I remember Draco. My father spoke of it as great fun. I was never more ashamed to be his son. Your mum was like. The large teen was at a loss for words. Thank you for that, Vinny. Vinny, like Greg, had a reputation for stupid brutality. Very few knew that impression was a front forced upon him by his family's loyalties. When I was released from the petrifaction, I wanted to attack the Dark Lord, but I was terrified beyond all rational thought. After I left the manor, I operated to Muggle London and wandered the streets for hours, unable to get what I'd seen out of my head. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I was disgusted with myself, with Lucius, with the Dark Lord, with the whole magical world. I couldn't come back after seeing what I'd seen. So I waited until the time was right and stepped out in front of a Muggle lorry. You try to commit suicide? Yes, I did. The lorry mangled me. I was taken to a Muggle hospital where a squib healer recognized some of the magical items in my pockets and called for help. An emergency team transported me to St. Mungo's where they stabilized me, but I was too messed up. I would have ended up a quadruple amputee. Merlin, Crab breathed. But what happened? I mean, you're fine. No, Vinny, I'm not. Lucius called in some favors. He couldn't have his heir die after all. There was nothing magic could do to completely heal me. But there was some Muggle research that Lucius Healer had heard about. But what could Muggles do, Draco? Everyone says our medicine is so much more advanced than theirs. Even the Mudbloods say that. The Muggles have their secrets, Vinny. They pump me full of their machines. Tiny machines too small to see, but they rebuilt me after they adapted to my magic. I'm stronger than I was before, and well, it's easier to show you than to explain. Watch this. I picked up a dirk from my bed and ran it along my cheek, drawing blood and hissing at the pain as I did so. Vinny's eyes widened as the deep cut closed almost instantly, healing without even a scar. I occupied myself during this brief example of my inhuman healing ability by pulling on a pair of leather pants and then a leather jerkin and pair of boots. Draco, what are you going to do? Do you even know how to use those things? I don't, but the machines do. They were developed for the Muggle military beyond repairing wounds. They also install what the Muggle healer called muscle memory. When I pick up the sword, my body knows how to use it and reacts faster than I can think. When I pick up the Muggle guns, my body knows how to use them instinctively. I smiled. In the end, that will be Lucius' only real gift to me. He has made me an unkillable, unstoppable killing machine. Everything else I've valued in my life, Lucius has taken from me, Vinny. I shrugged into a pair of leather shoulder holsters, fastening them onto the jerkin. Once the holsters were secure, I stowed a pair of Muggle machine pistols into the pockets of the holsters, making sure that the special loads were in the weapon on the left side. I saw Vinny's eyes widen when he recognized the guns for what they were, but he said nothing. The long sword was fastened to my back, with the hilt above my left shoulder. I finished what the Muggle scientist who healed me called my loadout by storing several other blades of various sizes and shapes about my body, all within easy reach. He took my mother, my sense of self, my status as a pure blood. He even took my ability to die. I can't die, Vinny. I've tried. The damn Muggle machines in my blood repair anything I do. I cut my left fucking arm off, and the damn machines had it rebuilt before breakfast the next day. I drove an ice pick into my eye and stirred it around until I passed out from the pain, and I woke up the next morning with everything restored. I cast the killing curse on myself. I woke up in the morning in agony. I'm going to use this gift my father has given me. I'm going to kill Lucius, Vinny. I'm going to kill Lucius, and then I'm going to help Potter kill the Dark Lord. Draco. And after they're both dead, I'm going to find Potter and beg him to find a way to kill me. I sighed. It was then I realized I needed a way to protect Vinny from what I was about to do. I picked up my wand. I'm sorry, Vinny. I petrified my oldest friend and levitated him to the bed. You'll be safe here, Vinny. I'll seal the door behind me. It should hold for at least 12 hours. I've begged Greg to keep his head down at the evacuation, and keeping you in here until tomorrow morning should let whichever side wins to calm down enough to not kill you on sight. I shrugged into a cloak that would hide the weapons I carried, yet allow me access to most of them, and exited the room, sealing the door behind me. I needed to talk to Potter. I made my way to the Great Hall, ignoring the hateful looks I was getting in the halls. I was fully aware that this reception was completely my own fault. I had made myself the public face of the Dark Lord in the school. Death was coming to the school, and no one could stop it. It was just a matter of time before someone raised a wand to me. And I would let them. I had decided that I wouldn't respond no matter what they did. I deserved whatever was done to me. I made my way to the staff table, where Dumbledore and Potter were leaning over an old sheaf of parchment. I stopped in front of the pair. My shadow, falling over the parchment map they were studying, alerted them to my presence. "Is there something you need, Mr. Malfoy?" the old man asked. "Yes. Let me guess. The Dark Lord will kill me. We've already heard this song, Malfoy. Get lost. I'm going with you, Potter. I've got your back." Potter looked up at me with an incredulous look on his face. "Do you need a binding oath, Potter? I'm coming with you. Without me, you'll need to fight your way through to him. I'm tasked to bring you to the Dark Lord. I can put you right in front of the lunatic without your having to expend any magic at all." The Gryffindor's face took on a calculation expression. "What do you want for doing this? Why should I trust that you suddenly want to be my friend?" "Fuck you, Potter." I spat. "You and I will never be friends." I disagree with the Dark Lord's tactics, not his objectives. If I was going to survive this, I would prove my superiority at a time and place of my choosing. "You got an interesting way of suggesting an alliance, Draco," Potter said dryly. "Why would I ally myself with someone who doesn't expect to live?" "Don't kid yourself, Potter. You don't expect to live either. You're getting ready to march off to die because you're a Gryffindor. I'm coming with you because I'm a Slytherin." The old man just stared at me with those damned twinkling eyes of his. "So the rumors were true. You have my sympathies, Mr. Malfoy. Losing one's mother is always difficult. The manner of your loss would have destroyed most men." "It did," I said. The old man was sharp. "But I got better." Potter's eyes had widened at the news of my mother's passing, but he uncharacteristically held his tongue. "We have similar goals, Potter, possibly even similar motivations. A few illusion charms, and it appears that I have kidnapped the Light's savior and am delivering him to his doom. No one will dare touch you until you are in front of the Dark Lord." He made known the portion of the prophecy that Snape overheard. "All the Death Eaters know of it now. We can use that to our advantage." I laid out my plan before them. "This could work," Potter said thoughtfully. "This might actually get me close enough to Riddle to hurt him badly enough to matter." He turned those damn green eyes on me. "What do you get out of this, Draco?" "I get your promise that Lucius is mine. Unless you are actually fighting him, you promise to leave Lucius Malfoy to me, and that you won't interfere with what I have planned for him." I locked eyes with Potter. I could see the question forming in his mind. What did the bastard do? But he never asked. A quiet nod was all the response my request got. It was all that was needed. Potter and I understood each other, but then we always had. "This is all very well, gentlemen," the old man said in his grandfather persona. "However, your plan doesn't account for my being there as well." "You're not coming," Potter and I chorused, and then exchanged surprised looks at our unexplained synchronicity. "Of course I am," the ancient wizard said in that self-assured manner of his. "Of course you are not," Potter said. "This isn't going to be a contest of power, Headmaster. This is a contest of speed and agility. You are doubtlessly the most powerful among us, but that power will do you no good if Riddle can get off 3 spells to your 1 as he did at the Ministry." "Preposterous," the old man huffed. "I assure you that I am." I had heard enough. I reached to my left shoulder and drew my sword, whipping the blade out so the flat of the blade just touched the old man's neck before the man could blink. "I think perhaps you need to ask yourself if someone like me could have done that 60 years ago, Headmaster. You are powerful, but time makes fools of us all. You are slower than you used to be, slower than you would need to be to not be a liability in the fight. I felt the wand tip press against the back of my neck. Speed isn't everything, Malfoy. Granger said, a deep, burning hatred in her voice. There is something to be said about situational awareness. Lower the sword now. I weighed my options and placed the sword back into its sheath. I could have disarmed the mudblood before she could react, but that would have been counterproductive to my goal. If Granger was there, the weasel couldn't be far away. Any move on my part would bring him into the equation. If the weasel was involved, then Potter would jump in with both feet. None of that would kill the Dark Lord. None of that would put my hands around Lucius' throat. I was just making a point, Granger. Headmaster, you coming with us would be counterproductive. You know how rare it is for me to agree with Malfoy, Headmaster. But this time I do. Potter said, Hermione, lower your wand. Draco is on our side. No, I'm not, Potter. I'm on my own side. I had decided to fight my natural tendencies and be honest with Scarhead. It couldn't hurt. You killing the Dark Lord allows me to further my own plans. I've heard the prophecy. The whole thing. I know that you, and only you, are capable of killing the bastard. I've told no one. Where did you hear the prophecy? Granger asked as she and the weasel joined Potter. We've kept that pretty close to the vest. I blinked. I'd never heard that expression, though from her context the meaning came through with only a little thought. Someone likes to brag during his pillow talk, I said, looking directly at the weasel. His bedmate was incapable of keeping her empty-headed mouth shut. I've obliviated everyone who knew. Ms. Brown no longer has any idea. The way the weasel blushed only served to confirm what I was saying to Dumbledore and the intelligent pair of the Gryffindor trio. Headmaster, Potter said, changing the subject. Riddle is out there at the wards right now. Arguing about who is going to face him is a waste of time. The wards won't last much longer. I've got to go now. You need to stay here and assist with the evacuation. Potter gestured toward the crowd of students at the far end of the hall. If I fail, I don't want the lives of these children on my soul. The old man hung his head. Did he finally understand it was past time he passed the torch of his position to the next holder? I somehow doubted it. Potter nodded to me. It's time to go. He led the way from the great hall. By the time we reached the front entrance to the school, I was a pace behind the trio. Weasley and Granger were starting the latest of their arguments. Or was it the latest chapter of their single argument? Who knows? Who cares? I drew my wand and dropped the weasel with a whispered stunner, then trapped Granger in a body bind, catching her falling form and lowering her to the ground. I looked up into Potter's wand. What the hell, Malfoy? Goyle is helping with the evacuation. Vinny Crabbe is in a body bind on my bed. I can't take my friends where we're going. They would be a distraction. You can't take your friends either. You know what you're up against. You can't afford the distraction either. Damn it, Draco. She's going to kill me when this is over. I looked down into Granger's chocolate eyes. Those eyes promised that she would indeed hurt us both. Leaving her here ensures she'll be alive to do so, Potter. It's your job to stay alive so she can kill you. Potter nodded again. He understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. He exited the castle. I looked back down into Granger's expressive eyes. Protect Crabbe and Goyle. They've bullied people, but they've never hurt anyone. There will be a backlash from what happens today. Protect my friends. I'll do my best to keep them alive. She blinked at me. Was that a yes or a fuck you? I stood and followed Potter out the door. Traveling by Portkey is hellish now. It had never been fun, but the machines in my blood hated being squeezed through reality and made sure I understood their displeasure. But Payne and I have become good friends by now. The glamour on my body held up to the transfer, showing an image of me in my Hogwarts robes, and the ones on Potter showing him beaten and shackled held as well. We arrived on the outskirts of the Death Eater horde, and a path cleared toward the center. Wordlessly, I levitated Potter's silent form to the Dark Lord. Well done, Draco, the half-blood Dark Lord said in his oddly hissing voice. You have brought me the prize, only due to your faultless plan, my lord. I said, doing my damnedest to sound sincere. You distracted the fools to be focusing on the outside, while your faithful attacked from the inside. I fumbled inside my illusionary robes. I have brought you a prize from Dumbledore's own desk. I withdrew the metallic cylinder and offered it to Voldemort. "What is it?" he asked, taking his attention away from Potter. I held the cylinder out in both hands, twisting the end so that the parrot has clicked into place, aligning the rune clusters. I then dropped the cylinder as it pulsed with a bright blue light. Upon hitting the ground, the cylinder pulsed red and sank from sight into the soil. Then a gold dome of energy bloomed from the ground and washed over everything within 800 meters. "A rune shield? You fool!" The Dark Lord leveled his wand at me. "Do you know what you've done?" "I do," Potter said, casting aside his glamour. "He's trapped you in here with me, Tom." In a single smooth motion, Potter cast Incendio, setting the Dark Lord's robes afire. There is a reason that Voldemort is so feared. Despite having been taken totally by surprise, he reacted instantly, dousing the flames on his robes and sending a cutting hex back at Potter, who dodged. The fight was on. The reaction of the assembled Death Eaters was to watch the battle in open-mouthed amazement. I took advantage of this by drawing my sword and removing the head of the Animagus standing next to me. I vividly recalled his girlish giggling as he pawed at my mother with that silver hand. I continued the stroke that took Ratman's head and opened Amicus Caro from breastbone to crotch, spilling his guts to the ground. Part of me found the fact that both Pettigrew's and Caro body hit the ground at the same time amusing. I spared the fight between Potter and the Dark Lord a glance. Potter was holding his own, but some of the Death Eaters were beginning to notice that two of their own had fallen, and wands were beginning to be raised against me. Perfect. I surrendered control to my body. The muscle memory started to dance. I moved in and out of crowds of Death Eaters, and they fell as I passed, missing limbs, blood pouring from strategic cuts, crushed bones. Other than in training at the Muggle facility that had forced my body to stay alive, I had never cut loose before. I was hit by spells by the dozens, cutters, banishers, bone breakers. The badly aimed curses never hit anything vital, so the little machines did what they were supposed to do, repairing the damage as it was being caused, and I kept moving. As I dropped yet another idiot in black robes, I heard an inhuman growl to my left and turned to find an untransformed Fenrir Greyback charging at me. I reached for the pistol in the left holster, pulled it smoothly, and unleashed 5 rounds into the werewolf's chest. As a rule, Muggle bullets are useless against a Wur, even untransformed. These bullets, however, were hollowed out and filled with powdered silver. They focused Greyback's attention quite effectively. Since I had the pistol in my hand, I thumbed the weapon over to single shot and expended the remaining 10 rounds into those Death Eaters still standing. When the pistol was empty, I dropped it and pulled a throwing blade from my right thigh and slung it across the clearing to where Potter was still exchanging curses with the Dark Lord. The blade buried itself deep into Voldemort's hip. I saw him stumble when the universe suddenly went blood red. I never heard the Crucio being cast, but I recognized the caster. My body's convulsions rolled me over onto my back, where I could see my loving father holding his serpent head wand, pouring all of his will into casting the pain curse. Good. The machines in my blood dealt with injury. The effects of the Crucio was evaluated as an injury. Normally, the machines ignored pain and only dealt with injury. In this case, the pain was causing the injury, so they turned it off. Sudden, total bliss. My vision cleared and strength returned to my body. Lucius had no idea what had happened, though a confused look was beginning to form on his face when I drew the other pistols and fired a round into his right knee. I know I should have killed him right then and there, but no. A Muggle gun was far too quick a way to die. Historically, most Malfoy men have died from blades. Most Malfoy women have died from poison. As I dropped the pistol, I found myself wondering just what that said about the family I had always been so proud of. I shook that thought from my head and focused on my mother's screaming face as I leaped atop my father with a blade in both hands. I took my time, made it memorable for him. Then I ended it. Lucius screamed more than Mother did when he finally died. I rolled off Lucius' body to a sitting position against a nearby tree. I saw the remaining 4 standing Death Eaters pressing against the gold energy of the rune's shield, pleading with Dumbledore on the far side of the shield to come in and save them from the madmen inside. It was then I remembered Potter. I looked to where I had last seen him and saw him limping toward me. It was obvious that his right shoulder was shattered from the way his arm hung in an odd position. There was something wrong with his leg on that side, too. Behind Potter was a smoldering pile of rags that must be all that remained to the former Dark Lord. Potter stopped 3 paces away from me, staring in open-mouthed horror. I looked down to see what he was staring at, and was surprised to see the hilt of a knife sticking out of my belly. Evidently, Lucius had also used a knife in our little fight. Not surprising, really, since he's the one who taught me to use one. Since the machines had turned off my pain receptors, I never noticed, and the skin had healed around the knife. Of course, this was the moment that the machines decided that the danger pain offered me was past, and turned the pain receptor back on. I thought I was dying. Again, I put both hands on the handle of the knife and yanked it from my body. The damage this caused was severe. My loving father had used a gutting knife designed to slide in cleanly and rip everything on the way out. It took the machines almost 4 minutes to put me back together. Potter just stood there staring as my body healed. He slumped to the ground to sit beside me against the tree. "Freak," he said. "Fuck you," I replied. "Gotta at least buy me dinner first, freak." That made me laugh. It hurt to laugh. It hurt a lot. Then the rune shield collapsed. Had it been 4 minutes already? Harry James Potter. We both looked in the direction of the scream to see an enraged Hermione Granger stalking our way, with a very angry Vinny Crabbe at her side. "Oh hell," Potter said. "At least yours is cute and pissed at you. Vinny is ugly and pissed at me." The angry pair got closer, with a confused Weasel and Goyle following behind them. "What now?" "I'm telling everyone it was you who killed Tommy. Me, I was tied to this tree and all beat up. And I'm telling Hermione you think she's cute." He did too. Fortunately, no one believed him. /N. This little story was born out of a Draco scene I was writing for a goofy humor FIC I've been working on for about a year. It might even see the light of day someday. But the scene quickly became far too dark for the light FIC it was a part of, so I split it off on its own. It's a little different than the typical Draco saves the day story in that Draco is never redeemed or really changes his attitudes. He knows that he's better than everyone else due to his breeding. If it wasn't for that stupid prophecy, he would have taken Tom out himself. The only reason he's supporting Harry is because of what the bastards did to his mom. /N2. For all the comics geeks out there, 2 points if you can. Identify the obscure comics hero Draco is based on in this story. Here's a hint. Not one of the big companies. Obscenely ultimate power-ups of Utter Row. /N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the other characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. /N2. Okay, this is dumb, but it wouldn't leave me alone. I can only offer my apologies to any and everyone whose creation I use in this. This is a story of Harry Potter and what he achieves with, or perhaps despite, a little help from his friends. Harry Potter and obscenely ultimate power-ups of utter wrongness. Voldemort's a knocking. Harry Potter stood in front of the entrance to Hogwarts Castle, staring out at the massed crowd just beyond the castle's wards, his mouth dry and an all-consuming fear gripping his mind. At the edge of the wards, there were scores of Death Eaters clad in their black robes and white masks. A dozen giants were assaulting the wards by, of all things, throwing boulders at the magical barriers. More trolls than he could count at this distance milled about. Dementors and harpies filled the sky. Werewolves and vampires prowled the perimeter of the wards. Near the Forbidden Forest, a horde of banshees waited. There he was, pacing back and forth behind the small crowd of curse breakers chanting and pulling at the wards. Voldemort was here to kill Harry Potter. Harry felt a hand take his own, the delicate finger intertwining with his calloused ones. He didn't need to look, it could only be Hermione. So, his bushy-haired soul mate said, "What's the plan?" Harry turned to face her, shocked. "Plan? Since when do I make plans? See, I was hoping that you would reveal your super secret plan that involved coming up with something that would turn out to be the power Riddle knew not." The brunette said. The wards pulsed. Half the curse breakers fell to the ground convulsing, while Voldemort occupied his time by alternating between screaming at the fallen curse breakers and throwing random crucios around. "I've got nothing," the raven-haired savior of the wizarding world muttered, shaking his head. Tom is attacking with more troops than we've got students. We need to start getting people out of here. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are working on making portkeys. The headmaster projects that the wards will last another 20 minutes at most. Hermione explained. Good. When they're ready, I want you to take charge of the first group out. Like hell I will. I'm not leaving Harry Potter if Tom Riddle wants to get at you. He has to go through me first. Hermione, Harry found himself suddenly holding an armload of weeping woman. I won't leave you, Harry. I won't. No matter what. Draco Malfoy watched the exchange from where he was leaning against the castle's wall and shook his head. Whatever else he was, Potter was a brave. Faced with overwhelming odds, Potter was thinking of others. Granger was terrified, but would not leave her. Love her. Draco turned his attention to the hordes just beyond the wards. From what he could see, the estimate of the wards lasting 20 minutes was optimistic. Tasked with doing what he could to assist the bringing the wards down and preventing Potter from escaping, Draco reached his decision. At some level, he had always known it would come to this. Draco heaved himself away from the wall and made his way into the castle, his robes billowing about his body as he moved. He needed to retrieve a few items from his trunk before the wards fell. The wards lasted another 17 minutes. Surprisingly, there was no mass stampede of that dark army toward the castle. Instead, the amplified voice Harry knew only too well boomed out. Your last defenses have fallen, Potter. You cannot hide from me any longer. Today you die. Harry raised his own wand to his throat and cast Sonorous. Isn't this like the 5th or 6th day you claimed I was going to die, Tom? Have you finally found enough lackeys to actually manage it? The only answer to that challenge was an inarticulate scream of fury. Harry canceled the Sonorous and turned to face the crowd of mostly DA members between him and the castle. We've got to buy the headmaster time to evacuate the youngsters. Everyone be careful. You've got your portkeys, use them. What about you, Harry? Padma Patil asked. Tom's come all this way and gone to all this trouble just to see me. The raven-haired Gryffindor said with a grin. It would be rude to disappoint him. Neville Longbottom stepped out of the crowd and moved to place himself between Harry and Voldemort's hordes. Harry, I found something last summer that I thought would help with if it came to this. He gestured toward the mass of dark beings just now crossing the ward lines. This seems to be as good a time as any. Neville reached over his shoulder and pulled, seemingly from nowhere, an oddly shaped sword. Raising it over his head, the scion of the Longbottom line turned to face the invaders, threw back his head, and shouted, "By the power of Grayskull!" From the cloudless sky, a bolt of lightning leapt to the raised sword, and Neville's entire body began to glow in a blinding incandescent light. From within that light, Neville's voice rang out again. I have the power. The light hiding Neville slowly faded, revealing a man who was obviously Neville, yet massively, perhaps even grotesquely muscled. The 7th-year school robes were gone, replaced by a loincloth, leather boots, and a strange bandolier-like harness over his upper torso. This new Neville pointed his sword at Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, and a bolt of energy leapt from the sword to the large orange cat. The cat's body was suddenly incandescent, much as Neville's had been moments before, but the transformation was much more extreme. The cat's body lengthened and grew until a huge green tiger-like animal stood where the half-Kneasel had been before, complete with what appeared to be a saddle and a battle helmet. The new beast's roar split the air, shaking the very foundation of Hogwarts Castle. Neville leapt onto the saddle on the huge cat's back. Don't worry, Harry, he said in a thunderous, echoing voice. Battle Cat, and I will thin out Voldemort's hurt a bit for you. If anyone sees Bellatrix Lestrange, she's mine. He pulled back on the reins, and the gargantuan green tiger reared back on his hind legs. Let's go, Battle Cat. Let's teach Voldemort and his armies what war is all about. With yet another earth-shaking roar, the warrior and his mount sprang toward the minions of evil. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger stared after the pair in open-mouthed amazement. I've got a surprise too, Harry. Dennis Creevey piped up, breaking the silence that followed Neville's transformation. Neville won't be out there alone. I know a little something that'll even the odds a bit. So saying, he pulled out a very odd-looking throwing knife and hurled it down towards the grounds. How is that going to help? Hermione asked. Like this. Dennis replied, muttering a few words under his breath, the small boy vanishing in a puff of vapor. Hermione knew this wasn't the time to point out that Hogwarts, a history said that you can't apparate on Hogwarts grounds, but she was going to have words with Dennis when this was all over. Dennis' disappearance caused the remaining students to erupt into conversation. Everyone settled down. Harry shouted down the chaos. I don't know what's going on, but we've got to stay calm and plan our defenses properly. You can't expect the Weasleys to stay out of the fight, Harry. Harry turned to see Ron, Ginny, and all of their brothers standing in a group a few paces away. What now? This day wasn't insane enough without Ron doing whatever the hell he was doing. Hopefully the twins brought some of their more interesting inventions. Ron, Hermione said shrilly. This isn't the time for her. Harry's eyes widened as Ron pulled a very short sword from his robes, while the other Weasley siblings and oddly Colin Creevey crowded in close. Harry pulled Hermione to stand behind him, just in case Ron had come completely unhinged. Ron Weasley held the short sword out in front of his body at eye level. Harry could see his best friend's blue eyes as the redhead stared at him through the hilt. Ron then raised the sword above his head with the blade pointed skyward. Thunder, he said. The sword seemed to pulse, and Harry would have sworn it doubled in length. Thunder. Again the sword pulsed and doubled its length. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Harry felt a tickle of recognition. He had heard this before somewhere, while he was in his cupboard. Oh! The Weasleys and Colin disappeared in a burst of white light. When the light faded, the Weasleys and Colin were gone, and in their place stood 8 humanoid cats. Thundercats? Hermione asked almost hysterically. He-Man and the Thundercats? We'll deal with Riddle Harry, boomed the tall, Leonyish catman. You explain everything, Colin. The 6 of the 7 former Weasleys leaped into a large white treaded vehicle, while the female raced ahead on foot at incredible speed. The smallest of the transformed group, a being seemingly of mixed reptile and cat heritage, waddled over to Harry and Hermione, dragging his tail on the ground. Don't worry, Harry, Snarf. We've been waiting for this day, Snarf, for years. VVV Voldemort, Snarf. Doesn't stand a chance. Snarf. The odd creature turned and waddled after the rapidly departing vehicle holding the Weasleys. Wait for me, Ronno. Snarf. I can help. Wait a minute, Hermione said. Wily Kit and Cheetara were both female. If Ginny became Cheetara, then which of the twins is Wily Kit? That would mean Hermione. Harry interrupted. With all the insane things that are happening, that's what bothers you. The young woman thought for a moment, the manic look fading from her eyes ever so slightly. You make a good point. I'll be quiet now. At the edge of the fallen wards, Voldemort looked disdainfully at the figure that was riding some sort of animal as he approached. Slightly behind the rider was another group of Hogwarts defenders in what appeared to be some kind of muggle vehicle. In a sudden puff of vapor, a small blonde-haired third-year boy appeared at the gates and began walking directly toward the Dark Lord while shedding his school robes to reveal an orange boiler suit. And who are you, little boy? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of the hidden village of the Leaf, on an S-rank mission to protect this school. I've been here for 3 years, waiting for you to attack in a country with no ramen. For making me wait in such barbaric conditions, I'm going to beat you into the ground, and then I will laugh at you. Believe it. He made several gestures with his hands and shouted Taju Kage Bunshin, no jutsu. Before the Death Eater's bewildered eyes, the very air wavered across the whole frontage of Hogwarts grounds, before a veritable army materialized out of thin air. An army where every member looked exactly like each other and exactly like the boy who had summoned them. Lucius Malfoy cleared his throat and stammered. What are you? As one, every one of the identical 13-year-olds crossed their arms and said, We are called Legion because there are a whole lot of us. With that, the battle was joined. Lucius cast a cutting curse at one of the horde of boys in orange jumpsuits, only to see his intended target cartwheel out of the path of his spell, sending a throwing knife back Lucius' way. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the Dark Lord face palm himself while muttering, It had to be Japanese magic. I fucking hate Japanese magic. If one gigantic pipe-smoking, talking toad shows up, I'm so out of here. Daphne Greengrass rushed out of the castle to stand in front of Harry. Daphne, it's dangerous out here. Get back inside and get evacuated with the others. Hermione Granger. The tall, raven-haired beauty put her right fist into the palm of her left hand and bowed slightly. In 1216, Amicus Granger happened upon a cloaked traveler being attacked by highwaymen. Without concern for his own safety, Amicus waded into the fight with his sword and assisted this unknown traveler against her attackers, taking an arrow meant for her. That traveler was my adopted mother, Queen Hippolyta of Themyscira. Amicus died, saving my mother's life. Themyscira owes a debt to the House of Granger. Since that day, the women of Themyscira have protected those of the House of Granger, waiting for the opportunity to repay the debt we owe. Today is the day that debt is finally paid. The young woman's robes fell to the ground, revealing a form-fitting black bodysuit that appeared to have a moving, sparkling star field covering its expanse, and provoking a gasp from a majority of the observing males. Each forearm was encircled by a silver band from the wrist to halfway to the elbow. I am Troya. I am tasked by my mother to fight your battle, Hermione. The fact that I will enjoy it is just icing on the cake. The young woman leaped into the air and amazingly flew toward the battle that roiled at the edge of the fallen wards. For Themyscira, Hermione looked to Harry. Daphne is an Amazon? Don't look at me, Harry said, shaking his head. This one is all on you. I had nothing to do with that. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught some movement. Was that Dean Thomas in a blue trench coat flying on a dustbin lid? What the hell was going on? Neville, riding astride a very transformed Crookshanks, approached a cluster of Death Eaters and werewolves at a gallop. A sickly yellow Crucio arced toward them, only to be absorbed by Neville's sword. Neville dismounted from the huge cat in a smooth motion. Werewolves battle cat. Sigum. If you kill him, you can eat him. The cat unleashed another ground-shaking roar, and was among the words with a single leap, claws and teeth slashing. It's time to pay the piper, little Death Eaters, but if you point me to Bellatrix Lestrange, I'll let you surrender. The Death Eater in the front of the formation reached up and removed her mask. Her actual face a mask of astonishment. Longbottom? What happened to my Ickle Nevi? An evil grin crossed Neville's face. Happy birthday to me? We're here too, Harry. Harry turned his attention to Phileas Flitwick. Professor, wait until you see what Ravenclaw can do, lad. The small man raised his wand and twirled it above his head. Ravenclaws. To me. Members of Ravenclaw House rallied to their head of house's side. They began to chant in unison with the small man as his raised wand began to emit a strange blue mist. After a few moments, the mist obscured the students of Ravenclaw House. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the mist dissipated, revealing the Ravenclaws to be very changed. The claws now appeared to be universally male and to be very short, no more than 3 apples tall. Their skin was blue. From the waist down, they wore a white body stocking with holes in the rear that exposed a short blue tail. Atop their hairless head were white Phrygian caps. A few wore spectacles. They were rallied around a single, noticeably different individual. His skin was also blue, but his body stocking and cap were red, and his tiny chin was covered with a white beard. Harry glanced over to Hermione. She was staring at the transfigured claws in open-mouthed amazement. Is the one in red Flitwick? He asked. I have no idea. She shook her head as if to clear the insanity of the situation away. You know what they are, right? I wish I didn't. The small red-clad blue man began to speak. You all know why we're here. We fight evil for Hogwarts, for Ravenclaw, and for all those perceived to be too small and weak to fight for themselves. The small man gestured, and a cigar appeared in his right hand. He clenched the lit stogie between his teeth and ran toward the pitched battle, stopping at the edge of the crowd of transfigured Ravenclaws, and looked back at them. Come on, you mother Smuffers. You want to smuff forever? Let's go, and let the forces of darkness hear your battle cry and know that blue death comes for them. The assembled mass of tiny blue hominids began to skip toward the battle, and their battle cry rent the air. La 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 la-ti-ida. Harry and Hermione again exchanged looks. Hermione's eyes were wide and very nearly hysterical. Harry just turned away from the battle and walked to the castle wall, where he sat down with his back against the castle. Hermione followed him and sat down next to him, again taking his hand. This sounds stupid to ask, but she paused. What's wrong, Harry? I was bugged by what Neville did. Dennis just weirded me out. I flat out refused to believe what Ron and Ginny and the rest of the Weasleys did. And don't get me started on Colin. I saw it, but I don't believe it. Daphne was weird, and the rest of them. But what the Claws did, that was just smuffed up. Yes, damn it. Completely smuffed up. He looked Hermione in the eye. I swear to God and Merlin, if the Hufflepuffs change into Snorks, I'm going to kick someone's ass. Hermione nodded her understanding and then started to giggle uncontrollably. The Puffs wouldn't be Snorks. They'd be Care Bears. She gasped out between fits of giggling. Oh, please. Don't give them any ideas. Riddle was near panic. The flying woman had cut a swath through his Dementors and Harpies and was now bearing down on him. She parried every spell he cast with the bracelets she wore on each arm as she swooped in to attack. Worst of all, her attacks were not magical, despite the magic he could feel was part of her. No, her attacks were physical. The last time the woman had flashed by him, she had landed a punch that had broken his jaw in 3 places and cost him 4 teeth. How could a woman hit so hard? Finally, Riddle could hear the screech of the banshees as they arrived to defend him. The woman actually laughed and moved to intercept the Irish demons. The Dark Lord cast a quick healing charm on himself, and then gathered his strength to prepare for apparition to anywhere that wasn't here. It was then he noticed that it had suddenly become very dark. The young woman known around Hogwarts as Daphne Greengrass urged a bit more speed out of her power of flight. She hadn't tussled with banshees for a while. They were always fun. She noticed that there was a figure suddenly flying in formation with her to her left. She glanced over to find Seamus Finnegan clad in a green and white bodysuit. The cheeky Irishman winked at her, then cut loose with a piercing scream and dropped 3 of the demon banshees to the ground. You're good, Daphne shouted. We'll talk after. Seamus winked again, then focused his sonic scream on his next target. Harry, the lionized Ron called out as the oddly transformed Hogwarts defenders came running back to the castle. We did it. We sure did, Harry. The pumped-up Neville added, tossing a pale leathery mass at Harry's feet. This is what's left of Voldemort. Harry looked down at the crushed, wheezing form of the former Dark Lord. What the hell happened to him? So he... Dennis said with a shrug. Daphne beat on him for a while, and then, well, Gamakichi sort of stepped on him. Gamakichi? Harry asked. Oh, he's just this giant toad I've got this deal with. A giant toad? Okay, given all that has happened today, that makes perfect sense. Why is he still alive? Harry asked. Because either must die at the hand of the other, Harry. Remember? Hermione said breathlessly. So he can't die until I kill him? Harry asked, kneeling down beside the murderer of his parents. Hello, Tom, you're a mess. The wheezing form managed to whisper. Damn you, Potter. Harry reached out and laid his hand on the man's head, attempting to whip the blood from his enemy's eyes. He wanted Riddle dead, but couldn't kill him while he was like this. As soon as his fingers touched Riddle's homunculus, the body convulsed and collapsed. He's dead, Harry said, standing away from the body in horror. I didn't do anything, I just touched him, while either must die at the hand of the other. That's awfully literal for a prophecy. Hermione observed. That night, the parties were still in full swing. But Harry had begged off, retreating to the Gryffindor head suite where Hermione was waiting. Breaking the kiss he shared with the bushy-haired head girl, Harry said, I'm actually free, Hermione. We can have a future together. Believe me, I know, Harry, she said, standing up. I'm going to slip into something more comfortable. Oh, hot damn, Harry thought as he watched her enter her bedroom of the suite. You know, it's funny, just about everyone but you and me ended up having some kind of weird secret power. Actually, just you, Harry. I got my own power-up. Hermione's voice drifted out from her bedchamber. It's just mine didn't have any combat applications. You did? What was it? Hermione appeared in the doorway to her bedroom, dressed in a black leather bustier, G-string, fishnet stocking, and stiletto heels. I'm nasty girl, she said. Want to see my power? In order of appearance. Unless otherwise noted, all of the crossovers are products of my own sick mind. He-Man, Property of Mattel Toys. If it's Mattel, it's Swell and Filmation Television Productions. Neville slash E-Man, because Nev never got the respect he deserved in canon. Naruto. Property of Masashi Kishimoto and Viz Media. The Dennis Creevy slash Naruto scene suggested and mostly written by Ronnie McMains 2. Thundercats. Property of Warner Brothers Entertainment, Weasley slash Thundercats. Bill slash Panthro. Charlie slash Tigra. Ginny slash Cheetara. The twins slash Wily Kit and Wily Cat. Techie pranksters, both of them. Percy slash Jaga. Ron slash Lionel. Collins slash Snarf. Troya. Property of DC Comics. Daphne slash Troya. Just because you know she's look hot in the outfit. Static. Property of DC Comics. Dean slash Static. Why not? Banshee. Property of Marvel Comics. Seamus slash Banshee. Well, because he's Irish. Nasty Girl. Property of Jim Valentino Productions. Hermione slash Nasty Girl, because you know she would be. Personal ad point 1. A slash in. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nifedora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. Harry Potter and the personal ads. A blurry-eyed Harry Potter stumbled down the stairs from the 7th-year boys' dormitory to the Gryffindor common room. Even with Tom gone for 6 months now, he still couldn't manage to sleep through the night without potions. Potions he stubbornly refused to use. Not a healthy train of thought, he mused as he threw himself onto one of the sofas. As was usual at 4 a.m., the common room was empty, the fireplace banked, and the room lit only by a few flickering wall sconces. Why couldn't he sleep? Tom was gone. Malfoy's father, Bellatrix. All the Death Eaters were gone. Why couldn't he sleep? Harry knew the answer. He felt the pain of every victim, the loss of every family. There were those who blamed him for the deaths he hadn't prevented. Hell, he blamed himself for the deaths he hadn't prevented. Shaking his head as if to jar that thought loose, Harry noticed the copy of the Daily Prophet laid on the table where Lavender and Parvati had left it the night before. He reached out to pick the paper up and was unsurprised to find that the giggling pair had been looking through the personals. Even after all that happened, those two were just so normal. SMM 17. Seeks double-jointed supermodel type who owns a brewery. Access to free concert tickets a plus. As is an open-minded twin sister. Contact Seamus F. Ref. DP 30421. Harry stifled a laugh. Pure Seamus. It couldn't be anyone else. Of course, the damned Irishman would get half-dozen replies, and the women would mud wrestle to decide who got him. Lucky bastard. SMM 38. Potions Master. Hideous-looking, greasy-haired, smelly, ill-tempered, lazy, cowardly, chronically abusive, and a complete bastard seeks total opposite for romance and meaningless sex. Bushy hair plus. Contact Sevi S. Ref. DP 1923. Harry's laughter terminated immediately. Surely not. It couldn't be. Wizards of generations past had odd names on average. Surely Snape wasn't the only potions master named Sev. Right? Bushy hair plus? What was that brain bleach spell? SMM 97. Short, charms-minded, balding, partially blind professional duelist with a passion for covering lovers in sour cream and gravy seeks exotic, heavily tattooed, piercing fanatic, preferably hairy and stinky, either sex, for whippings, bizarre sex, and fashion consulting. No freaks. Contact the Wick Man. Ref. DP 0043. The man who conquered was starting to think he should be putting the paper down and walking away from it as quickly as he could. He refused to believe the association he had just made. He refused to believe that Professor Flitwick would ever. SMM 38. Bitter, unsuccessful middle-aged loser who yearns for his happier youth while wallowing in an unending sea of inert, drooping loneliness, looking for a specific 24-year-old needy, leech-like hanger-on, with pink hair to abuse with dull stories, tired sex, and Herb Alpert albums. Come back to me, baby, you'll be my Tijuana taxi. I'll be your furry little problem. Contact Romulus L. Ref. DP 6548. Pink hair? Furry little problem? Romulus? Who did he think he was fooling? Was Remus using the personals to talk to Tonks? This was wrong, so very wrong. It was like a car wreck. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. SMM 17. Submissive male seeks dominant female with extensive knowledge of knots. Redhead's a big plus. Contact Draco Ref. DP 982451. Draco? Draco? Who the hell did he think he was fooling? Redheads? SMF 64. When I was 30, my dates had to be young, tall, handsome, rich, intelligent. Now I'm 64. They only have to know how to read and use an owl. Contact Miss Kitty. Ref. DP 4580. That could be anyone. Harry told himself. Why am I reading these things? Stop reading this, you idiot, before you do yourself damage. Harry wet his lips and looked to the next ad. SMM 17. Looking for SMF 18 to 65 for an intimate encounter with my mom and myself in a threesome. She's a young 53 years of age, and she's very pretty. 4 feet 3 inches, 420 pounds. Sure, her tits drag on the carpet till her nipples bleed, and she had to lift them and her belly out of the way just to sit down, but she's beautiful. The things she does with her teeth are out of this world, too, especially when they're in her mouth. Little one is 3.5 inches long. I hope that's not too big for you ladies. If it is, I promise to be gentle. Anyway, Mom's got dinner ready, and I gotta go take a shit to clear out some room, so I'll just wait for you ladies to respond if you think you can handle all this red-headed love. If you just want Mom, that's cool too. I can just watch. Let me know soon. Contact 11. Ref. DP 432654. The words no ran through Harry's head. Not Ron and no. SMF 16. Obnoxious, silly, pierced, tattooed, insane, hormonally unbalanced, potion-using, bat-bogey casting, savior-watching. Redhead student from hell, seeking Harry. My body is all yours. I'm your pony, Harry. Ride me. Contact Jin. Ref. DP 786234876. Harry dropped the paper, heaved himself from the sofa, and ran to the far side of the room, trying not to scream in terror. This couldn't be real. This must be one of the twins' jokes, right? Sure, a joke paper. Ha, they got me this time. A joke. Ha, please God, let it be a joke. After 5 minutes of standing on the far side of the room, Harry began to feel very silly. Even if it wasn't a joke paper, which it had to be. Was there really anything all that wrong with people looking for love? Of course not, excepting that Ron and his mum thing, and that Ginny and him thing. Those two were just wrong. Harry returned to the sofa he had been laying on. Harry picked up the paper again. No more personal ads. On the off chance this turned out to be the real thing, he didn't need to be clawing his eyes out. He began to page through the paper in search of the Quidditch League scores when, while still in the ad section, he noticed a large ad circled in red. His curiosity overwhelmed his better judgment, and noting that this was in the employment section, he began to read the highlighted ad. 20 to 30 henchmen needed for moderately sized dark organization with large expansion potential, magical fortresses built into geological structures, corruption of government officials, and possible genesis of Nemesis Vigilante. The magical-themed Corvid Talon organization is seeking applicants willing to learn new skills, including but not limited to the operation of specialized combat. Curses including but not limited to the unforgivables. Applicants will also be required to wear specialized uniform when at work, functional traditional robes with open-faced hoods, except in cases where deception is required, posing as hostages in order to ambush vigilantes, etc. Corvid Talon employees will always display their faces to the world. Desired but not necessarily required in applicants. Interesting deformations/obsessions/abilities giving rise to. Interesting nicknames, e.g. Lucky, Moldashorts, Wormtail, or similar. Unwavering loyalty. Being an easily corruptible government official. Ability to work as part of a close-knit team. Unless interesting obsession is of the lone wolf variety. Marksmanship is a must. Any applicants unable to hit a moving man-sized target 7 times out of 10 shots will be used as a moving man-sized target for the next group of applicants. holding a grudge against any well-known vigilante. A flexible moral code. All applicants should appear before and swear fealty to the Dark Ladies Athena, Sarasvati, and Celine. Equal opportunity employer. Both henchmen and femmes fatale absolutely welcome. Great promotion opportunities. Right-hand dashwa. Man positions constantly being unexpectedly opened. Would look good on any future dark villain resume/CV. Send an owl with details of any prior henchperson work, or details of what is driving you to join the ranks of a dark organization. We'll reply to all serious applicants. Hope to hear from you. And with luck, welcome you into a rewarding and promising career as a dark henchman. Location, London, but planned global expansion. Compensation, 10,000 galleon per annum starting salary, with added commissions based around success of dark operations and any incidental theft. Contracts negotiable, depending on applicants' personal skills/abilities. Special bonuses available for metamorphic and anamorphic abilities. Note, animagus forms must be in some way useful. Principles only. Recruiters need not apply. If the applicant isn't dark enough to deal with our application process, perhaps a different vocation is in order. Please do not contact us about other services, products, or commercial interests upon pain of death. We know who you are, Dark Ladies. Harry sighed, hoping against hope that this was the latest joke of a joke newspaper. What was going on here? Since when were such things advertised? This had to be a joke. Breakfast in the Great Hall seemed more or less normal. Ron was eating like a starved man as usual, so he was missing the way Harry kept glancing at him. The morning rush of owls delivering the Morning Post, and to his great surprise, a rather regal horned owl landed in the middle of Harry's plate and offered its leg to him. "You're a cheeky one, aren't you?" Harry said, gently removing the roll of parchment from the bird's leg. The owl rolled its eyes in a most owl-like manner, then dipped its head to take a piece of bacon off his plate. "Oh, by all means, help yourself," Harry said, unrolling the roll of parchment. April 12, 1998. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Great Hall, Gryffindor, table seat 34. Dear Mr. Potter, congratulations on your selection as the primary designated nemesis of the Corvitellone organization. It is with great enthusiasm that we welcome you to the exciting field of designated nemesis. Dark Ladies Athena, Sarasvati, and I look forward to many years of plotting your downfall, planning death traps, kidnapping your loved ones, and of course attempts on your life. You've got the reputation. You've certainly got the dad-ass scores. And now you've got a letter from Corvitellone. Maybe you're surprised. Most heroes would be. But you're not most heroes. And that's exactly why my partners and I urge you to consider carefully attempting to thwart one of the most selective dark organizations in the world. The level of potential reflected in your performance against the Dark Lord Voldemort is a powerful indicator that you might well be an excellent designated nemesis for Corvitellone. It's certainly got our attention. Technometry's not for you? No problem. It may surprise you to learn we offer more than 40 major fields of villainy, from bunco to mind magics and cognitive sciences, from embezzling, perhaps the best plots in the world, to writing whiny country music songs. What? Of course. You don't want to be bored. Who does? Life here is tough and demanding, but it's also fun. Corvitellone minions are imaginative and creative, inside and outside working hours. You're interested in athletics? Great. Corvitellone has been fixing more game for more professional sports 39 than almost any other dark organization, and a tremendous amateur program, so everybody can participate. You think we're too psychotic? Don't be too sure. We've got surprises for you there, too. Why not send the enclosed information request to find out more about this unique organization? Why not do it right now? Sincerely, Dark Lady Selene, Director of Nemesis Relation. P.S. If you'd like a copy of a fun-filled, fact-filled brochure, death threat, just check the appropriate box on the form. It was things like this that made Harry really miss Tom Riddle. He may have been a homicidal maniac, but at least he didn't send smarmy letters like this. This had to be a joke. He glanced around trying to spot the twins, but they weren't anywhere in sight. Okay, fine. If they were going to these lengths, the least he could do was play along. From his book bag, he pulled a sheet of parchment. "What's all this, Harry?" Hermione asked, coming to the table for a bite before her first class. "Just some fan mail from some flounder," Harry muttered, digging in his bag for his quill. He looked up to see Hermione looking at him oddly. Sorry, just a letter I have to answer so that this owl will get out of my plate. He inked his quill. Nothing up my sleeve. But that trick never works. Hermione said, giggling. No doubt about it. I got to write another letter. Harry squared his shoulders and began to write. April 12, 1998. Dork Lady Selne, Corvitellone Director of Nemesis Relations, wherever the hell you are. Dear Dark Lady Celine, you got the delusions. You've certainly got the pomposity. And now you've got a letter from Harry Potter. Maybe you're surprised. Most dark organizations would be. But you're not most dark organizations. And that's exactly why I urge you to carefully consider one of the most selective nemesis in the world. So selective that he will probably choose as many as in one of the thousands of accredited dark organizations in the world. The level of pomposity and lack of tact reflected in your letter is a powerful indicator that your August organization might well be a possibility for Harry Potter's future villain needs. It's certainly got my attention. Don't want slacker psychics? No problem. It may surprise you to learn that my interests cover over 400 fields of heroism, from magical animal control to self-resurrection, from Dark Lord termination, perhaps one of the youngest professionals in the world, to classical damsel rescuing. What? Of course you don't want egotistical jerks. Who does? I am self-indulgent and overconfident, but I'm also amusing. Harry Potter is funny and amusing, whether you're laughing with him or at him. You're interested in athletes? Great! Harry Potter has played more sports, 47, than almost any other hero, including oddball favorites such as gobstones. You think I will pay your organizational fees? Don't be too sure. I've got surprises for you there too. Why not send a deposit of 20 million galleons to increase your chances of being selected by Harry Potter? Why not do it right now? Sincerely, Harry Potter, one hell of a guy. P.S. If you'd like a copy of a fun-filled, fact-filled brochure, Harry Potter. What a guy. Just ask. Satisfied that this was as smart-assed an answer as was possible, Harry rolled the sheet up and fastened it to the leg of the owl, which took a dump on his plate, then took flight with his answer. Harry looked down at his ruined meal and wondered if the day could possibly get any worse. Oops. A/N. I do not own Harry Potter. But you knew that. A/N too. Ever have a story in your head that you know full well is a bad idea, but you also know it isn't going away? Even as I write this, I have a feeling that I've read something very like it before, but I can't find it. If I indeed have heist this idea, what can I say except, Ron, stop it. Stop it right now. Ron Weasley was drunk. Very drunk. Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup decisively under his captainship, and the party to celebrate this one started at 4:30 p.m., not 15 minutes after Harry had caught the snitch right out from under Malfoy's nose. In order to liven up the party, Seamus had produced a case of fire whiskey from somewhere. Ron had been drinking heavily for almost 6 hours. During that time, he had decided a few things. First, he was tired of being in Harry Potter's shadow. Second, he was tired of being a virgin. The third thing he had decided that night was that he was going to do something about both of those other things. And he was going to do them with Hermione, the brainy Gryffindor which was not drunk. The only thing that kept her at the party was her sense of responsibility toward her head girl position. Every part of her wanted to grab her boyfriend of almost a year, though at her insistence they hadn't told anyone, so as to not put forth the impression of impropriety while she was the head girl. Drag him to her suite and have her way with him, but that would have to wait a while longer. Oh, come on, Mione. Ron slurred. You know, you've got to be tired of waiting from Harry to grow a pair. The youngest, male Weasley, had backed his friend into a corner and was leaning in close enough that she could smell the alcohol on his breath. Ron licked his lips in what he imagined was a seductive manner. Come on, let's go up to my dorm. No one's there but Neville, a couple of silencing charms, and he'll never know. Ron reached into the gap in the front of Hermione's robes and lightly squeezed her breast. Suddenly, Ron's head jerked to the right. It took him a moment to realize that his sudden head movement was caused by Hermione slapping his face. You listen to me, Ronald Weasley. If you ever make such an insulting proposition toward me or touch me again, I will hex you until you're nothing but a greasy spot on the floor. Hermione stomped to the center of the room. All right, everyone, this party is getting entirely out of hand. Seamus, get rid of the fire whiskey. Some people She shot a filthy look at Ron. Cannot handle it. I'm leaving for the night. If you want to ensure that there aren't any more parties this year, do something to make me come back. Merlin help you if Professor McGonagall has to come in here. Hermione made her way to the door only to have it open before she could touch it. There he was with those beautiful eyes. Hello, Hermione, he said quietly. The noise of the party was getting to me, so I went for a walk. Those eyes. He had such beautiful eyes. She took his hand. Come with me. I want to spend some time with my boyfriend. Really? His features brightened as that smile that always made her heart flutter crossed his lips. Are you sure? I mean, you said you wanted to keep a low profile. To hell with it, she said. I'm tired of sneaking around. I'm proud of you. I want everyone to know we're together. I want all the girls to see what they can't have. But tonight, I want you. His smile got wider. I think I can help you there. Ron stumbled into his dorm. Damn stairs. He glanced to Harry's bed. Empty. Of course. He was out there, doing Hermione. His Hermione. What the hell was with Harry anyway? He could have pretty much any girl he wanted with his money and his Quidditch playing and his good looks and everything. Why did he have to take Hermione? He knew that Ron wanted Hermione. Selfish bastard. Ron disrobed for bed, just allowing his clothing to fall to the floor. He spent a few moments searching for the pajama bottoms he wore while sleeping, but screw it. Sleeping in skin was better anyway. Harry and Hermione. They were out screwing around, weren't they? Why did Harry always get what Ron wanted? The map. He could use the map and see where they were doing it and turn them in. Serve her right for slapping him like that. Serve Harry right, too. Where did he get off humping Ron's girl? Ron padded over to Harry's trunk. Locked. Crap, he didn't have his wand. Ron returned to his pile of clothing and searched until he found the wand, then returned to the trunk. What was he doing again? The map. That's right. Find the map. Catch Harry screwing Hermione and turn them in. Serve them right. Ron waved his wand at the trunk. Alamo-alo. Nothing happened. What that the right charm? Alamo-alo? Yeah, that sounded right. Just like Potter to have some super secret lock on his trunk while he was fucking Ron's Hermione. Bastard. Tired. Ron sat on the bed. Just for a tick. Just to rest. Harry was in bliss. Being inside of this beautiful girl was heaven. The way she wrapped her legs around his body to hold him inside, while she used her hands to hold his face so that she could stare into his eyes while they thrust together amazed him beyond all words. The first time had been horrible. He had hurt her, made her cry. She had assured him that the first time was often painful, but that with practice it would be so very good. She was right as usual. They practiced, and it was very good. They had kept their relationship a secret at Harry's insistence. No sense drawing unwanted attention to the woman he loved. She was getting close, her eyes dilated, a thin sheen of sweat on her upper lip, her movements faster, more demanding. Recognizing the signs of her approaching orgasm, Harry picked up his tempo and quit reciting potion reaction tables in his head. If he timed this right, her hands slid to the back of his head and tangled in his hair. She pulled his head down and covered his mouth with her own. As their tongues touched, she peaked. Another stroke, he followed her into orgasm. Ginny Weasley had a plan. A lot of effort had gone into this plan. It was a good plan. She had a limited window for it to be successful. Tonight, she would sleep with Harry Potter. Time was of the essence. The fertility potion was a complex one. Brewing time came from a complex process that varied internally based upon the freshness of each of the 57 ingredients. The brew finished today at 5 p.m. The potion had a shelf life of 6 hours. It had to be tonight. Even if the potion wasn't in the picture, she knew her time was running out. Harry and Hermione were both conveniently disappearing at the same time and showing up later with near identical goofy grins. Really? Who did they think they were fooling? Well, tonight, Ginny Weasley was getting what she deserved. She untangled herself from him. She leaned down and kissed him. I need to use the loo. She whispered. Use my cloak. No one will bother you. She took hold of his penis and stroked him. You rest. When I get back, I'm going to want a second go. Harry watched her gorgeous ass disappear into his invisibility cloak and felt the bed move as she left. He reached for his wand where it was wedged into the headboard. Knox, he murmured, and the wand ceased its gentle glow. His beautiful love had problems with her appearance. no matter how many times he told her she was breathtaking. Somehow making love in the dark made her even more uninhibited than she normally was. They had developed this tradition between them. They would make love with his wand lit so that he could see her. Then they would repeat in the darkness so that she could release her wild side more completely. Sometimes he loved being Harry Potter. Ginny silently crept into the seventh-year boy's dorm. She hurriedly cast some whispered silencing charms on his bed and then tipped back the fertility potion. She was about to crawl into the bed when an idea occurred to her. A swish of her wand and a muttered incantation caused her long, straight hair to kink and bunch up. No sense in taking any chances. She pulled open the drapes and climbed onto the bed. Hermione returned to her lover, drawing back the drapes and finding him dozing. She smiled to herself. There was a certain satisfaction to know that she could exhaust him so very pleasantly. She stretched in the darkness, luxuriating in the afterglow. Perhaps it was a reaction to having to deal with Ron and the other idiots at the party, but she was feeling somewhat aroused by this wonderful man, more so than she normally would be after they made love. He deserved a reward. Something special perhaps, something a bit naughty, something she didn't do all that often. Hermione slid into the bed alongside her lover and took him in hand and guided him to her mouth. Ron Weasley woke suddenly from his deep sleep with a start. Something was happening to him. Little Ron was engulfed in a wonderful, warm, wet suction. With trembling hands he reached toward his crotch in the darkness and encountered hair. A mass of bushy hair bobbing up and down over that breathtaking feeling of suction. Hermione was the only word that flashed across his mind. The feel, dare he imagine skill? No, don't dwell on that. Of what she was doing was amazing. Ron so wanted this feeling to last, but he was powerless to prevent his orgasm, and he emptied himself into her. To his amazement, she never stopped with her ministrations. Bringing him back to full erection is less time than he thought possible. Once he was fully erect, her mouth abandoned him, and she crawled forward, not wanting to take a chance of jinxing what was happening. Ron lay quietly trembling, waiting to see, or rather feel, what his busy-haired lover would do next. When the girl straddled him, guided his length into her body, and began the most wonderful motion he had ever imagined, he found that he no longer cared. Harry pulled his lover up to a kiss, loving the feeling of her erect nipples pushing into his chest. He reached down with both hands to cup that wonderful ass. He loved the sound of her giggle as he squeezed her lower cheeks, coinciding with her downward stroke. He raised his head to nibble on her neck where it joined to her shoulder, and she squealed into orgasm. Harry buried himself inside her body completely before rolling her onto her back to continue. "Nice one, Potter," she growled. "Don't stop. Do me. Make me come again." Never one to disobey, Harry slowed his motion, making each stroke slower and more deliberate. At the same time, he moved one hand to her left breast, rolling her nipple between his fingers while suckling at her right. This was their favorite position. "I love you," Hermione whispered to the man in whose arms she laid, their bodies still joined. He responded by nuzzling her neck sleepily. She loved the feeling of being so very sexy when he fell asleep with her like this. The idea that she had managed to exhaust him so completely with her body offered a sense of power she found intoxicating. She wasn't hiding this anymore. To hell with appearances, to hell with Voldemort. She wasn't going to waste another day not glorying in their relationship. Ginny woke when her new lover began to stir. She had gotten her Harry. She laid her hand on her stomach and imagined that she could feel the new life moving inside of her. Her baby, Harry's baby. She couldn't wait to see the look on Hermione's face once the seventh year knew she had lost. There was no doubt in Ginny's mind that Harry would be upset, but once he knew of his child, he would forgive the mother of his child anything. She reached out to shake the shoulder of her life mate, wondering if he would be up to another go before breakfast. "Get off, Mum," was the response to her gentle touch. Her mouth went dry. Ignoring her nakedness, she threw open the drapes of the four-poster to allow the morning light into the bed. Then she began to scream. Harry arrived in the Great Hall to discover the Gryffindor table in an uproar. Harry was 98% certain that nothing he had done could have caused the excitement. Surely everyone was over yesterday's game. It was when he sat down and discovered that the anxiety was of the bad variety that his estimation of his blamelessness ticked up to 99%. Dean Thomas slid into the seat across from him. "Harry, where the hell were you last night?" "Harry was with me," said the girl who was just sitting down next to Harry. "He was with me all night." "What?" Lavender Brown asked from 3 seats down the table. "You and Harry spent the night together?" Parvati asked, incredulously. "Yes, we did. Is that a problem?" was the Ravenclaw's response. "Padma, Mum is going to freak completely out," Parvati predicted. The Gryffindor gossip queens slid down the bench to Padma's side. "So, is he any good?" Harry shuddered at the thought of how long it was going to take for the news of his and Padma's relationship to reach all parts of the castle. He turned his attention back to Dean. "What's going on?" "You and Padma?" "Good on you, mate." "Dean." "Sorry, Harry. I'm not sure of the details. All I know is that I got woke up this morning by Ginny Weasley screaming from your bed." "What the holy hell was she doing in my bed?" A wide grin spread across Dean's face. "Well, I don't know for certain, but when Seamus and I got there, she and Ron were both in your bed naked as jaybirds." "What?" "Honest to God," Dean said, knowing that as a muggle-raised wizard Harry would accept that. "Oh, that's just his own sister? In my bed?" Harry looked more than a little disgusted. "Dobby?" There was a quiet pop and Dobby appeared at Harry's side. "Yes, Harry Potter, sir?" "How can Dobby help the great Harry Potter, sir?" "Dobby, could you please change the linens on my bed? And the drapes? For that matter, could you replace the mattress?" The elf nodded. "Dobby hear what Weasleys do and already replace Harry Potter sir's entire bed." Dobby sad to hear what Weasleys do. Dobby hoped that Weasleys not do that anymore, but the elf sighed sadly. "Theys do." Harry wondered what that was about, but had learned not to question Dobby unless he really needed to. "Thank you, Dobby. Harry Potter, sir, is calling Dobby if Dobby is needed." And with another pop, the elf was gone. Harry shook his head. "I can't get the image out of my head. God, this is disturbing." "What's disturbing, Harry?" Hermione asked as she sat next to Dean and Neville sat at her other side. "Neville, where were you last night? You missed the excitement this morning." Dean asked excitedly. The blonde Gryffindor hesitated. "I was, Neville spent the night with me," Hermione said simply. "What happened that has everyone so excited?" "You and Neville?" Lavender squealed. Hermione responded with a smile and a nod that told the women at the table that details would be available later. Dean explained about finding the naked Weasleys in Harry's bed. Hermione summed up the feelings of everyone at the table succinctly. "Ew." Harry suddenly looked around the Great Hall. "What is it, Harry?" Padma asked, taking his hand under the table. "It's nothing," Harry said. "For a second there, I thought I heard banjo music." Ginny sat in the headmaster's office, staring at the floor, her long red hair, once again straight, hung down, hiding her face from the room. What had she done? What had Ron been doing in Harry's bed? Harry would never have anything to do with her once he found out. Her blood ran cold. What if the potion worked? Ron was also in the headmaster's office, suffering through one of his mother's traditional screeching lectures. Ron honestly thought he was dying. For the first time in his life, he wasn't hungry. The pain from his binge the night before was devastating. And so obviously, so that the headmaster had sent for Madame Pomfrey asking that she bring Ron a hangover potion. Dumbledore waited for Molly Weasley to pause her tirade for a breath when he interrupted the Weasley matriarch. "Miss Weasley, I'm afraid I need to know exactly what was in this vial." The headmaster held up a small crystal container. "A fertility potion," Ginny said without looking up. "Why on earth would you use a fertility potion on your own brother?" Minerva McGonagall asked. "Ron wasn't supposed to be there. It was supposed to be Harry," the girl said in an emotionless monotone. "A fertility potion?" Molly gasped. "Oh, Ginny, how could you?" It slowly dawned on Ron through the pain that he had actually had sex. And as he recalled it, pretty good sex too. Sure, it was with his sister, but still. Poppy Pomfrey bustled into the headmaster's office with a potion vial clutched in her hand. "You pamper them, headmaster." She stopped to regard Ron with a gimlet eye. "If we let them suffer a bit, they might not do it again." "Poppy, please." Dumbledore was having a disturbing bout of déjà vu with this. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and handed Ron the vial. He unstoppered it and tipped the potion down his throat. Relief was almost instantaneous. Thanks, Madam Pomfrey. You're a lifesaver. Ron paused for a moment. Is it too late for breakfast? Poppy, if you would please, it seems we may need more of your services this morning. Miss Weasley seems to have ingested a fertility potion last night before she had carnal relations. If you wouldn't mind? The school healer made her way over to the youngest Weasley, muttering all the while. Poppy made several passes over Ginny's body with her wand, all the while muttering a complex charm. When completed, Ginny's body pulsed blue twice. Congratulations, Miss Weasley. You're going to be a mother. Molly gasped, but a grin spread across Arthur's face. Well, Molly, you can't say we haven't been expecting it. There's only one thing for it. Ron, Ginny, you're going to get married. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. Minerva planted her face into the palm of her right hand, muttering something about not again. Married? Ron sputtered. Dad, I can't marry my sister. Oh, of course you can, Ronald. His father said. We'll take care of the sister thing. When I'm done, no one will remember she's your sister except family. Everyone else will remember Ginny as your cousin on the Pruitt side. Arthur laughed. Relax, son, this is all in hand. It's not like it hasn't happened before. What do you mean it's happened before? A flustered Ron asked. Ginny is the first girl in 10 generations. That's what everyone believes, Ronnie. Molly said, patting his hand. The truth is all the Weasley women in the last 9 generations have married within the family. Whenever a young Weasley girl falls in love with her brother, a family spell is cast that causes almost everyone to believe she is actually from the Pruitt clan. But Mom, Ginny said, horrified at what she was hearing. You're from the Pruitt clan. No, dear. There is no Pruitt clan. I was born Molly Weasley, and I fell in love with my handsome big brother. She leaned over to Arthur for a kiss. We've always been together, just like you and Ron will be. There was a short pause. Then Ron and Ginny looked at each other. Their eyes met, and for the first time, each of them knew what the other felt in their heart of hearts. Harry Potter was sitting in Charm's class watching Professor Flitwick demonstrate a charm for distracting large beasts when a scream rang out in the castle. It took a second of listening to the screech of horror before he realized that it wasn't one, but 2 people screaming. Now what? He asked himself, deciding then and there to stay completely out of whatever it was Ron and Ginny were screaming about. A/N. Cheesy, I know. Transparent, I know. Probably already been done better by someone else. But God, this tickled me. The fine, A/N. I do not own Harry Potter, his image, likeness, or the piles of money he has made his creator. But you knew that. Harry Potter and the fine. Pain. That pretty much defined the universe that Harry Potter found himself in. Pain. This was what he had imagined hell to be like back when he went to Sunday school, before Dudley's behavior caused the fat little boy to be ejected from services, which meant that there must be something wrong with the church, so the Dursleys never attended again. Pain. Was he still alive? It didn't seem possible, not really. But could you really hurt this much and not being alive? The darkness exploded into light, which caused even more pain. He was suddenly aware of a horrible taste in his mouth and a buzzing sound. Dmazry? Miak. Me. Padma's voice? Padma. The last thing he remembered was stepping between Padma and the oncoming blue curse. He remembered being surprised when the curse had shattered his shield and hit him fully in the chest. Then nothing. The light was fading again. The pain was reduced, but still almost all-consuming. As the universe grayed, Harry tried to remember how to pray so that he could ask the all-powerful being they told him about in that Sunday school to protect his friends. Yet another vile taste filled his mouth, and the light came back. Amin yo, ry pot I me. A different voice broke in. I can up to something. Someone was touching his face, his lips, his face seemed to be wet. Padma was speaking again. Oh, vo you ku up? Harry. Whack. Up. Harry ignored the pain. Padma needed him. He put all of his effort into opening his eyes. There she was. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Harry. He tried to speak, but nothing came. A small amount of water was poured into his mouth. Harry painfully swallowed. Padma, he managed to whisper. Harry. The witch clung to him. Hermione came into his field of vision, being supported by Luna Lovegood. Harry. Hey, my own. He managed to whisper. Luna. Where's Ron? Ronald is in the far bed, Harry. Luna said. He's sleeping. Madame Pomfrey says he'll be fine in the morning. Amazingly, we didn't lose a single student or staff member. You were hurt the worst, Madame Pomfrey didn't know if you'd ever wake up. Why? Harry's strength was fading. Why are we still alive? Luna gestured with her wand, and a chair slid from the wall to Harry's bedside. So very carefully, the blonde Ravenclaw assisted her lover into the chair. Hermione looked up from her seat and gave Luna a chaste kiss that promised more to come. Through his pain, Harry remembered how surprised he had been when the pair had come out to the castle only a few days before. Hermione took a painful breath and explained. The Dark Lord Voldemort and a contingent of 15 of his best Death Eaters had made their way into Hogwarts Castle via the vanishing cabinet that Draco Malfoy had located in the Room of Requirements and had painstakingly repaired. Once inside the ancient castle's ward, the Dark Lord and his minions made their way to the Great Hall, where the evening meal was in session. Voldemort burst into the Great Hall and immediately fired off the curse he had specifically designed to destroy Harry Potter. Taking the boy's damnable luck and freakish reflexes into account rather than curse the boy himself, the Dark Lord targeted the girl his spies had told him was Potter's woman. And of course the boy placed himself in the way of the curse. The Dark Lord's laughter, when the Chosen One fell to the curse, chilled the blood of all who watched. Neither the Dark Lord nor his minions expected the maelstrom of spell fire that came from every direction when the students reacted to the attack. Still, the fight, though brutal, was short as the Death Eaters cut a swath through the assembled students and staff while the Dark Lord himself dealt with the headmaster. After almost 20 minutes of magical combat, did the fight between the two magical titans reach its climax, with an exhausted Dumbledore on his knees before an injured but victorious Voldemort. Here he is, the champion of mudbloods and squibs, the Dark Lord said, his voice magically amplified to echo throughout the castle. Any last words, Headmaster? Dumbledore looked up and drew a painful breath. But before he could speak, the great hall went dark, a storm forming in the enchanted ceiling. An actual bolt of lightning arced from the ceiling to the staff table. It was only after his eyes cleared from the flash blindness that Voldemort discovered that every one of his Death Eaters were now dead, each with a knife from the Hogwarts dinner service buried in each eye. What is this? How did you do this, Dumbledore? The Dark Lord screamed. Thomas Marvolo Riddle, a new voice echoed throughout the castle. The time of your judgment has come. Every eye in the Great Hall was focused at the far entrance to the Great Hall, where hovering over the Slytherin table was Madame Irma Pants, the school librarian, magic arcing from her body. Her hair, having escaped its normal bun, cascaded around her in ways that caused more than a few of the male students to suddenly start drooling slightly. What is this? Voldemort bellowed. You left Hogwarts in June of 1945 and never returned the copy of Ogden Trulovi's Dark Arts Omnibus you had checked out of my library. The woman took a breath and gestured at the shredded paper littering the Great Hall. Your idiot Death Eaters have destroyed at least 50 of my precious books tonight. I can hear the damaged book wards screaming even now. It is time, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Time to pay your fine. It was horrible, Harry, Hermione sobbed at the memory. I mean, it was Voldemort and everything, but the things she did to him, just horrible. Every sword and battle axe in the castle, flying from every direction, she sliced him into tiny little pieces. The bushy-haired Gryffindor shook her head. That was when Ron got hurt. Instead of standing still, he jumped up to try to hex Riddle and caught the flat of a battle axe in the back of the head. Padma explained. Riddle was begging Madame Pants to let him die, but she wouldn't. She just kept at him for 3 hours. Hermione continued. It was horrible. It truly was Harry. Luna said, sobbing. Her power was unbelievable. I guess all that time with unrestricted access to all those books let her become so very powerful. I never thought I would feel sorry for a Dark Lord, but the blonde Ravenclaw couldn't continue. When she finally let him die, Padma picked up the story. She just straightened her robes and went back to the library. Bloody hell. Harry breathed. Is Neville here? Dean? Seamus? I'm here, Harry. Neville said, stepping into Harry's field of view. Nev, I need you to go to the dorm. I need. Harry's strength failed him. What is it, Harry? I need you to go to the dorm. Yeah, Harry. There's a library book under my pillow. It's due back today. Could you turn it in for me? The Hufflepuff Conspiracy, Part 1. A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. The Hufflepuff Conspiracy, Part 1. It is somewhat interesting that Hufflepuffs and Hufflepuff graduates of Hogwarts are victims of homicide and other violent crimes to a much lesser extent than Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Slytherins. There is, however, no adequate explanation for this. This fact is viewed as a statistical anomaly. Hogwarts: A History, 155th edition. Theodore Entwistle, editor, Hufflepuff, 1865. When he looked back, even a month later, Harry found he had only scattered memories of the next few days. It was as though he had been through too much to take in anymore. The recollections he did have were very painful. The worst, perhaps, was the meeting with the Diggories that took place the following morning. They did not blame him for what had happened. On the contrary, both thanked him for returning Cedric's body to them. Mr. Diggory sobbed through most of the interview. Mrs. Diggory's grief seemed to be beyond tears. He suffered very little then, she said, when Harry had told her how Cedric had died. And after all, Amos, he died just when he'd won the tournament. He must have been happy. Excerpt from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. The review. The Hufflepuff Council was assembling in what my Auntie Amelia described as our most holy of holies. Helga's Redoubt. A chamber accessible to students only through the Hufflepuff Common Room, and even then only after all 6 of the currently serving prefects pressed their wands to the house crest over the Common Room's main fireplace and incanted Helga's name. Godric Gryffindor had his armory with his weapons and armor. Rowena Ravenclaw had her near-mythic potions labs. Salazar Slytherin had his sinister chamber with its secrets and monster. Helga Hufflepuff had her redoubt, a meeting hall dedicated to the continued unity of her house. Helga herself chaired the very first meeting of the Hufflepuff Council. The house histories tell us that at the time it was called the Council of Badgers, and indeed even Hufflepuff House itself was known as the Badger House. The current name only came into use following the death of our beloved Helga, when the House and Council renamed themselves by unanimous vote. The other houses, Lion, Serpent, and Corvid, followed suit to honor their own founders shortly thereafter. As new 5th years, my entire cohort was inducted into the Council. To be clear, everyone in the house knew about the Council. Actual membership wasn't offered until 5th year, but during their indoctrination sessions with Professor Sprout, every first-year puff was told of the Council and informed of the first and most important rule of the Hufflepuff Council. No one talks about the Hufflepuff Council to any outsider. Ever. Full stop. I recall first year how we all thought that the first rule was so funny. It wasn't until after the Christmas Hall's 3rd year we found out just how serious the first rule was when it was discovered that Sally Ann Perks had mentioned the Council to her cousin, who was a 6th-year Ravenclaw. The next day, Sally Ann was gone, and everyone in the house got a refresher interview with Professor Sprout, wherein she explained the importance of the first rule again. Sally Ann's disappearance frightened me to no end. I ended up begging Auntie Amelia to meet with me on the next Hogsmeade weekend. She explained that both Sally Ann and her cousin had any and all references to the Council obliterated from their memories, and that Sally Ann, having proven that she could not be trusted with house secrets, had been transferred to Beauxbatons to complete her education. Annie smiled at my concerns and told me that it was my Hufflepuff side that had me so worried about my friend. So, we filed into the redoubt for the first council meeting of the year. As per tradition, we were seated in our cohorts. My best friend, Hannah, was to my left, and Justin Finch-Fletchley sat to my right. The room filled quickly. I was surprised to see the seats on the far side of the redoubt filled with so many adults. Legacy Puffs, the 7th-year prefect, told me when I asked. The floor of the chamber was a raised platform with a row of seats. Those seats were also filling up. I could see my Auntie Amelia, and it was clear that Annie was not happy in the slightest. That was when I spotted her. Cho Chong, Ernie Macmillan, who was sitting on the other side of Hannah, just stared at the Ravenclaw in amazement. This is the first time in living memory a non-Hufflepuff has been allowed into a meeting of the council. He whispered. The rest of us nodded. Ernie was our resident history buff. Cho sat next to the Diggories, in the row of seats reserved for visitors down on the floor facing the raised platform. This must be about Cedric. Hannah breathed in my ear. That's the only possible reason for her to be here. I fought off a smile. A lot of the Puff witches harbored resentment toward Cho for daring to date Cedric, causing him to be unavailable to his housemates. Until this moment, I hadn't known that Hannah had been one of them. I wondered if Ernie noticed. Evidently he had. Yvonne did? Ernie said, with a slight smile. Will the concealed council's counsel console Cho? Professor Sprout entered the chamber, preventing any of the normal violence that Ernie's word play usually garnered him. Our head of house was followed by Madame Pomfrey. That struck me as odd that I hadn't known that the school healer was a Puff. Professor Sprout was obviously furious. Yet another oddity. Our head of house was usually the model of the jovial elder witch. The head of Hufflepuff House reached the podium and looked out at the assembled council. Thank you for coming so promptly for this first meeting of the council for the year. As all of you know, one of our own was murdered last year. This session of the council is convened to determine exactly what happened. Rumors are rife in the castle and indeed the world at large. The only witness to this unforgivable act of violence was Harry Potter, who says that Cedric was killed by Peter Pettigrew on the orders of you-know-who. The official position of the Ministry of Magic is that Potter is delusional, that both Pettigrew and He Who Must Not Be Named have been dead for more than a decade, and that Cedric's death was due to misadventure, whatever that means. The Ministry has made no effort to discover the truth of the situation. I find this to be unacceptable. In accordance with the ancient rules of the Hufflepuff Council, I call for a Hufflepuff inquiry. Onchi Amelia Stud. Amelia Bones, Hufflepuff cohort of 36. You all know me. Despite the best efforts of our housemates, the Ministry remains corrupt and incapable of doing what needs done. I second Pomona's call for an inquiry. The call for an inquiry has been seconded. Professor Sprout continued. Any discussion? Silence filled the redoubt. The call for an inquiry has been seconded and no discussion has been offered. I now call for the vote. All in favor of a Hufflepuff inquiry say aye. Helga's redoubt rang with the rumbling eyes of the assembled members of my family's traditional house. Opposed. This was met with silence. The inquiry, the proposal passes. Professor Sprout intoned. I call the Hufflepuff inquiry to order. Some of you may have noticed Miss Cho Chang, Ravenclaw cohort of 97 in the gallery. Given her relationship with Cedric Diggory, she was offered the chance to sit in on our inquiry in order to know what had happened to the young man she had betrothed herself to. Miss Cho has agreed to be voluntarily obliviated upon the completion of the inquiry. She will be left with the knowledge of what has happened to Cedric, but not of the council itself. Sprout paused while the assembled Hufflepuffs digested this information, and then she continued. I call Hogwarts healer Poppy Pomfrey. The healer stepped up to the podium with a small file of notes. Most of you know me. Poppy Pomfrey, Hufflepuff cohort of 1933. I treated Harry Potter after his return from his purported encounter with the Dark Lord Voldemort, but not before he was attacked by the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. on the castle grounds. A gasp ran through the room. I, like most of the assembled students, had no idea who this Barty Crouch Jr. was supposed to be, but evidently he was well known to the adults. After some stressful interviews with the headmaster and the Minister of Magic, the expression on Madame Pomfrey's face spoke volumes as to what she thought of those two men stressing a patient in her care. I managed to get young Potter to sleep. This is when I did something I am more than a little ashamed of. After the ward was cleared of everyone except my patient, I dosed Harry Potter with a hypnotic potion and woke him up. I wanted to hear the story of what happened to our Cedric with my own ears. The healer took a drink from the glass in front of her. What he told me is practically word for word what he tried to tell everyone who would listen. Voldemort is back. Cedric was killed by Peter Pettigrew. In addition, he named all of the Death Eaters he saw that night. The room was silent, waiting for her to finish. A hypnotic is not Veritaserum, not by a long shot. A disciplined mind can still lie while under a hypnotic. While I do not believe that Harry Potter has sufficient discipline to resist, I cannot offer what he told me as evidence. I, however, believe him. Following this evening's welcoming feast, I requested Mr. Potter report to the hospital wing that I might check on his recovery from the injuries he sustained at the end of the last term. Once he was there, I discovered something that I could inform the headmaster required he be monitored overnight. As I have already told Madam Bones and Professor Sprout, I have Harry Potter waiting outside this room under another dose of the hypnotic potion. I propose that he be brought into the redoubt and given Veritasium so that we can find out exactly what happened. The hypnotic will guarantee that Mr. Potter will not remember being here. This will allow us to finally know what happened that horrible day. Annie Amelia stood up and said, I feel I need to inform everyone here that doing this is patently illegal. That being said, I, for one, believe that it is necessary. We will be invading Harry Potter's privacy in the most distasteful way possible. And if, as I suspect, he is telling the truth, we will owe a debt to the young man that we may never be able to repay. The redoubt burst into a flurry of conversations, as everyone seemed to feel the need to discuss what Annie had said with their neighbor. Ernie, Hannah, Justin, and I just looked at one another. Between us, we had suspected Harry of so many things over the years. Most recently that he was trying to steal Cedric's glory, and each time we had been wrong. The inquiry will come to order. The magically amplified voice of Professor Sprout rang out. The inquiry will now vote on this proposed action. All in favor signify by saying I. The walls of the redoubt practically vibrated from the collective YEA that rang out from the crowd. Opposed. A scattering of no came from various places in the cavernous room. One older wizard, easily Dumbledore's senior, stood. Algernon Blakesley, Hufflepuff cohort of 1829. 'Tis plain ye intend to do this evil thing, this invasion of the boy's mind. 'Tis wrong, wrong I tells ye. 'Tis clear that each of ye believe the boy, but ye want to use his words to convince the rest of us. I tells ye, I be convinced now without what ye are about to do. From what I've heard of the Potter boy, he would have agreed if ye'd only asked, but ye didn't, did ye? Even criminals are treated better than this. I'll be leavin', having no part of this. The old man made his way to the exit. He was joined by almost 24 others. His words caused me to second-guess my vote of aye. Looking around, I could see I wasn't the only one having second thoughts. The ayes have it. Professor Sprout continued, not looking anywhere nearly as self-assured as she had been. Somehow seeing that even the leadership of my house sometimes felt a bit of doubt somehow made me feel a bit better. Poppy, bring Mr. Potter in. The witness. The room quieted again as Madame Pomfrey made her way to the anteroom. And then she returned half guiding and half carrying what appeared to be a very drunk Harry Potter. Madame Pomfrey, you gotta tell me where to get some more of that purple stuff? The boy who lived slurred. I mean, it's great. Really great. I mean, Kickapoo Joy Juice is a really stupid name, but wow, it's great stuff. We need you to sit over here, Mr. Potter. Kay. Harry stumbled over his own feet, ending up flat on his back, looking up into the gallery. Huh, I fell down. Hey, there's Hannah, he said, recognizing my best friend. Hi, Hannah. Harry waved at her from where he laid on the floor. Harry returned his attention to his healer. Hannah hates me. Hannah gasped at my side. I don't, she whispered. She does. Harry continued nodding enthusiastically. She thought I was Slytherin's heir. Huh, I wasn't, but I can talk to snakes. Have you ever spoken to a snake, Madame Pomfrey? No, Harry, I haven't. They're not the most sparkling conversationalists. Mostly they want to talk about food and going to warm places. Hannah knows I can talk to snakes, and that old Sal could talk to snakes, so that makes me a bastard just like Sal. Except he probably wasn't such a bastard, you know? Probably just 1,000 years of bad press. I wonder if the kids back then made buttons that said, Godric rules, then flash, Sal sucks. Hannah had a button last year. It was supposed to flash between support Cedric Diggory and Potter stinks, but hers always seemed to say I stunk. That seemed to sober Harry a bit. I shower every day, but there were so many of those buttons. Do I stink? No, Harry. The older which bent down to help him back to his feet. People were emotional last year. Sometimes that makes them do cruel things. I guess. The boy who lived said as he stood up. Hey, there's Hannah. Hi, Hannah. And he waved at her again with a beaming smile, seemingly having forgotten the last few seconds. Hannah managed another weak wave to him. Hey, Susie, the drunken boy suddenly yelled when our eyes met. He ambled over to where I was sitting and leaned on the railing in front of me, swaying slightly. Hey, God, you're beautiful. I could look at you all day. The guys in the dorm say I shouldn't ask you out because you've got red hair. And my mom had red hair, and that dating a girl with the same color hair as my mom would be weird and sick and weird. I couldn't believe that of all the pretty girls at the school, Harry and his friends talked about me. Come on, Harry. Madame Pomfrey tried yet again to get Harry moving toward the chair waiting for him. I mean, the only reason I know that Mom had red hair is because people tell me she did. All the pictures I've seen are in black and white. Why don't wizarding photos come in color? Muggle pictures don't move, but they're color. He allowed Pomfrey to guide him toward the chair. Isn't Susie pretty? I think she's pretty, and God, but she's got great boobies. I mean, seriously, we call them her Hufflepuppies in the dorm, though she'd probably kill us if she found out. So shuh, he said with a finger in front of his lips. Hermione hexed us all good when she heard us talking about Susie's puppies. She likes Susie too. She says that Susie is too good for us. The pair had finally made it to the chair when Harry suddenly turned to Madame Pomfrey and repeated himself. You gotta tell me where to get some more of that purple stuff. Kickapoo Joy Juice is a stupid name really, but wow, it's great stuff. He sat down at her urging. Mr. Potter? Auntie Amelia approached Harry. Madam Bones? Hi, are you Susie's mum? The hypnotic has something of an intoxicating effect, as well as affecting short-term memory. Madame Pomfrey noted. No kidding. Annie asked before turning to Harry. No, Harry. I'm her aunt. She's pretty. Yes, she is. I felt my blush returning. I knew that Annie could never resist a chance to tease me. I hear you'd like to date her. Oh yeah, but I can't. Because of her red hair? Annie looked up and locked eyes with me. Yeah, no. I mean, everyone says that would be weird, but the real reason is I'm going to die. He said matter-of-factly. You're going to die? Yeah. Once again, he appeared to sober a bit. Voldemort is going to kill me. Gasps filled the room at the mention of the forbidden name. Oh, come on, Harry said, looking around the room. It's just a made-up name, and it doesn't mean anything. Harry swayed on the chair for a moment. You know, Madam Bones, I've never understood one thing about the whole everyone afraid to say Voldemort thing if no one ever says the name. So how does anyone know to be afraid of it? They don't even write it down. That's really, really stupid. I agree. It probably is stupid, Harry. What makes you think he's going to kill you? Well, he keeps coming back. He tried to kill me when I was less than 2 years old. He tried to kill me first year when he was riding in Professor Quirrell's head, trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. He tried to kill me second year in the Chamber of Secrets when he had possessed Ginny Weasley. And he tried to kill me last year after the stupid Triwizard Cup porkeyed Cedric and me to the graveyard. How many times can I get lucky before he manages it? As long as the death wankers like Lucius Malfoy are around, any girl I went out with would be in danger. Harry seemed to think for a moment. Hey, maybe I should date Pansy Parkinson. He had amused himself so much by that comment, he fell off the chair laughing. Harry, my auntie said as she helped Harry back into the chair. We want to talk to you about the day Cedric died. Cedric died. It was all my fault. Harry looked up and spotted the Diggories. Mr. Diggory? Mrs. Diggory? It was all my fault. I'm so sorry. I was trying to let the real champion win. I didn't know that sharing the cup with Cedric would get him killed. Harry, Annie said, getting his attention, we would like you to take a potion. One that would only let you tell the truth. Verisim? Snape said something about that last year. Harry's brow furrowed. That Snape is a right bastard, you know? Why would anyone who hates kids so much be a teacher? Potter, your toenails are growing too loudly, Harry said in an uncanny impersonation of our potions professor. 20 billion points from Gryffindor. Yes, Veritasserum. We want to know exactly what happened to Cedric. You taking the Veritasserum would allow us to know for certain. Oh! Harry rocked back and forth in the chair for a moment. This is why Madame Pomfrey gave me the purple stuff, isn't it? The joy juice will keep you from remembering this, Harry. Madame Pomfrey said, so you can have secrets, but I can't. He thought for a moment, then grinned. What the hell? Sure, I'll take your potion, on one condition. What's that, Harry? Don't tell Susie what I said about how pretty she is. The guilt, I couldn't believe it. Harry had forgotten I was here. With each word out of Harry's mouth, I was more ashamed of what we were doing. The potion had Harry completely out of control. Hannah and I shared a look, and then we both made a move to stand up. Amos Diggory beat us to it. Amelia, stop this. The man had seemingly aged 20 years since the night his son died. There is no reason for this. We all know the boy is telling the truth. Old Blakesley is right. This is an evil thing. Amos, we need to know. We do know Amelia. Harry has told us what happened. If you need to use the Veritaserum, wait until he's in his right mind and ask him, or use his memories in a pensive. Anyone who knows him would tell you he would agree to it. The boy deserves to be treated better than this. He brought Cedric back to us, Mrs. Diggory added. He risked his life to bring my boy back to me. This isn't right. You believe him. We believe him. This just isn't right. I agree. Justin was on his feet next to me. I accused him of setting a snake on me second year. A snake conjured by Draco Malfoy. A snake that any fool could see Harry was trying to calm down. I was one of those wearing the Potter Stinks badges. I wore it even after. Cedric told me that Harry wanted nothing to do with the tournament. I'm ashamed of myself. If we do this, I will be ashamed of my house. He was put on trial for defending himself, Amelia. An older witch called from the far gallery. I recognized Griselda Marchbanks as the speaker. The full Wisegamot impaneled for a case of underaged magic. Explain to me how what we are doing is any better than the actions of that idiot Fudge. Fudge is an idiot, Harry agreed. And that froggy broad that was at the welcoming feast looks like a winner too. He looked around. Madame Pomfrey, have you got any more of that purple stuff? Hey, Justin, how you doing? You gotta try this purple stuff. Hannah stood up. Someone had better alert the Obliviators and get my transfer to Beau's Baton started. As soon as Harry sobers up, I'm telling him what we've done to him. I stood next to my friend. And me, I shouted. And me, Ernie and Megan Jones chorused. Throughout the redoubt, guilt about what we were doing spread. Aunt Amelia saw what was happening. She tried to regain control. This is what we voted. This is the will of the house. No, Madame Marchbanks shouted. Evil is evil even if it is popular. You know this, Amelia. I watched as Annie, Madame Pomfrey, and Professor Sprout huddled together. Their discussion took only seconds, and then Professor Sprout returned to the podium. Fellow Hufflepuffs, I have erred. In my indignation at the loss of one of our own with no apparent action by the ministry, I was determined to use the power of our house to do something. In my hubris, I forgot that young Mr. Potter is a human being as well. Nah, I'm a freak. Harry chuckled. Just ask my relatives. I think perhaps our guest should be taken somewhere where he can sleep off Madame Pomfrey's potion so that I can apologize to him properly in the morning. Professor Sprout looked toward Hannah and me. Miss Abbott, Miss Bones, would you please escort Mr. Potter to the guest suite? Hannah and I left the gallery and approached Harry as the assembled Hufflepuffs began speaking among themselves. Hey, Hannah, Harry said brightly. Hey, Susie, when did you guys get here? Hannah took his left arm, and I took his right. Together we lifted our classmate to his feet. We just stopped by to get you to bed, Harry, I said, pulling his arm around my shoulder while Hannah did the same. Both of you. Harry seemed shocked. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I'm really pissed even if you can't tell. I don't think that I could. We're putting you to bed, you prat. Hannah laughed. Not taking you to bed. Oh. Harry pouted a bit. Would it have killed you to have let me think I was going to be the luckiest guy in the castle, at least until I fell asleep? It might have killed you, I noted dryly. Oh. Hey, Hannah, do you know where the Dark Lord keeps his armies? No. Harry, where? Hannah asked, giving me an odd look. Up his sleeves. Our very drunk friend doubled over in laughter. I found myself wondering if I would ever be so drunk that joke would be funny. Through here, Harry, I said, pushing the door open. The light sconces flamed to life, and the room was lit, revealing a Hogwarts standard four-poster bed. You know, Harry said, looking at the room, I have no bloody idea where I am. That's odd, isn't it? You're in a guest room in the Hufflepuff dorms. I explained. Wow, cool. I don't think the Gryffindors even have a guest suite. He looked around again. Where am I? Let's just get you out of those robes, okay? Hannah said. Okay. Hannah put up with his fumbling with his clothing for almost 20 seconds before she pushed him onto the bed and started pulling his clothing off. "Hannah," I said, a bit shocked. "What?" she asked as she undid his belt and pulled his trousers off. "For younger brother Susie. Nothing I've not seen before. In fact, he's cleaner than most of what I've seen before." Harry lay on the bed in his school uniform shirt and boxers, looking more than a little disoriented. "Susie, what is it, Harry? Are you going to have your way with me?" "No, Harry. I'm just putting you to bed." I removed his glasses and set them on the bedside table before pulling the comforter over him. "Oh," he said, his eyes closing. "Damn." Hannah looked at me and smiled. Even pissed out of his skull, he knows how to feed a girl's ego. "Tell me about it." /2. I would like to point out that this is not my fault. There I was minding my own business, taking a break from trying to finish Merlin's Reaper catching up with the hilarity that is the Care Azkaban news group when I run across this thought by David Brown. Here's the bunny. After the third task, Harry is interrogated under Veritaserum by Madame Pomfrey. Hufflepuff, 1958, before Hufflepuff, House, the Diggory family, and Cho Chang. After it is ascertained that Cedric's death isn't Harry's fault, Poppy asks Harry to name the Death Eaters who appeared after Voldemort's summons. Ultraviolence ensues. Harry is assigned a girlfriend to ensure that he has one. If he falls in love with someone else, that's fine. If he doesn't, he has a loyal Hufflepuff mate for life. The idea that the Puffs are actually running everything in the British Wizarding Society entire wizarding world is certainly not an original one. But of course, as everyone who has ever looked into the vast Hufflepuff conspiracy knows, that there is no vast Hufflepuff conspiracy, and those who say that there is all seem to meet with accidents. That being said, I would like to point out that this is a work of fiction, and I am not in need of a personal interview with Big Boss. Professor Sprout. And that if David knows what's good for him, he'll quit making silly suggestions about that kind, caring, hardworking Hufflepuffs, /N3. As long as I'm assigning blame, Ernie's wordplay, to wit, I wonder, will the concealed council's counsel console Cho, is the fault of Earl Cothridge, /N4. Oh, and Kickapoo Joy Juice is of course the property of the Alcap estate. Just remember, the only real Kickapoo Joy Juice is made by Lonesome Polecat and Hairless Joe, and if it needs more body, they throw one in, /N5. The story isn't done, another chapter perhaps. When I get around to it, the answers, /N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the other characters or situations associated with Harry Potter. Nor do I own any of the characters and situations associated with any of the Zucker brothers' films or television shows. But you knew that. The answers. Her 7th year at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry was turning out to be the best that Hermione Granger had ever known. Harry had defeated Voldemort in a spectacular display of magic, and despite the adulation heaped upon him, Harry remained Harry. Specifically, Harry was her Harry. After a disastrous 2 months of trying to date, she and Ron had acknowledged that they would never be what the other needed. Then Ron, wonderful, sweet Ron, had gone to Harry to ask if Harry would consider softening the blow to Hermione's ego by spending time with her. After the 3rd time Harry softened the blow, he told her what Ron had done. Together they laughed. Then they made love for the first time. Hermione's mother loved Harry from the first. Her father put up a good show of being the stereotypical hostile father. But Hermione knew that Daddy thought Harry was a good man, almost good enough. In late July, her 7th Hogwarts letter appeared tied to the leg of an owl. Included with that letter was a new badge. Hermione had obtained her goal. She was now the head girl. Harry was happy for her, not a hint of the jealousy that Ron would have shown. Upon returning to school, her friendships with the other 7th-year girls grew. There was more than a little surprise that she was now dating Harry, but her friends were actually happy for her. There were many nights in the common room of the Gryffindor head suite where the girls told each other of their romances. And for the first time, Hermione was happy to join in with her own stories of Harry and his quirks. Time passed. Halloween came and went with no incidents for the first time in her time at Hogwarts. Harry was welcomed to her home for the Christmas holidays, though he refused to sleep with her under her parents' roof. Returning to school, she and Harry became even closer, even after Hermione discovered that Harry had declined the head boy position. She asked why, and Harry posited that he didn't need the honor of the position. His reputation was already set for life, that the honor should go to someone who would benefit from the effort. That was how Blaise Zabini got his badge. Now the year was coming to a close. The NEWT exams were only days away. Everything was perfect except the damned hair growth potion. To get a perfect score on the potions NEWT, one had to brew 12 potions. And they were all easy. Except for one. The damned hair growth potion. Hermione had brewed all 12 of the potions through the year, and each of them had come out perfectly. Except the damned hair growth potion. 26 attempts, 26 failures. Hermione had searched every note, every book in the library, and even the personal volumes of Professor Lister, the new potions mistress, but she couldn't find what she was doing wrong. Professor Lister helped as best she could. The 12 NEWT potions were not to be covered in class. But Hermione wasn't making any progress. This left her with a single option. Hermione was ashamed that she was even considering taking this step, but she needed that perfect score. It was the last Hogsmeade weekend of the year. Harry was playing a pickup game with Ron and several other of the more Quidditch-obsessed boys and had promised to find her after lunch. In the meantime, Hermione, along with Lavender, and both Patils were shopping for last-minute needs, quills, parchment, reference material, as well as sweets and special items of clothing to surprise and entice the men in their lives. Hermione deftly steered the group toward her destination. "Ooh," she said as they were making their way to the 3 broomsticks, a shoe shine stand. She looked down at her sensible shoes. "I could use a shine. If you wore trainers like everyone else, you wouldn't have to bother." Lavender laughed. "Oh, you 3 go on, I'll catch up." Hermione approached the stand as the previous patron was leaving. They sat on the chair, offering her left foot to the attendant. "How's it going, Johnny?" she asked. Johnny, a man in his mid-20s with rodent-like features, nodded. "Just fine, Mississippi." Hermione looked to the left, then to the right, making sure that they were alone. "What do you know about hair growth potions, Johnny?" "I shine shoes, miss," Johnny said quietly. "How would I know anything about potions?" Hermione reached into a pocket of her robes and pulled out a pair of galleon coins and hands them to Johnny. The shoe shine boy looked to the left and right, then pocketed the coins and began to work on Hermione's shoes. The hair growth potion is the 12th potion on the NEWT list and has a 73% failure rate. "I've managed a 100% failure rate," Hermione said quietly. "Whenever I expose a hair sample to my potion, the hair is dissolved. You're lacking an emulsifying agent. Since your potion isn't a proper emulsion, the hair is reacting to bubbles of reactive ingredients." "Then what should I do?" Johnny shrugged. "How would I know?" Hermione shook her head and reached into a pocket of her robes for another pair of galleon coins and hands them to Johnny. "I would suggest you try Irish moss." Irish moss, Chondrus crispus, known by the common name Irish moss, is a species of red alga which grows abundantly along the rocky parts of the Atlantic coast of Europe and North America. In its fresh condition, the plant is soft and cartilaginous, varying in color from a greenish, yellow, through red, to a dark purple or purplish-brown. The principal constituent of Irish moss is a mucilaginous body, made of the polysaccharide carrageenan, of which it contains about 55%. The plant also has nearly 10% of protein and about 15% of mineral matter, and is rich in iodine and sulfur. When softened in water, it has a sea-like odor, and because of the abundant cell wall polysaccharides, it will form a jelly when boiled, containing from 20 to 100 times its weight of water. It is an excellent natural emulsifier. "But where would I find any?" Hermione asked. "It's in your basic potions kit, 5th vial from the left, green stopper. It's not used in many potions and is included in the potions kit specifically for the NEWT hair growth potion." "Thanks, Johnny. You're a lifesaver." Hermione handed Johnny a bag containing 20 galleons, then turned away and made her way to the 3 broomsticks. As soon as Hermione was around the corner, a well-dressed woman settled in Johnny's chair. "Hello, Johnny," she said. "Ms. Rowling's." Johnny acknowledged her. "Johnny," she said, "what do you know about writing an epilogue that satisfies the readers?" "I don't know none about no writing, Ms. Rowling's." The woman sighed and handed Johnny a roll of bills. Johnny looked about to ensure their privacy. "You see, what you need to do is A/N. Johnny the Shine is, of course, from the immortal and never-matched television show Police Squad." "Oh," And obviously the lady at the end didn't take Johnny's advice. The worst sort of muggles. A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nifedora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati do nothing for me. A/N. On the Care Azkaban news group, Kafka's Makina posed a challenge, to wit. I've done Satanist, Dudley, but now I want to see what you all can come up with. The challenge is to come up with even worse varieties of the Dursleys. Post a snippet involving Harry at the doorstep and any bits that you see following after. What followed was snippets with Harry raised by Krishnas, by followers of Clotho, clansmen, and Hannibal Lecter, among others. I laugh at those pale imitations of bad human beings. The following is my suggestion for the very worst sort of muggles. The door to number 4 Privet Drive opened. Out stepped the newest resident of Little Whinging, the man who purchased the place from that nice Vernon Dursley fellow only the week before. Dressed in his plaid robe and slippers, the man took a deep breath of the pristine suburban air and looked down at an unexpected noise. He was so surprised at finding a small child wrapped in blankets rather than his newspaper on the step, he barely noticed that his stylish permed hair kept moving for several seconds after his head stopped moving. How very odd, he thought, before turning to call into the house. Carol. 10 years later, Hermione Granger was searching for Trevor the Toad. As she passed the door of the latest compartment, something caught her. Was that a lava lamp? But how? She worked the latch on the door and stepped into the compartment. The compartment was inexplicably carpeted in astroturf. Beaded curtains covered the windows. What was going on? In the center of the room was a boy approximately her own age. He seemed to be working on a bicycle. Why had he brought a bicycle? Excuse me? She said. Have you seen a toad? The boy turned and rose effortlessly to his feet. It was then she noticed that he was wearing denim bell-bottom pants and zip-up boots. His shirt was a day-glow polyester paisley open to the navel with a huge collar. His head was topped by his black hair in a tight perm. From behind a pair of what Hermione thought of as John Lennon glasses, a pair of blazing green eyes shone. Hey there, pretty lady, the boy said. No toads here, just one amazingly cool dude. If you see a toad, would you let someone know? I'm Hermione Granger, she said, extending her hand. The boy immediately began an amazingly complex and completely unnecessary handshake. My name's Harry Brady, he said with a smile. But a groovy chick like you can call me Johnny Bravo. Here's a story of a boy named Harry who had some very special skills. His eyes were emerald green, just like his mother's. He was so very hard to kill. Here's a story of young Hermione, the smartest witch in many years, a muggle-born, like Harry's mother, the kind that you know who fears. First 2 verses: the fault of Fenris Wolf 001 direct all complaints to him. Till the one day when Hermione met our Harry, and they knew it was much more than a hunch, that this pair would somehow form an alliance. And Draco's knows Hermione gets to punch. That's the way they both ate the Dark Lord's lunch. This verse is mine. A/N. Now that's horror. Amateurs. Great, now I've got a full-scale multi-chapter Brady Bunch/Harry Potter cross in my head. But I'm not going to write it. No matter how much I want to do the line Draco, Draco, Draco. Clockwork Leap Part 2. A/N. I own none of this. I do not own Harry Potter or any rights to his image or personality. I do not own the moon or the stars. I don't have any claim on any of the concepts or characters of a television show named Quantum Leap. This is all a coincidence. Nothing to see here. Move along. Honest. Nope, not me. I most certainly do not own the rights to a billion-dollar literary work. Harry Potter and the Clockwork Leap. After hearing Hermione Granger theorizing that one could time travel within his own lifetime, Harry Potter stepped into the Department of Mysteries Time Turner Acceleration Chamber and vanished. He woke to find himself trapped in the past, facing mirror images that were not his own and driven by an unknown force to change history for the better. His only guide on this journey is Luna, an observer from his own time, who appears in the form of an astral projection that only Harry can see and hear. And so Harry Potter finds himself leaping from life to life, striving to put right what once went wrong, and hoping each time that his next leap will be the one that allows him to kill Voldemort. Chapter 2. Harry launched himself across the room, his borrowed invisibility cloak falling from his borrowed shoulders in midair. The sight of Mundungus Fletcher suddenly appearing in mid-air shocked Celine Lovegood into immobility, her silver-gray eyes growing large in her amazement. Harry's body block knocked the woman away from the unstable slug of magic that the spell crafter had been working just as it discharged. The wild magic burst from its rune-generated containment field and blasted Harry across the room. Harry impacted on the wall next to the fireplace and slid slowly to the floor, feeling his life slipping away. His only thought was wondering if this was how his adventure was to end. Celine Lovegood climbed to her feet, and sparing only the slightest of glances to confirm that her hysterical 9-year-old daughter was all right, she rushed to examine this stranger who had saved her life. The news delivered by her wand's medical diagnostic charm was not good, not in the slightest. She hurriedly cast a partial stasis charm on the man, and then rushed to the hearth to flew for help. 9-year-old Luna Lovegood knelt next to this strange man who she somehow knew was not who he appeared. With a trembling hand, she reached out to touch the unshaven face of the man, almost, but not quite frozen in time. "Thank you, Harry Potter," she said simply. The astral projection of 17-year-old Luna Lovegood knelt on the man's other side as a now familiar spectral aura flared around Harry before he was replaced by an unconscious Mundungus Fletcher. "Yes," she said, though no one except her younger self could hear her. "Thank you, Harry Potter." Celine turned from the hearth to see her daughter kneeling next to the man who probably saved her life. On the other side of the man knelt a spectral older version of her daughter. "Luna," she gasped. "Yes, Mummy," the two girls separated by almost 10 years chorused. That was when the spectral mirror in the hand of the ghostly girl started screeching. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Discontinuity. Harry was surprised to find his face in cold water. He experienced a split second of panic until he realized that the water he was face down and was cupped in his own hands. What had he been doing? Oh yes, leaping. Jumping between lives did something to his memory. Harry continued to wash his face, using the cool water and the mindless act to calm himself. It was somehow relaxing to suddenly become aware while doing something so normal. Not suddenly appearing in a newlywed's body just as his wife was coming to him for the first time. Not suddenly waking in a pitched battle. Not coming to standing over a dead man. Just washing his face. After dozens of leaps into dozens of lives, combined with that was happening to his memory, somehow something so ordinary actually gave him hope. That was when he spotted the dark mark on his left forearm. All thoughts of normality vanished as Harry panicked and tried to scrub Voldemort's mark from his body, to no avail. Staring down into the basin with the tap still running, his arm all but scrubbed raw, Harry risked a glance up into the mirror. A young Peter Pettigrew stared back. Harry gaped at the image in the mirror. Oh boy. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Well, this one should be interesting. Harry spun to face a smiling Daphne Greengrass. That made no sense. The Peter Pettigrew in the mirror was barely in his 20s, but Daphne was, well, Daphne. The Slytherin looked just like he remembered her, just over 18. Her mother, maybe? No, that was ridiculous. While Harry looked like his father, the young woman was Daphne Greengrass, or at very least her identical twin. Hello? Hello? Is that any way to greet your girlfriend, Potter? She knew who he was. Wait, girlfriend? A what? The oddly decorated hand mirror in Daphne's left hand chimed, and the raven-haired beauty raised it to her face. It sounds like his memory is more mangled than usual. A voice Harry recognized as belonging to Tracy Davis issued from the mirror. And I'm his girlfriend. Harry waved his hand through Daphne's form. Copping a feel off an astral projection is a bit pointless, love, though I appreciate the effort. Daphne said with a come-hither look. Daphne, if you're quite done with your feeble attempt to distract my Harry. Harry, Millie says that the highest probability is that you were supposed to prevent your parents' deaths. Tracy said over the mirror. Wait, where's Luna? And why can I understand Tracy over the mirror? Where's Hermione? A look of concern crossed Daphne's face. You've always been able to hear Tracy. Since your first leap 4 months ago, when you stupidly jumped into the acceleration chamber. Tracy agreed. And if by Luna you mean Luna Lovegood, she's probably in the Hufflepuff dorms just now in real time. Why? Luna's the only one who could astral project. Harry said, sitting down on the toilet. Why would she be in the Hufflepuff dorms? She's a claw. Luna Lovegood a Ravenclaw? How do you figure that, Harry? Daphne said, her expression shifting from concern to worry. I've been your contact since you made your first jump. She lifted the mirror to her face again. I think his memory is worse than ever, Tracy. You've got to get him out of this stupid situation. Wait, I've got a theory, Tracy said. Harry, what do you remember about your last leap? Harry concentrated for a moment. I think it had something to do with keeping Luna's mother from being killed. It's possible you changed reality by doing so. When Celine Lovegood took over the arithmancy professorship our first year, there was a pause while the unseen Slytherin witch thought. What house are you in? Gryffindor. Yeah, right, Daphne snorted. Harry Potter and Gryffindor. I'm not. Harry, love, we met the night we were sorted into Slytherin. Sorted into Slytherin? Look, as interesting as this all is, the clock is ticking. Tracy said from the mirror. Harry, it's October 15th, 1980. Today is the day that your mother cast the Fidelius with Pettigrew as the secret keeper. You are in the upstairs bath of your parents' home in Godric's Hollow, Wales. Since you're here, and your Pettigrew, you must be here to prevent it, either by not becoming the secret keeper or doing something to ensure that Pettigrew never reports back to. Riddle, what if I kill him? Kill me, I guess. Then the Fidelius would fall. It would survive a while after the secret keeper died, but it would fall. Then what do I do? Sirius was supposed to be the secret keeper. You know that, Harry, Daphne pointed out. Perhaps he actually should be. That is the best suggestion I've heard, Harry, Tracy added. Millie is telling me that getting them to use Sirius is the most likely key to get you to jump again. Maybe home this time, Harry. Harry wasn't sure what shocked him more, to hear Millicent Bulstrode's voice, or to hear the breathy, wistful tone she used. How the hell had he managed to get Slytherin groupies? Okay, so I head downstairs and somehow convince my parents and Sirius that they shouldn't use me for the secret keeper. Yes, Daphne said with a smirk. And you better hurry. They're going to think you fell in. Right. Harry crossed to the door and then stopped. What happened to Hermione Granger? Daphne looked puzzled. Who? Oh, I think I remember her, Tracy said via the mirror. She was that muggle-born girl who was killed by that troll first year. Ron Weasley, and I didn't save her? Weasley? Tracy snorted. Weasley was the reason she got caught by the monster. You were busy arguing with Dumbledore when the ass tried to send us into the path of the troll. No, we didn't know she was out of the Great Hall until her body was found. Harry leaned his head against the door. Did he want to live in a reality where Hermione was dead and Luna was a stranger? HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. Harry looked around in wonder. He was actually in the same room as his parents. He had a chance to make right what had once gone wrong. He could save his parents. Something wrong, Peter? James asked, wondering why Peter was looking at him like that. No, nothing at all, Harry stuttered, hoping that he at least sounded like Pettigrew. It's just a wonderful day. It is, Lily said, taking Harry's hand. Peter, we have a huge favor to ask of you. What? Harry asked, dreading the answer. We were just talking about how you should become the secret keeper instead of Sirius, James explained. Peter, we all know that I'm the obvious choice, Sirius said. Everyone knows how close James and I are. So I lead them on a wild chase across the countryside. Meanwhile, no one is looking for you. It's perfect. Oh, right, I can see that. That's really a great plan, but I don't think that's such a good idea. Harry said. Lily blinked. Since when did Peter disagree? Why not? Well, Harry said, rolling up his shirt sleeve, exposing the dark mark. You're a Death Eater? Sirius shrieked. It showed up after I woke up from a night of heavy drinking about 2 weeks ago, Harry said, trying to come up with a convincing story on the spot. At first I thought James and Sirius put it on me like that time. They had the words "insert here" and an arrow pointing down tattooed onto my lower back. Sirius had told him that story over Christmas 5th year. Who knew it would come in handy? Sirius, did you do that? Are you pranking Peter? Lily, Sirius said in an offended tone. Would I do that? That thing on his back was funny. But this, I for one hadn't completely ruled the possibility that it was a Padfoot special, Harry said quickly, thinking it sounded in character for Peter Pettigrew. But after I got called to a meeting yesterday, I stopped thinking that it was a fake. How could you kill innocent people? Lily demanded. Not sure I could, Harry admitted. And as far as I know, I haven't. Why didn't you tell us about this? James asked. I just did. Harry noted. All right. I would suggest that you actually do make Sirius the secret keeper. But Sirius should mention it to someone like Mundungus that it was just a ruse and that I am the actual keeper, Harry said quickly. That would have the baddies chasing me. And even if they do find me, I can't tell them anything, but they wouldn't believe me. A double blind, Lily breathed. That's ingenious. No, a triple blind, Harry said as he spotted Daphne entering the room. As soon as the spell is cast and Sirius and I leave, get the hell out of the country. Or don't either way, don't tell us. Harry, Daphne shrieked. No, you can't change that much. Who knows what effect it will have. Take the Longbottoms with you. Head for Australia or Canada, or somewhere else where you can blend in and don't surface until the Dark Lord is defeated. Harry, you can't do this, the raven-haired beauty said, trying to distract him from his efforts. Think of everyone we know. This could change everything. The woman was crying. How odd. Harry thought, who knew that an astral projection could cry? Harry, please. Everything changed for you after your last leap. I don't want to lose you. Thank you, Peter. Lily drew him into the only hug from his mother that he could remember. Sirius, I'm going to have to start running, but you need to tell Dumbledore Voldemort is using Horcruxes. No, Lily gasped. What are Horcruxes? James and Sirius asked simultaneously. It doesn't matter. Just tell Dumbledore he's made them. I don't know how, but they've all got to be found and destroyed. How do you know these things, Peter? Lily, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Take Harry. Force Frank and Alice to come along with Neville. Run, hide, until you hear that the bastard's dead. Please? Just do it. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. It was 4 days before the dark mark began to burn. The snake, writhing on his forearm, moving in and out of the skull. Harry took to moving daily, using Muggle methods of transportation, and staying in Muggle hotels. Both Sirius and his father had been generous with the funds to finance this chase, so Harry made sure to take care of himself. The first Death Eater didn't find him for 3 weeks. The man immediately attempted to stun Harry, which told Harry that Voldemort wanted Peter alive. That meant that the bait had been taken. Harry killed the man, leaving his body in the foyer of the Daily Prophet, fully kitted out in his Death Eater regalia. A week later, the 2nd through 10th Death Eaters to find him seemed quite surprised when the ambush they planned turned out to be an ambush Peter had planned. That bit of surprise paled in comparison to the revelation that came to them when the assault team found that rather than the meek hanger-on they had expected, they discovered that Pettigrew was an unstoppable machine during the fight that ensued. Of the 9, only 1 made it back to Voldemort, and his survival was measured in minutes because, quite frankly, the Dark Lord did not really handle disappointment terribly well. The day after that battle was the last he had any contact with. Daphne and Tracy, the brilliant pair of Slytherins, couldn't get the alignment right. He could see Daphne but not hear her, and he could hear Tracy but she couldn't hear him. Trace had told him that too much had changed in the timeline, and they were losing him. Daphne was crying throughout the odd conversation between a time-displaced Harry and the pair. The last thing Tracy said before all contact was lost was that they understood why he was doing what he was, and that they both loved him. Today was the December 9th. Harry had led Voldemort and his minions on a snipe hunt for more than 7 weeks, but it ended today. Harry had chosen the place for his last stand with great care, a secluded farmhouse in the Highlands of Scotland. The tiny building had a fairly substantial root cellar that Harry had filled with more than a ton of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, now soaking in liquid nitromethane. Surprisingly, the blasting caps had been the hardest thing to come by. Harry had resorted to breaking into a quarry and lifting a few boxes from inside a locked room. Fabricating his dead man switch had driven Harry crazy until it occurred to him that he could use practically anything because the pure-blood wizards wouldn't recognize any of it. Voldemort himself was outside, probing for defenses. On several levels, this amused Harry to no end. The link between the Dark Lord and the boy who lived remained, despite the fact that said link had yet to be formed, and now it appeared might never be. Harry grinned as he settled into the chair in the center of the farmhouse's small great room, leaning over to remove the cotter pin from the spring-loaded switch that would detonate his makeshift bomb should he get out of the chair. "Hello, Harry Potter." The unexpected voice almost caused Harry to stand up. It was then he saw the speaker, an ethereal blonde woman who appeared to be a ghost who had passed on in her mid-30s. Harry found himself wondering if she knew who he was because his state was so close to being a ghost himself. It was then he took in the line of her jaw, the way her hair hung, and her eyes. "Luna," the spectral woman laughed. "No, thank you though. It is surprisingly satisfying to be mistaken for my 17-year-old daughter. Forgive my bluntness, but I'm expecting company. Why are you here?" "I wanted to thank you for saving my life, Harry Potter," the woman said in a sing-song way that reinforced her resemblance to Luna. "I share Luna's ability to see what isn't readily apparent to most people. After your essence jumped out of the unfortunate Mr. Fletcher, I had the opportunity to speak with my Luna as she was at 17 in your original timeline. It took most of 2 hours for the universe to settle into its new patterns, and Luna managed to remain and speak with me for the full time. It is you I have to thank for saving my daughter from her own eccentricities in your original timeline. Your friendship meant everything to her." "Luna's a friend," Harry said simply. "You miss her. Your intervention that prevented my death set up a series of circumstances that prevented her from becoming the young woman you knew. She has friends this time around. On occasion, she has even been in love with various young men around the school. It isn't the burning passion she felt for you, but she may still find that with someone." "I did." Harry blinked. Luna had felt that way about him? Good. Luna always deserved better than she got. "It is odd the effect my surviving had on you personally." "Really?" Harry asked. "How so?" "I abandoned spell creation following the incident and applied for the arithmancy professorship here when Septima Vector mentioned that she would like to retire, but was holding off until a suitable replacement could be found. As the junior member of the staff, I was tasked to retrieve you from your relatives and taking you to purchase your school supplies. During that day, I told you tales of my time in Slytherin House, which you told me later caused you to ask the Sorting Hat to send you to my old house. The Luna from your original timeline told me that you had been a Gryffindor. I never expected you to go anywhere else. I'd wondered how that happened. I must go, Harry Potter. Your Luna told me how to contact you, but never explained how draining it was." "Wait," Harry said. "Do I win? Does what I'm about to do make any difference?" The ghostly woman smiled. "That would be telling Harry Potter. No man can know his destiny, not even a time-traveling savior of the magical world." Before he could reply, the woman faded from his sight. HBCL, HBCL, HBCL. The door to the farmhouse disintegrated to dust, falling silently to the floor. There was a short pause, then Voldemort strode and followed by his entire inner circle. Harry recalled Voldemort's features from meeting the man in the Chamber of Secrets, but the once handsome man had sacrificed his looks in ritual after ritual until he appeared to be little more than a parody of his former appearance. "Pettigrew, did you think you could escape my punishments?" Harry smiled and leaned back in his chair. "No, not really, Tom, but it was fun while it lasted. You should be thanking me." "I pruned what?" 15, 20 bits of deadwood from your organization. "How many did you kill for not managing to capture me?" "You will address me as your lord or your master." From his seat, Harry snorted. "You think this is funny, Peter? Do you think I'm amused?" "Tom, please. You're one powerful bastard, true. Both the powerful and the bastard part. But you're not a lord or my master. You're just a half-blood with delusions of entitlement." "What?" Voldemort screamed. "Boo-hoo," Harry said in a childish whine while pantomiming knuckling away a tear. "I'm Tommy Riddle. I had a hard life when I was a little kid, and everyone should fear me because I'm such a powerful little bitch." "You dare?" Voldemort's wand was pointed directly between Harry's eyes. "Aren't you paying attention?" Harry said, hoping the idiot would blast him out of the chair. Sure, he could do it by standing up, but what if dying that way hurt? "I'm saying it to your face, Tommy. I really can't dare any more than that unless I tattoo it on Bellatrix's bum. But then everyone would see it. I'm going to strip your mind clean, Pettigrew. Then I'm going to kill you slowly. It will take you weeks to die, and you'll be begging me to finish you off." Yeah, sure. You know, Tom, about Bellatrix, you can do better. Really, you can. I mean, if you've got to have one of the Black sisters, at least Narcissa is a tasty piece, but Bella? Come on, man. What are you talking about? Harry shrugged, wondering if Riddle was going to get this joke. Women like Bella are like a sampler from Honeydukes, you know? They all look pretty good, but then you bite into one, and it's all green and oozy inside. Legilimens. Voldemort barked as he dove into Harry's mind. What he found there shocked him to the point that he couldn't maintain the spell. Potter, he whispered. But how? How else, Tom? Harry said, standing up to hear a satisfying click as the spring-loaded switch engaged after being relieved of his weight. Magic. HBCL, HBCL, HPCL. Discontinuity. Harry became aware of the sound of a door slamming and locking behind him. Something was wrong. His thoughts were coming so very slowly. He was so angry, and hungry. But it was those wooden stalls that annoyed him. A whole row of wooden stalls. Their symmetry, their shiny parts infuriated him. Harry looked into his large calloused hand and found a huge wooden club in it. Good. That would show those stalls who the big one was. He swung the club effortlessly, and the stalls stopped being stalls and became splinters. Good. A shrill scream pierced the air, and there, cowering on the floor in the wreckage of the stalls, was a small, bushy-haired girl. Something wasn't right. Something was wrong. This was familiar, but the screaming hurt his ears. Then something was on his back, and a sharp something was stuck up his nose. I know this. Harry thought. I know this, but I can't remember. He turned to find a miniature Ron Weasley waving his tiny wand at Harry. Harry dropped his club as it all came together for him. From deep in his chest, a sound rumbled. Oh boy! HBCL, HBCL, HPCL. Agents of Chaos and Order. /N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the DC Comics characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. /N too. This is an extremely AUFIC, starting with 70H year. Certain aspects of characters belonging to DC Comics will be part of the story, but the DC universe itself will not be part of the story. This is a story of Harry Potter and what he achieves, with a little help from his friends. Harry Potter and the Agents of Order and Chaos Chapter 1. Malfoy's Mistake. Malfoy Manor was in flames when Amelia Bones arrived. The amusement factor of seeing the ancestral home of one of the more vile families in magical Britain collapsing upon itself easily countered the annoyance at having been called at 3 a.m. to a fire. Still, fires, however entertaining, were not her job. Catching and imprisoning criminals was her job. Amelia was very good at her job, just as a Hufflepuff should be. As a consequence, she had to act annoyed when called. Shacklebolt, she barked. She liked Shack. Good Auror, good man. If it wasn't for his unfortunate trust of Albus, Dumbledore, and the headmaster's little busybodies club, Shacklebolt would easily be the best Auror in the Ministry's employ. Almost instantly, Kingsley Shacklebolt was at her elbow. Yeah, boss. How the hell did he do that? She was alert. She was looking for him, expecting him to do his appear-out-of-nowhere trick, and still he managed to startle her. Why am I here, Auror? The house of a noble family is burning, there's no dark mark, and there are no bodies on the lawn. What makes this my concern? I was the second Auror on the scene director. At first, this appeared to be a classic paranoid family has an accident. We were kept at bay by the wards, and we were watching the mansion burn. It was then I realized that the fire suppression wards were utterly shattered. Every other ward on the property was intact, if not reinforced. Shacklebolt hesitated for a second, then handed Amelia a pair of Auror's standard issue omnioculars. If I told you, you'd relieve me from duty. They're queued up. You'd best see it for yourself. I've watched it 4 times, and I still don't believe it. A simple glance told Amelia that Shack wasn't joking. She raised the ominous to her eyes and thumbed the playback control. The scene began. The mansion was aflame, though had not yet begun to collapse. The front door burst open, and Amelia counted 4, no 5 wizards running from the burning structure. Lucius Malfoy, easily identifiable by his platinum hair, led the mad scramble away from his burning home. Then 2 more figures exited the building chasing those running away. The pair of newcomers leaped into the air, bounding 10, 20 meters in a stride. They both easily overtook the fleeing wizards. Now that they were closer to the aura recording with the Omni she was using, Amelia could see that the newcomers didn't wear robes, but were in some sort of form-fitting outfits. One white with red trim, giving the impression of a raptor. The other blue with silver patterns that appeared to be modeled on a different sort of bird. Lucius Malfoy raised his wand toward the figure in white and red. His wand was snatched away, and the man physically lifted off the ground, struggling. The figure in blue and silver was moving around and between the other four wizards at blinding speed. Amelia found that even slowing the playback speed of the Omnis could not bring the blue figure into sharp focus. The four wizards under the attention of the figure in blue fell to the ground in seconds. It was then the figure in white and red did something that caused Amelia to pause the playback, blink twice in disbelief, and then reverse the playback so that she could see it again. The figure in white and red simply reared back and flung Lucius Malfoy atop his burning home. The blue figure hefted one of the four others and did the same. In short order, each of the attacking figures had repeated their actions, leaving only a single of the original group lying on the ground between them. The survivor was pulled to her feet. Amelia could now identify Narcissa Malfoy as her hood had fallen and was no longer disguising her features or her signature hairstyle. Amelia watched as the pair dismembered the aristocratic woman with their hands, throwing the severed parts into the fire with a casual ease. Amelia wasn't sure just when the woman died, but it couldn't have been a pleasant death. After heaving Lady Malfoy's torso onto the flaming building, the pair in the odd clothing again began moving at an inhuman speed, moving quickly out of frame, and the Auror doing the recording never managed to get them into his sights again. Amelia lowered the Omnis. "Morgana," she breathed. "I know, boss. That's why I showed you instead of trying to tell you." He led her forward, the destruction of the house having eliminated the wards. He stopped in a spot with many lighting charms over it. The grass was red with blood. This is where they did it. Amelia swallowed. Whoever that pair was, while they wanted Lucius and the men with him dead, they hated Narcissa Malfoy with a deep, undying passion. "Shaq, I want a full investigation on this. No leaks. I read one word of this in the Prophet about this, and I'll be having an in-depth personal interview with every single member of your team." As Amelia finished speaking, the west wall of the Malfoy Manor fell outward, revealing an electric blue dome of energy. A shield? Shacklebolt reacted first. Possible survivors. He barked at his team. Then as one, with wands out, they all rushed forward. Amelia fought the instinct forward to rush to lead the team. They were Shaq's people. It wasn't her place to try to lead them. She hated being an administrator. Wands out, snuffing flames and cooling the wreckage to the point where it couldn't reflash, the Aurors made their way to the shield. It wasn't from the first floor they saw, nor was it from the basement. It took almost 10 minutes to find their way to the hidden subbasement. The subbasement was fitted out as a dungeon. In one of the cells, they found 3 corpses and 3 unconscious teenage girls. Amelia took one look at the girls, and her blood ran cold. The trio had been missing, along with the rest of the twins' family, for more than a month. They had been tortured. The state of their unconscious forms spoke volumes. She pulled Shaq aside. "Get them to St. Mungo's. Make sure they use female healers only. I'll get some female Aurors to take their statements. This is still your investigation. I want to make sure the world knows that Malfoy and his friends did this. I'll need more proof than the victims simply being here." "I'm on it, boss." Amelia Bones had been an Auror for most of 60 years. She had seen firsthand Grindelwald's atrocities and those of Voldemort in the 70s. But this, the people found in the hidden dungeon of the Malfoy estate, had experienced horrors beyond anything she had ever seen. The twins' parents, Chandrahas Patil and his wife Thunyata, had been dead for a week, possibly more. They had been killed by some sort of cutting curse, one that had left thousands of deep cuts over their entire bodies. The forensic healer's report said that death for them had been very slow and extremely painful, taking perhaps 3 days to finally succumb. 6-year-old Ganesh Patil's death, on the other hand, had been faster, but even crueler. The boy had been stabbed with a cursed knife. The curse compelled the victim to disembowel himself with the dull blade. To do that to anyone, much less a child, as disturbing as that was, the reports from the mind healers were possibly worse. Lavender Brown, 17, was withdrawn almost completely into herself. She had witnessed her widowed father, Charles, murdered before her eyes in the original abduction, the slow murders of her friend's parents and brother, and suffered through the horrors that the Death Eaters had inflicted upon her. The other two girls, the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati, both 17, were injured and traumatized, but unlike their friend, conscious and very, very angry. They had identified the 5 who had held and tortured them and killed their parents and brother. All 3 Malfoys, Marcus Flint and Rabastin Lestrange. Parvati seemed consumed with rage, while her twin Padma was a fount of information, each detail cataloged in precise detail, though neither girl could describe the mystery individuals who had so utterly destroyed the Death Eaters. The remains recovered from the fire still had the dark mark clearly visible, the magic somehow resisting the fire, and the Malfoy mansion. Both girls were adamant on one point. They demanded to speak with Harry Potter. Amelia Bones was sitting at her desk when Nymphadora Tonks entered her office. Bones looked up from the document she was reading and gestured Tonks to one of the chairs in front of the desk, then returned her attention to the papers in her hand. She made a few notes, and then placed the document and the notes in her outbasket, where they vanished on their way to the director's secretary. "Or Tonks," Amelia said, leaning back in her chair. "Director," Tonks said, fidgeting slightly. At some level, she had been expecting this discussion since that night in the Department of Mysteries the year before, when Sirius had died. "You've heard of the Patil/Brown case, or?" Amelia asked, as businesslike as always. As she nodded, the unexpected question puzzled Tonks. Everyone had heard of the Patil/Brown case. What those Death Eater bastards had done to those girls. But what did any of that have to do with her? Ms. Brown is still catatonic, but the Patil sisters are awake and angry. The director paused to clean her monocle. They have described every detail of what was done to them and what they witnessed being done to Ms. Brown and to their parents and younger brother. When they finished answering all our questions, they both had a single simple request. "They want to speak with Harry Potter?" Tonks nodded again. Why she was here was becoming more clear by the second. "As you might have heard, I've taken a personal interest in this case." Oddly, the senior investigator on this case, Senior Orange Shacklebolt, seemed to be ignoring the victim's request to see a classmate and friend. "So I attempted to contact Mr. Potter myself. I've sent 4 owls and gotten no response. This struck me as odd, so I accessed the ministry archives to determine his home address for a more personal visit." The director of the DMLE regarded Tonks with a steady gaze. "Mr. Potter has a file in the archives, just as we all do, yet his has no reference to a home of record. His record in the improper use of magic office is under a Wisengamot seal, one that can be opened by the chief warlock, or the minister of magic." Tonks had taken divination at Hogwarts and had turned out to be simple pants at it. As a consequence of that, she had dropped the subject after 3rd year and started in on ancient runes instead. However, her inner eye was telling her she wasn't going to like what was coming next. "So, I have a senior Auror ignoring the requests of a pair of victims and a possible path of inquiry. I have a young wizard's incomplete record from the Central Archives, and I have sealed records in the improper use of magic office, the only ministry office to have any interaction with Mr. Potter since his placement with whoever his current guardians might be. This raises a question in my mind, Auror Tonks. Which of your responsibilities holds your strongest loyalties? Are you an Auror, or are you a member of the Order of the Phoenix?" 1,000 answers flit through Tonks' mind. The honest one came to her lips. "I'm an Auror director. That's all I ever wanted to be." Amelia Bones nodded. "Good. What you do in your off hours is your business, Auror. I was hoping that you could clear up a few things for me. I ride this desk these days, but I still remember how to run an investigation. I've discovered a few things that I don't understand. First, following the death of Sirius Black, your mother and yourself were reinstated into the family Black after Andromeda, having been cast out for marrying your father 30 years ago. According to Gringotts, the Lord Black who did this reinstatement was none other than Harry Potter. It strikes me as somewhat odd that the man sent to Azkaban for betraying James and Lily Potter would make the son of his victims his heir. Sirius was not the betrayer director. Peter Pettigrew was. The man Sirius was convicted of killing? The older woman asked. There was no conviction director. Sirius never had a trial. Pettigrew is alive and is supporting you-know-who. There was a short pause while Amelia digested that tidbit. She quickly jotted a note and then continued. The more I look into this, the more I find that needs investigation. Fine, let's cut to the chase, shall we? Or, Tonks, do you know where Harry Potter lives? Yes, director, I do. The metamorphogus mind was racing. Tonks had long been of the belief that Harry was being mistreated at his relative's house, but could not get Dumbledore to listen. She hadn't been the only Order member to make the case, so she knew that she wasn't imagining anything. Amelia Bones stood from her desk. Get your cloak, Auror. We are going to pay Mr. Potter a visit and get his views on the situation with the Patils. Yes, director. Tonks stood as well and then hesitated. Harry lives with Muggle relatives, director. Those relatives are fairly anti-magic. We might get a better reception if we appeared in Muggle attire. Unlike most of her contemporaries, Amelia Bones was well aware of the basics of Muggle fashion, a hard-won knowledge that had come from her interactions with Muggle law enforcement. Dressed in a tasteful business suit, she was also well aware of the capabilities of Muggle machinery, which was only one of the reasons she was looking askance at the death trap Tonks had led her to. This is the infamous Muggle stealth machine? She asked, trying not to stare at the rust covering the bonnet of the 1978 Austin Mini Metro. Sure is, director. Tonks, now clad in boots, denim jeans, and a t-shirt that proclaimed her allegiance to what Amelia assumed to be a Muggle band called AC/DC. Tonks covertly vanished several weeks' worth of fast food containers and drink cups from the interior of her Pride and Joy so that Amelia could sit in the car without fouling her clothing. I bought this beauty the day I finished Hogwarts. When Shacklebolt found out I owned a car and that I was the only active duty Auror who could drive, he got the Department of Mysteries to make a few modifications. Modifications? Amelia asked as she slid into the front passenger seat and closed the door. Some good ones, Tonks said as she pulled out into traffic. To start with, for high-speed travel, my sweet ride can move like the Knight's bus. She pulled a lever on the control console, and the Mini blasted forward as if shot from a cannon, weaving between the Muggle vehicles as if the other cars were standing still. Sweet Merlin, Tonks, Amelia sputtered. Warn me if you're going to do that. Sorry, director. The Auror fought against the smile that threatened to cross her lips and likely as not end her career. Amelia fought against the vertigo caused by the almost instantaneous changes in direction by closing her eyes and holding onto the handle over the door frame of the tiny auto. This was one of the reasons she never took the Knight's bus after that first time back during the summer following her third year. At least it will be over quickly. Sure will, director. About 5 minutes. Tonks said happily. She loved this car. Wendell and Monica have a daughter. A/N. I don't own Harry Potter and wouldn't particularly care to. I would like a rental agreement with option to buy for Hermione Granger. A short-term contract with Nymphadora Tonks wouldn't be turned down. A long-term agreement with Luna Lovegood would probably be a whole lot of fun. Anytime Padma Patil wants to open negotiations, call me and O for a weekend with Fleur. Oddly, Lavender and Padma's sister, despite being her twin, Parvati, do nothing for me. A/N 2. This one shot was born of my horror at what Hermione did to her parents in DH for those who frequent the care. Azkaban News Group. My views on Hermione raping her parents' minds are already fairly well known. This was so out of character for my favorite bushy-haired bookworm as to actually make me angry at her. After I calmed down, I read that section again and got angry again. That sort of set the tone for my appreciation of DH. Anyway, the Harry goes to Australia to retrieve Hermione's parents has become something of a standard FIC Munger story. So here's my version. Wendell and Monica have a daughter. Are you sure you've thought this through? Harry persisted. Let's see, said Hermione, slamming Travels with Trolls onto the discarded pile with a rather fierce look. I've been packing for days, so we're ready to leave at a moment's notice, which for your information has included doing some pretty difficult magic. Not to mention smuggling Mad Eye's whole stock of Polyjuice potion right under Ron's mum's nose. I've also modified my parents' memories so that they're convinced they're really called Wendell and Monica Wilkins, and that their life's ambition is to move to Australia, which they have now done. That's to make it more difficult for Voldemort to track them down and interrogate them about me. Or you, because, unfortunately, I've told them quite a bit about you. Assuming I survive our hunt for the Horcruxes, I'll find Mum and Dad and lift the enchantment. If I don't, well, I think I've cast a good enough charm to keep them safe and happy. Wendell and Monica Wilkins don't know that they got a daughter, you see. Excerpted from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Chapter 6. Now, Harry Potter paid the cab driver and stepped onto the walk, pausing to look up at the signage on the office building. Great White Teeth, the sign proclaimed. A Wilkins Dental Corporation, the sign continued in smaller letters with the stereotypical shark attacking a swimmer from below. The man who won smiled for a moment at the innate humor of the sign, reflecting that it mirrored the humor of the man who no doubt had a hand in designing it. Then, Harry's smile faded when what he had to do came back to him. He sighed and climbed the stairs to the offices. Harry pulled the door open and stepped into the waiting area. Several people were waiting to be seen. A young woman in surgical scrubs decorated in Disney characters looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon. Could I help you?" "Good afternoon. I'd like to make an appointment with Dr. Wilkins." The woman pretended to look at the schedule in front of her. "I'm sorry, but both the Dr. Wilkins schedules are full for today." Harry leaned over to look the receptionist in the eye. He hated doing this, but it was very necessary. "I can wait. The Wilkins were my dentist back in England, you see. I would really like to see them about the filling I lost on the flight out here. They're old friends after all." The woman's eyes glazed a bit as the compulsion took effect. "Well, I can't promise anything, but you can wait if you like." She blinked and then smiled shyly. "I get off at 5:30. "That's good to know," Harry said with a smile. "I'll wait." 4 years ago, Harry stared at the ceiling of Ron's room. Why couldn't he sleep? Besides the obvious, of course, being depressed about the death of Moody and the maiming of George was only natural. The news of what Hermione had done to protect her parents was just the straw that was breaking the camel's back. Ron was also awake. "Harry." "Yeah, mate? What are we going to do, Harry?" "This is killing Hermione." "I know. I never expected her to do that to her parents." "Not for this. We need her, Harry. Without her, we'll be dead, but if anything happens to her, I don't know if I could go on." "She's never going to forgive herself for this, Ron. You know that," Harry said, turning to face his friend in the darkness. "Can we let her do this to herself?" Ron sighed. "You know Hermione. She'll never admit that she's questioning herself." The redhead sat up. "She's been crying all day." "Damn it," Harry said. "Why did I ever let her get involved with me?" "Let her?" Ron laughed. "Mate, we're both lucky she let us get involved with her." "Yeah, I know." Harry stood from his cot and wrapped his dressing gown around himself. "I'm going downstairs for a bit, Ron. Maybe a little exercise will let me sleep." Harry made his way downstairs as quietly as possible, so as not to disturb the sleeping Weasleys. He made his way to the sitting room, finding it dimly lit by the banked fire. Harry settled himself onto the scruffy sofa, only to find that he was sitting on something that moved and squawked. "I'm sorry," he whispered, trying to see who or what he sat on. "Harry, what are you doing down here, Hermione?" Harry asked, sitting next to his best friend. "I couldn't sleep." The girl said simply, in a way that Harry took to mean she was not willing to discuss the reason. "Hermione, I've been thinking." "Really? We should inform the Daily Prophet." "Ho ho. Funny girl," he said sarcastically. "I was thinking about your parents. We should really do something about them." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked dangerously. "What we're going to be doing is horribly dodgy, Hermione. You know that. If anything was to happen to you, they would never be able to mourn properly." Hermione stiffened. "That would be best. They don't need to remember me." "Hermione, they're your parents. They deserve to remember their only child if anything were to happen to you." "Harry." "Hermione, I want you to teach me how to counter the charm and return their memories. If anything happens to you, I'll give them their memories back." "Harry," Hermione protested. "We're going to be together. If anything happens to me, it will probably happen to you as well. That's why we're going to each teach someone else, and get them to teach someone else, and I'll make sure funds are available so that they can make the trip." Hermione hesitated. "In order to know how to counter the charm, I'd have to teach you the charm itself." "So teach me." Things got messy for a while. with Bill and Fleur's wedding and the aftermath of the fall of the Ministry. The trio made their escape to Grimmauld Place through Harry's reflexes, Hermione's planning, and Ron's bravery. The trio threw themselves into researching the locations and methods of destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. Whenever they could steal a moment together, Hermione taught Harry how the memory charm she used on her parents worked. As soon as Harry mastered that bit of complex magic, Hermione moved the lessons on to teaching him how to counter that charm. Following the first lesson on breaking the charm, Hermione sat back on the chair, facing Harry. "Who are you going to approach about covering for us if anything happens?" "Neville," Harry said without hesitation. "You, Padma Patil, if I can contact her." Parvati was saying that their parents were planning on taking the family to India if Voldemort took the Ministry. If not her, Morag McDougal. Harry nodded. He has suspected as much. Ron entered the library with a tray of sandwiches. "You two done for the day?" "Yes, we are, Ron. Thank you." She took a sandwich off the pile. "Cheers, mate." Harry agreed, taking one himself. "Are you sure you don't want to learn this?" "No, mate, not me. I don't have the precision you need to do mind magic. Besides, I'd have to travel like a muggle to meet them. I don't think I could pull that off." Harry grinned at his friend. "When you're right, Ron, you're right." Now, it was always satisfying to finish with your last patient of the day, Wendell Wilkins thought to himself as he finished drying his hands. The dentist made his way to the scheduling desk to look over his next day's appointments. He looked out in the waiting area and spotted the man sitting in a chair reading a horribly out-of-date magazine. "Harry." The dark-haired man in the waiting area looked up. "Harry." Harry stood from the chair. "Hello, sir. I hope you and your family has been well." The glasses were new, but the dentist had hardly changed since Harry had seen him last. Wendell wrapped the younger man in a tight hug and whispered, "It's over?" "Yes, sir. It's over. We finished it more than a month ago, but I could only get away 2 days ago." "You came directly here after that flight? You're likely to kill yourself." Wilkins turned to his receptionist. "Thank you, Julie. We're done for the day. I'll lock up." A brief look of disappointment crossed the young woman's face before she opened a desk drawer and removed her purse. "Good night, Dr. Wilkins," she said as they exited the offices. "Mon!" Wilkins called. "Mon, your case notes can wait. Get out here." "That's the attitude that has you panicking to finish at the end of the month, Wendell," Monica Wilkins said as she came out of the office space in the back of the clinic. "What could possibly be so important?" She spotted their visitor. "Harry." "Hello, Mrs. Dr. Wilkins," Harry said, repeating the silly joke he had made the first time he had met the woman. Monica Wilkins had picked up a bit of gray in her hair over the last few years, but she was still as pretty as ever. Monica rushed to embrace the young man. "You're here, so it's over?" she asked. "It's over," Harry agreed. "If you'd like, you can return to England." "We'll need to talk about that, Harry. It's been 4 years." Wendell said. "How's Wendy?" Harry asked, suddenly very interested in his shoes. "Happy. Happy and insanely busy. She's finishing up her bachelor's of biomedical science last month, 6 months early." Wendell said proudly. "She's been accepted at 3 different medical schools. She wants to be a surgeon. Of course, that will probably change." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. The Wilkins exchanged a look. "Magic changes everything. At least it always has in the past, Harry." Wendell said. "Let's go home, Harry," Monica said, wrapping her arm around Harry's. Harry opened his eyes and was dazzled by gold and green. He had no idea what had happened. He only knew that he was lying on what seemed to be leaves and twigs. Struggling to draw breath into lungs that felt flattened, he blinked and realized that the gaudy glare was sunlight streaming through a canopy of leaves far above him. Then an object twitched close to his face. He pushed himself onto his hands and knees, ready to face some small, fierce creature, but saw that the object was Ron's foot. Looking around, Harry saw that they and Hermione were lying on a forest floor, apparently alone. Harry's first thought was of the Forbidden Forest, and for a moment, even though he knew how foolish and dangerous it would be for them to appear in the grounds of Hogwarts, his heart leapt at the thought of sneaking through the trees to Hagrid's hut. However, in the few moments it took for Ron to give a low groan and Harry to start crawling toward him, he realized that this was not the Forbidden Forest. The trees looked younger. They were more widely spaced, the ground clearer. He met Hermione, also on her hands and knees at Ron's head. The moment his eyes fell upon Ron, all other concerns fled Harry's mind, for blood drenched the whole of Ron's left side, and his face stood out grayish-white against the leaf-strewn earth. The polyjuice potion was wearing off now. Ron was halfway between Cattermole and himself in appearance, his hair turning redder and redder as his face drained of the little color it had left. "What's happened to him?" "Splinched," said Hermione, her fingers already busy at Ron's sleeve, where the blood was wettest and darkest. Excerpted from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Chapter 14. 4 years ago, Hermione was finally asleep. Ron made his way from the tent to where Harry was standing watch with the damned locket around his neck. "Hey, Ron, feeling better?" Harry asked from his guard position. "Yes, the redhead grunted as he cast a privacy charm around the two of them. "Harry, we need to talk." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "I'm sorry, Ron. Not about my arm, Harry. It's better now and will be right as rain in a few days." "What then?" Harry asked. "Hermione, you saw what they were doing to the Muggle-born at the Ministry. You saw the bodies, the people being forced to do things under the Imperius. If the bastards catch you or me, we get killed. But if they catch Hermione, they're doing horrible things to the Muggle-born, but they'd make a special example of her. She won't leave Ron, you know that." "Harry, I love her." "I know that, Ron," Harry said, puzzling his own feelings for the witch. "Merlin's balls," Ron shouted, testing the limits of his privacy charm. "I'm such an idiot splinching myself like that. Why do you put up with me?" "You're my best friend," Harry said quietly. "Only because you had such exceptionally low expectations of a friend when you were 11. The redhead calmed himself with visible effort. "We've got to protect Hermione. We've got to get her somewhere safe." "And how do you propose we do that, Ron?" "I mean, seriously, I'd love to protect you both, but if either of us even suggested it, she'd hex us into small, greasy puddles." Ron's eyes narrowed. Harry recognized that look. It usually preceded as being metaphorically beaten about the head and shoulders in a chess game. "Use the memory charm she taught you on her." "What?" Harry asked. "She's shown us how to protect her. Due to her memory what she did to her parents. Then you'd have to take her to Australia and reunite her with her mom and dad." "She'll kill us." Ron laughed. "Mate, she'll have to be alive to do that, and we'd have to survive." Harry had to acknowledge that Ron had a point there. Hermione woke to the smell of bacon frying. Bacon? Where had they gotten bacon? The bushy-haired girl exited the sleeping area of the magical tent to find Harry cooking while Ron was setting the small table. "Ah, Sleeping Beauty awakes," the big goof said. "Sleeping Beauty?" She huffed. "Well, I'm no prize. And Harry wakes up seriously ugly, so you're stuck with the job?" Ron said with a grin. "Where did the food come from?" Hermione asked. "I made a pit stop at a Muggle market," Harry said as he delivered a pair of eggs sunny side up along with several slices of bacon to her plate. "And I'll have you know, I'm quite fetching in the morning." "Okay," Hermione said, wondering what the hell the two idiots were up to. Still, it had been a while since she had enjoyed her favorite breakfast along with pleasant conversation. After an enjoyable 20 minutes, Hermione pushed her clean plate away. "That was lovely, thank you. I just wish we had some tea." "Tea?" Harry said, slapping his forehead. "I forgot about the tea. It's in the pot brewing." When Harry rose to get the tea, Ron took Hermione's hand and raised it to his mouth, kissing her palm. "Ron, I love you, Mione," the redhead said, leaning in to kiss her properly. Hermione was thrilled. Did he finally want to commit? Was he? "Get a room, you two." Harry laughed, sliding a mug in front of her. "I'm the youngest one here, and you two are scaring me for life with your inappropriate behavior." "Harry, you're a prat." Hermione laughed, raising the mug to her lips. The trip had been hell. 25 hours in an aircraft with a seriously blissed out, very randy Hermione had been just about more than Harry could handle. The first thing Harry realized when he and Ron had agreed upon the plan to protect Hermione was that he didn't know enough to just charm her memory and send her to her parents. The former Grangers not being aware that they were parents being only one of the problems. A quick trip to Knockturn Alley under Polyjuice had provided an alternative. There Harry purchased a highly illegal potion known as the Weekend of Bliss. This was a magical version of Muggle date rape drugs. It rendered its victim to a state of suggestibility, absolute honesty, and extreme sexual arousal for 72 hours, or until the antidote was administered. The victim would find anything suggested to them to be an utterly good idea. Harry's trip under Polyjuice included a trip to his vault, which he emptied, converting the proceeds to pounds sterling. The goblins never lifting an eyebrow after he proved his identity via a blood offering. It had taken most of a week to arrange, then Harry had to rearrange the trip when Hermione let it slip that rather than Australia, she had sent her parents to New Zealand. When asked why, she told Harry that she had spread the Australia idea as part of a false trail in case anyone thought to go looking for the Elder Grangers by asking the neighbors. Harry quickly exchanged his tickets, explaining it off as his bride changing her mind. Oddly enough, no one at the travel agency he used batted an eye. The story Harry told everyone from the ticket agent to the stewardess who seated them in the first-class seats of the British Airways flight was that they were newlyweds on their honeymoon. A story much aided by Hermione's giggly, amorous behavior. More than once, Hermione had crawled onto his lap, taken his face in her hands, and kissed him soundly, then whispered what she wanted to do to him. All of this amused the other passengers and the flight crew immensely, while it had Harry cursing his morality. Harry fended off his friend's advances with judicial uses of magic in minor bursts to put her to sleep. He found himself mildly annoyed by the knowing smiles of the flight crew. "Now, you've moved," Harry said, looking about the Wilkins home while feeling a bit stupid for stating the obvious. "We were fortunate to have a mysterious benefactor whose generosity allowed us to establish our own practice," Monica said as she led him to her spacious kitchen. "We can never thank you enough for that, Harry. It was only because of your relationship with me that you lost everything. It was the least I could do." "Well, partner," Wendell said with a smile, "I think you'll find that your investment will be returning a tidy income. That money was a gift, not an investment." "Sorry, Harry. I don't like gifts. They make me feel indebted to the giver. A partner, on the other hand, I can deal with," Wendell smiled. "When I make money, my partner makes money. When I don't, neither does my partner. Confidentially, we're doing quite well, partner." Harry didn't look any happier at this news. "So, what are your plans? Returning to Britain?" Monica asked. "No." Harry shook his head. "I can't go back there. I just can't deal with how everyone is reacting to me." "I can understand that," Wendell said. "That's pretty much how we feel. I like it here. Our practice is in excellent shape. I don't really remember what it's like to be Daniel Granger." "And Emma Granger seems like an old friend," Monica agreed. "So, how bad was it, Harry? Is Ron okay? What about Molly and Arthur?" Yes and no. Harry could see that the Wilkins weren't going to accept that for an answer. "We didn't lose any of the Weasleys, though it was a close thing more than once, and they lost their ancestral home. They won't be able to reclaim it for a while. The ground itself is cursed so that nothing will grow and no structure will remain standing. Ron lost his right forearm in the battle that ended the war, so he has had to learn to cast with his left hand." Harry hesitated. "What is it, Harry?" Monica urged. "Ron married a little more than 2 years ago, to a classmate of ours. I don't think you ever met her, Sue Bones. They just had their second baby, another little girl. Falling in love with Sue while we were on the run ate Ron up inside. He kept trying to tell me that he didn't want to betray Hermione. I told him that I never thought he was. I don't know how Hermione will take it. I don't know how she's going to deal with everything she's going to learn today. What about you and Ginny?" Harry grimaced a bit. "We didn't work out. After Hogwarts fell, she ended up on the run with her parents. We linked up with them after a few weeks, but she kept accusing me of being too focused on others. She felt that Ron and I had wasted the time we used to relocate Hermione. She finally hooked up with Dean Thomas." Monica reached out across the table to take his hand. "So you've been alone all this time?" "Not so much alone as too busy fighting to have a relationship." Harry blushed. "There have been a few girls, but I don't really have all that much experience with people outside of Ron and Hermione." "So, what are your plans then, Harry?" Wendell asked. "I'm not making any plans, not really. I'm here to give Hermione her life back, take my punishment for what I've done to her, and then I'll go and try to find my place in the world." "Harry," Monica said, squeezing his hand. The kitchen door opened. "Mom, I'm home." 4 years ago, it had been a long day for both the Wilkins. The positions they had found didn't reflect their experience or their previous incomes. The lack of money was reflected in the flea bag apartment that they now called home. Still, they had each other, but even so, Wendell often wondered just why he had ever dreamed of moving to New Zealand. Wendell opened the door for Monica, who almost immediately let out a startled gasp. Wendell pushed past her to find a pair of strangers, still in their teens, sitting on their threadbare, jumble-sale sofa. "Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here?" Hermione looked up from Harry's face. "Daddy." A huge smile spread across her face. "Daddy, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to know me." Wendell Wilkins placed himself between the strangers and his wife. Why was this girl calling him daddy? What was she on anyway? The dark-haired boy frowned, then lifted a stick and pointed it at Wendell. "Mimer Vestry," he intoned. A shaft of orange light arced from the stick to Wendell's forehead, and the dentist's face creased into a grimace as he fell to his knees as a lifetime of memories returned all at once. When he opened his eyes, Daniel Granger was back. "Hermione," the man gasped. "What happened?" Granger's eyes widened as he watched the boy he knew as. Harry Potter raised his wand and pointed it at his wife. "Mimer Vestry," the boy said again as Emma fell to her knees beside her husband. "What the bloody hell is going on, Hermione?" "Language, Daddy," his daughter giggled. Granger watched in amazement as Hermione rose from the sofa and wrapped herself around the Potter boy. "Sleep," Harry said with the palm of his left hand against Hermione's forehead. The girl slumped nervously, Potter catching her before she could fall to the ground. Potter laid the sleeping girl on the sofa, then turned back to the elder Grangers. "Could we go to the kitchen and talk? I've got a whole lot to explain, and she'll be waking up in about an hour." The explanation took most of the hour. It took longer for the Grangers to believe what Harry was telling them. After Hermione woke from her magically induced nap, she explained what she had done, while attempting to grope Harry under the table until he put her to sleep again. "Is all of this just because of how close she is to you?" Daniel Granger asked. "Partially," Harry said, his guilt rising to the surface yet again. The blood bigots that are now ruling magical Britain would still be after Hermione, but being associated with me would have only made it worse for her, and by extension you. "So what happens now?" Emma asked. "It's obvious that you can't keep Hermione in this condition forever. It's also very clear that you intend to return to Britain to make your stand. What is to prevent Hermione from following you? With your permission, I'm planning on doing to her what she did to you. I would ask that you remain here where it's safe and keep Hermione safe by doing so." "With our permission?" Daniel asked. "You want our permission to modify Hermione's memories?" "Yes," Harry said simply. "If the bastards get hold of me, they'll kill me. The same for Ron or Neville or any of the other pure or half-bloods in opposition to their bigotry. But it would be several times worse for Hermione or any other Muggle-born. They're doing horrible things to them. Worse than death." Emma asked, horrified at the concept. "Yes, there are many things worse than just dying. Hermione's moral code would force her to follow me back to Britain and back to the fight. Please help me protect her." "And what of our memories?" Daniel asked angrily. "Will you be putting us back the way you found us? Only with a daughter this time?" "No." The boy looked more than a little bit lost. "I need you to protect her, and you couldn't do that if you weren't you. You magicals are awfully cavalier with other people's minds." Daniel spat. "Yes, we are, and it's wrong," Harry said, hanging his head in shame. "Hermione did what she did to protect you. It has been killing her a little bit at a time. I'm asking that you allow me to do the same thing to her to protect her, and I hate myself for it." "And what if you're killed, Harry?" Emma asked gently. "Then she's the person you create forever." "Believe me, I've thought about that." Harry reached into the small satchel he carried and brought out a sheaf of parchment. "This is an explanation of the memory charm I'm using and an explanation for why I've done this to Hermione, as well as directions for how you would go about contacting the New Zealand version of the Ministry. If you don't hear from me in, say, 5 or 6 years, go to the New Zealand Ministry and they'll fix her memories." Harry smiled wryly. "And probably put out an international arrest warrant for me." "Harry, I know that the move here has to have been disastrous to your finances." Harry continued, not meeting their eyes. "I'd like to offer you this to help you get started. From his satchel, Harry slid a cashier's check from Barclays Bank to Daniel Granger. Harry, we can't take this. You can and you will. This, he gestured around the room, is all because of me. Your daughter tried to protect you by wiping your memories because of me. You moved from your home and practiced to do this because of me. I'm going back to Britain, going back to a war. You may never see me again. And this money will do me no good at all. Please take it. Use it to protect yourselves and protect Hermione. Now, the kitchen door opened. Mom, I'm home. Harry rose to his feet as Wendy Wilkins entered the house. The young woman was Hermione, yet she wasn't. Her bushy hair had softened to curls. Wearing a blue and orange polo shirt that proclaimed her employment at the City Stop chain of convenience shops. She dropped a book bag next to the door in a manner that Harry had seen thousands of times before. I've invited Candace to dinner, she called before looking up and taking in the people in the room. Harry barely had time to blink. The young woman had crossed the room and wrapped him in a hug. Something you want to tell me about, Wendy? Harry looked up from the girl, attempting to crush him, to see a smiling woman approximately the same age as Wendy Wilkins, tall with long blonde hair, and an evil grin that spoke of the teasing she would soon be delivering to her friend. Oh, sorry, Hermione said, stepping back from Harry. Candace, this is Harry Potter, an old family friend from Britain. I haven't seen him in 4 years. Harry, this is Candace McAllister. We attended uni together, and now we slave away in a horrible little shop together. Oh, wonderful, Candace said with a smile, taking Harry's hand in a firm grip. Another bloody palm to teach how to loosen up and have fun. Why don't you two go get ready for dinner? Monica asked sensibly. That'll be beaut, Mon, the Candace said, leading Wendy Wilkins toward her room. Come on, Wendy, we need to hit the loo. The blonde pulled Wendy from the room. Hello, Wendy, Harry said quietly as she disappeared behind the door. Safely ensconced in Wendy's room, Candace McAllister gave her friend an appraising look. That Harry bloke's a tasty bit, isn't he? Were you bonking that back in Old Blighty? Candace, Wendy said in a scandalized tone. Harry's an old friend, who I haven't seen since he accompanied me here from England 4 years ago. And no, I wasn't bonking him. Oh, lighten up, Wendy. He's tasty is all. The blonde gave her friend a mischievous look. If you don't want him, mind if I take a run at the bloke? I don't even know how long he's going to be here. Wendy protested with a smile. Besides, I haven't decided if I'd like more from him or not yet, and you're supposedly dating Stephen. Did you pay attention to his eyes? The poor sod couldn't say a word, but he never looked at anything or one in the room from the time you came in. I doubt he even saw me. When he said, looking for something in her closet to wear. She pulled out a blouse. Wendy, Candace said, you aren't wearing that shapeless thing. I've been dragging you down to the beach for a reason, girl. The blonde looked through the clothing in the closet and pulled out a different blouse. Here we go. Candace, that's at least a size too small for me. More like a size and a half ducks. Candace grinned. Let's see how your old family friend likes a face full of your norks. You're terrible, Wendy said, pulling the blouse on, then turning to examine her appearance in the mirror. What do you think? Second button? Third. Her friend laughed. Let him see what he's going to be dreaming about. Harry, Monica touched his shoulder. Are you all right? No, I'm not. She's going to hate me. Harry, Wendell laughed. She's going to be angry, but it isn't in her to hate you. I remember how angry I was when you gave me back my memories, but I couldn't hate my little girl. You were her first and best friend, Harry. She won't hate you. You'll just have to explain your motivations, Monica continued. She'll respect them. She has to because she used them herself. Yeah, Harry said, not sounding all that convinced. It's not like she loses who she is now, Wendell said. She will just gain who she was as well. The two young women returned to the kitchen area laughing among themselves. Monica found Harry's reaction to Wendy's choice of outfit to be highly amusing. 4 years ago, the preparation had taken most of the day, with Hermione waking several times and still being under the influence of the weekend of bliss had to be gently distracted. Together with the Grangers, he carefully built the persona that Hermione was to take on. She would be Hermione, only without the magic. Much discussion went into Hermione's new name. After rejecting Susan, Melissa, Devon, and they settled on Wendy Olive. Daniel enjoyed the fact that her initials spell out wow. Harry returned to his satchel and removed a wooden case and carefully placed it on the table. You should put this somewhere safe. Emma picked up the box and carefully opened it. Hermione's wand. She breathed. She'll need it when I return her memories. What for? Daniel asked. To kill me. The three people at the table broke into laughter that carried on for several seconds, and then Daniel sobered. If this is going to work, we have to be Wendell and Monica. Harry, you need to call me Wendell. Yes, sir. Harry frowned. I think I'm ready. The sooner I do this, the sooner I can get out of your lives and get back to Britain. Are you sure? Monica asked. Yes. Hermione should be waking again any time now. I'll give her the antidote for the potion, and then… Hermione sat at the kitchen table swaying slightly and giggling. Harry, why don't we go to the back room and talk for a while? Maybe later, Hermione, Harry said, uncomfortable with how the potion was affecting his friend. He dug in his pocket for a tiny crystal vial and handed it to her. I need you to take this for me. Could you do that, Hermione? Harry, she giggled. You don't need a love potion for me. It's not a love potion, Hermione. It's just a little something to calm you down. 'Kay. Hermione thumbed off the vial stopper and tipped the contents into her mouth. Almost immediately she shuddered. Then her eyes dilated and she shook her head as if to clear her mind. Harry, the bushy-haired witch said, suddenly aware of her surroundings. Mom? Daddy? Hermione Granger turned back toward Harry. What have you done? What have you done? I'm sorry, Hermione. I'm so sorry, Harry said, blinking back tears as he waved his wand in the complex pattern she had taught him. Novice Monumentum. A yellow pulse of magic leaped from Harry's wand to Hermione's face, shocked. Her eyes closed in reaction to the bright light. Then her expression calmed, and a smile spread across her face. Wendy Wilkins opened her eyes. Hi, Harry, she said before turning to her parents. Mom, Daddy, it's so good to see you. Was your flight as bad as ours was? Harry, and I thought we were going to die from boredom. Now, Harry faced Hermione across the small kitchen table. The raven-haired wizard reached into his ever-present satchel and withdrew the familiar wooden box that he had retrieved from Monica earlier in the evening. With trembling fingers, he worked the latch and removed the precious vine wood and dragon heartstring core wand in front of a very puzzled Wendy Wilkins. Candace had left for the evening an hour before, and Wendy had been looking forward to maybe spending a little alone time with Harry, but she had been surprised when he had asked her parents to join them in the kitchen. Mom and Daddy had been acting oddly all evening, and this, whatever this was, seemed to be the cause. A polish stick? Winnie asked, picking it up. That seems like an odd gift, Harry. I've got one too, Harry said, pulling his from his left sleeve. What's it for? She asked, looking from her friend to her parents and back again. Oh, it's very handy, Harry said as he moved the stick in his right hand in a complex pattern that seemed somehow familiar. Mimer Vestry. Orange light suddenly burst in her face, and Wendy Wilkins squeezed her eyes shut to protect them from the glare. Suddenly, memories she didn't know she had rushed back into the girl's consciousness. The shock took her breath away as she recalled her childhood home, school, success, and being bullied for daring to be smart, of her parents, Granger not Wilkins, learning of magic, meeting Harry and Ron, and a troll, a dragon, flying on a hippogriff, fighting for her life in a dark somewhere against adults, who hated her for who her parents were, of pain when the curse cut her open, of Ron, and Harry. Hermione Granger opened her eyes for the first time in 4 years. She was not a happy young woman. Harry had been prepared for Hermione to react, for her to storm from the room, for her to scream at him, for her to pick up her wand and hex him or curse him, or even transfigure him into something small and unpleasant. He was completely unprepared for what she did do. The punch was perfectly timed and perfectly placed. Harry actually heard the cartilage in his nose snap as the force of the blow knocked him backwards out of the chair. He hit the back of his head hard against the wall behind him before he slid to the ground, and blood started gushing from his nostrils. Harry blinked away the tears from his broken nose and looked up to see Hermione now standing over him, her magic flaring in her rage. The woman had her wand now, and it was clearly pointed at his face. She had hit him, actually hit him. He felt the anger swell in his chest. Hermione Jane Granger. Monica Wilkins shouted. You stop that right now, young lady. Do you know what he did to me? Hermione shouted. Oh, I've got an idea, considering you did the same thing to your father and me. The halo around the girl faded instantly. That wasn't the same thing at all, she said in a small voice. I was trying to protect you, and Harry was trying to protect you, Hermione. But that was different. Hermione hesitated. I'm, I'm, I'm a witch. Harry rose from the floor painfully. Rhymes with which anyway. Harry righted the chair while still holding his nose with his left hand. He paused for a moment, seemingly shaking in anger. He sat down in the chair and ignored the horrified looks the Wilkins were giving Hermione. He fixed Hermione with a look and gestured to his face with his right hand. Do you mind? You expect me to heal you? She spat, remembering how angry she was with him. I would do it myself, but I am absolute pants at healing charms. You broke it, you fix it. Hermione appeared to be torn between healing his nose and doing him even more damage. Finally, after a few moments, she stepped forward and gently ran her wand down the bridge of his nose while murmuring a healing charm. Then she cleaned the blood from his clothing. Thank you, Harry said, not meeting her eyes. The wizard dug in his satchel for a moment and pulled out a thick roll of parchment. These are Ron's letters to you. Ron? The roll of parchment easily exceeded the sum total of Ron's writings the entire 6 years they were in school. Ron wrote all this? He wrote you every day for 4 years, Harry said. He's waiting for you to write back. If you don't, he knows not to bother you again. Harry again dug in his satchel and withdrew a small pile of newsprint. This is from Luna, the Quibbler issue she managed to put out during the war, so you could catch up on what you've missed. In this, Harry produced a gold disc 4 inches across, along with a money bag, is your posthumous Order of Merlin, 2nd class, and the associated cash award. Posthumous? Hermione asked. Oh yes, you're dead, you see. After it became apparent that you were no longer with us, Draco Malfoy started claiming that he killed you in a duel. Harry smiled at some memory of the time. Ron and I knew he was lying, but it added to your cover. Then Voldemort killed the ferret for wasting a resource to get to Potter. According to our spy in Voldemort's people anyway. You had a spy? Millicent Bulstrode. Harry nodded. She came to us for her own reasons. If you want to know what they are, you'll have to ask her. Why? Why did you do this to me, Harry? The Wilkins kitchen filled with silence for a moment. I don't know if you remember what you were like then, Hermione. The guilt you felt from memory charming your parents was eating you alive. Ron and I were trying to come up with some way of comforting you, and then we saw what was happening at the ministry. You spent most of your time in Umbridge's kangaroo court, don't forget, and didn't see what we saw. What they were doing to the Muggleborn was horrible. It would have been worse for you if they caught you because you were associated with me. You were under far worse than a simple death sentence. Far, far worse. I suppose you think I should forgive you then. Hermione huffed as she again sat down opposite him. Harry looked up and finally met her eyes. Hermione, I felt guilty for what I've done to you every day since I did it, and I've been dreading what your response was going to be. I imagined that you would rampage out of the room and never speak to me again, that you might scream at me, or pick up your wand and hex, or curse me to within an inch of my life. Harry stood up and shouldered his satchel. But you didn't do any of those things, did you? No. Your first, most honest reaction to me trying to protect you the way you tried to protect your parents was to hit me. The entire time I've known you, you've only struck one other person. Now I know that the level of esteem you hold me in is equivalent to that which you held for Draco Malfoy. Harry, I don't. After I finally got away from Vernon Dursley, I swore to myself that I would never allow myself to be hit again. And here we are, Harry interrupted. He paused, seemed to come to a decision, and then continued. Wendell, Monica, thank you for your help and for your support. Without it, I don't know what I would have done. The wizard turned to Hermione. Goodbye, Hermione. Have a nice life. Harry was suddenly gone from the room, leaving behind only a soft pop in his apparition. Hermione stood from her chair, unable to believe that he would just leave like that. The Wilkins exchanged looks, then Wendell rose from his chair. Very well done. That young man would die for you, and you treated him like that. He shook his head. I'm going to bed. You need to decide if you're going to be Wendy Wilkins, the doctor who can do magic, or Hermione Granger, the witch who knows medicine. Your mother and I have already decided to remain the Wilkins. Good night, Hermione. Daddy. The young witch gasped, watching her father leave the kitchen. Sit down, Hermione. Monica said, sliding a cup of tea in front of the young woman. We need to talk a bit, I think. Mum, why is everyone? Monica Wilkins raised her hand in a clear indication that Hermione should stop speaking. I should have been more clear. I'm going to talk. What the hell were you thinking, Hermione? How many times did you tell me that you suspected that Harry was being abused? But he and Ron did what they felt they had to do to protect you, just as you did what you felt you had to do to protect your father and me. Is it your position that your father should have broken your nose? Of course not. But he bankrupted himself to protect you and to return to your father and me the financial independence we were used to. And you hit him. Harry left a place where he is a hero, where he was celebrated and no doubt could have his choice of young women to come here. And how did he put it? Give you your life back. And you hit him. Monica shook her head. I'm so proud to know that, young man, as proud as I used to be of you, my darling daughter. I'm curious, though. Hermione, what is it about your being a witch that makes your memories more important than mine? That's not what I meant, Mom. Perhaps not, but it is what you said. It was different for you, because you are a witch. I don't think like that, the girl said quietly. But you do, Hermione. You knew better than your father and me. You protected us without even asking us what we wanted. After all, we're just muggles, right? Monica took a sip of her tea. Every year you went to that school, you came back a little more distant, a little more full of yourself. For the longest time, I thought that was just the reactions of an intelligent young woman growing up. Then you stripped our memories from us. You were 18, I was 42. What precisely made your judgment better than mine? Better than your father's? Monica rose from the table. I'm going to bed, Hermione. I think perhaps you should consider what you have done tonight. One last thought, though. That young man left wishing you a good life. That's not something that someone who is ever coming back does. Your anger may well have cost you getting to know him again. Good night. Hermione watched as her mother left the room. Was she right? Had she chased Harry away forever? What had she been thinking? With a trembling hand, she reached for Ron's letters. The Callipylian, A/N. I own none of this. I do not own Harry Potter or any rights to his image or personality. I do not own the moon or the stars. I do not own human genders, other than my own personal original factory equipment. Honest? Nope, not me. I most certainly do not own the rights to a billion-dollar literary work. Harry Potter and the Callipylian. Harry Potter hoped against hope that he wasn't too late. This was his last full day at Privet Drive, and Aunt Petunia's preparations for her bridge club had taken so very long, and it wasn't like the lazy woman could do any of the actual work herself, no. Harry was the one who had to make the sandwiches, prepare the table for the game, vacuum, and do every other damn thing inside the house before he had to mow the lawn and weed the flower beds. Petunia couldn't have any of her friends getting the idea that someone actually lived at number 4 Privet Drive. It was now noon, and Harry was banished from the house so that his freakishness wouldn't pollute Petunia's horribly abnormal imitation of a perfectly normal home. This suited Harry just fine. Only mildly annoyed that Petunia's poor planning hadn't allowed him the time to prepare a lunch for himself. Harry rushed to the north side of the house, throwing his father's invisibility cloak over his shoulders as he ran. He quickly settled down on his favorite spot, pleading with the universe that he not be too late. He wasn't. It was like a birthday present, only a day early. Upon returning from school for the summer prior to his 7th year, Harry had immediately noticed the change in the neighborhood. Specifically, he noticed the change at number 6 Privet Drive, where before the lawn and flower beds were perfect, just like all the other lawns and flower beds on the block. Now they were both extraordinary. The grass at number 6 was greener and far lusher than the lawns on either side. The blooms in the beds were larger, far more colorful, and even at a distance, more fragrant than any in the neighborhood. As the one who had historically done most of the work on the gardens of number 4, Harry could appreciate that whoever the new owner of number 6 was, he or she was quite the gardener. Upon entering the house that first day in June, Vernon had started in on what Harry had come to think of as Vernon's standard no freakishness lecture number 4, with extra spittle and 3 different hues of red face. When Harry casually mentioned to the room that he was turning 17 is only 6 weeks. Vernon colored and continued with his rant, attempting to regain the rhythm lost at Harry's interruption. Ignoring the man, Harry turned to his aunt and continued on in a conversational tone how 17 was one's majority in his world, and that said birthday would remove all age-related restrictions on magic. The woman paled and then called an impromptu family meeting. A very surprised and thoroughly clueless Vernon choked back his lecture at her insistence, as Petunia pulled him into the kitchen for a quick conversation, while Harry took a seat on the sofa with a small smile, as Dudley stared at him in amazement from his chair in front of the telly. So shocked the 300-pound boy actually stopped feeding himself for several moments. After a few moments, the elder Dursleys re-entered the sitting room, and the family meeting began. After a short discussion, it was agreed that Harry would help around the house with a set number of chores, mostly the yard work that frankly Harry preferred because at least it got him outside in the fresh air. He would also assist his aunt when she needed it. Dudley was also assigned a set of chores, much to the large boy's distress and over his loud objections. Other than at meals, which Petunia would prepare, the Dursleys and Harry would have almost no dealings with each other this final summer that Harry would spend with them. All of this suited Harry just fine. However, life on Privet Drive didn't truly get interesting for Harry until the following day. Harry had decided on the train ride from Scotland that he was going to get into shape. Not Quidditch playing shape, real actual honest-to-God good physical condition. There was a difference, even though most Quidditch players wouldn't believe it. Having discovered Dudley's abandoned weight set in the basement, Harry decided that he needed to start lifting, but the book that Dudley had on the subject, also abandoned and never read as evidenced by the intact cello wrapping, recommended road work. And that is how Harry Potter became motivated. Having decided that he was going to run a mile every morning, the very next day at 6 a.m., Harry was out in front of number 4 wearing some of Dudley's old sweats and a pair of beat-up trainers. Without bothering to warm up, Harry began his intended run, from number 4, once around the park then back. That would be a mile, easy. The young wizard took off at a dead run, and made it perhaps 150 yards before he had to slow to a walk, out of breath when a woman's voice came from behind, passing on the left slow poke. Harry was startled by the voice from seemingly nowhere, and then by the woman who passed him at a brisk pace. All he could make out was her bouncing blonde ponytail and her liquor covered, but as she pulled away from his shambling walk. Where had she come from? The woman passed him the next day as well, and the day after that, and after that. She passed him on the 5th day as well, but he was properly motivated by her amazing physique, so he managed to keep her in sight for the entire run, amazed when she finished her run at the drive of number 6 Privet Drive. This woman was the new Mrs. Number 6. After 3 weeks of their morning encounters, Harry was on the front lawn of number 4 emulating the stretches that Mrs. Number 6 did each morning, waiting for her to start so that he would have his motivational scenery for the run, when she jogged up to him and stopped maintaining her pace in place. So, Slowpoke, are you going to follow me every morning, or would you like to run with me for a change? Harry blushed, which seemed to amuse the woman immensely. Well, come on then. The pair started off at the pace the woman had been setting for them over the last 3 weeks. They ran in silence, the only sound in Harry's ears was the slap of his sneakers on the pavement and his breath. Mrs. Number 6 wasn't even breathing hard, and her stride seemed effortless with each footfall coming almost silently. They had made it to the halfway point of the run when she turned to Harry smiling. You should be warmed up by now. Ready to kick it? With no visible effort, the woman extended her stride and almost doubled her pace, pulling away from the raven-haired wizard. Harry hesitated for a moment, and then attempted to match her pace. It was only the motivation of the view of her posterior that allowed him to keep pace. The effort involved in keeping up with Mrs. Number 6 left Harry almost exhausted. As a consequence, his yard work stretched into the afternoon, where before he had always been finished before noon. Harry wearily pushed the ancient push mower into the front lawn and discovered he had been missing something. Something very important. His new favorite neighbor did her yard work in the heat of the afternoon, wearing very little indeed. The young wizard spent far more time than usual on manicuring the Dursleys' front garden that day. The fact that he spent most of the time facing number 6 Privet Drive was purely coincidental. She was there working on her garden the next day, and the day after that. Every day, it seemed, weekends accepted, found Mrs. Number 6 working on her garden. Harry found her efforts highly educational. In truth, he worried that he might be something of a pervert, lusting for a woman he didn't know, imagining things that would likely never happen. Her smiles during their early morning run suggested that she might know something of what he was thinking, but not in his wildest dreams could Harry ever manage the courage to actually speak to the woman. That didn't stop his fantasies from running wild each night. Harry settled down in his spot in the shade of the elm tree and attempted to become as quiet as possible. Mrs. Number 6 was on her hands and knees, working on her flower beds and her jogging halter and Harry's favorite bit of her wardrobe, a pair of sprayed-on black bicycle shorts that molded to her body in ways that took his breath away. Harry knew that what he shouldn't be staring at the woman from under his father's cloak, knew that some would consider what he was doing as stalking, but he didn't care. This woman's body was perfect. She was perfect. He just wanted to sit in the shade and watch her in her perfection and imagine the possibilities. So, Potter, what is it that has your feeble little mind all a-twitter? An all-too familiar sibilant voice echoed in his head. Damn it. Not now. Fuck off, Tom. I'm busy. Harry thought back. Too busy to speak with me? And after I go to all the trouble of making the connection while we're both awake. I said fuck off, Tom. Unless you want another ration of what you got at the ministry 2 years ago. How does he manage to lisp via telepathy anyway? What could possibly be focusing your mind so much, Potter? Harry thought for a moment, and then smirked a bit from under his invisibility cloak. I've seen through your eyes. Can you see through mine? I can riddle thoughts suspiciously. What are you up to, Potter? Take a look, Tom, and then you can piss off. I'm busy. Harry felt something behind his eyes. What an odd sensation. That's indecent. Riddle thought. Why are you staring at that? Scarlet Woman? Scarlet Woman? You sound like an old woman, Tom. Harry smirked. The old man probably read romance novels. You know, until now, I thought your whole take-over-the-world fixation was just a demented way to meet girls. I guess not, huh? Damn you, Potter. You know my feelings of love for my parents and godfather drove you out of my mind 2 years ago. I wonder what a good dose of lust would do. Harry focused his attention on that perfect ass, not 10 feet away, and let his libido run free. Riddle's screams were horrible. They made Harry smile. At 6 p.m. that day, a nondescript black automobile pulled up in front of number 4 Privet Drive. 2 middle-aged men emerged along with a young woman. Before they reached the front door, it swung open and Harry Potter emerged pulling his trunk behind him. Anxious, Potter? The older of the 2 men asked, more than a little bit mad-eye. Hello, Remus. He turned to the girl. I didn't expect you to come, Hermione. I insisted. She dimpled. From the corner of his eye, Harry spotted Mrs. Number 6. Excuse me for a second. Harry put his trunk in the boot of the auto, then crossed the lawn to number 6. The woman looked at him curiously. I just wanted to stop by and thank you for running with me every morning. I'm leaving tonight and probably won't be back for a while. Too bad, she said in that wonderfully sexy, throaty voice. I'll miss your company. Going to school? Something like that. Again, thank you. He returned to the car to find the 2 men smirking at him and Hermione staring at him with one raised eyebrow. What? We ran together every morning. I was just saying goodbye. Hermione huffed a bit, then turned and ducked down to get into the car. Harry's own eyebrows shot up in surprise. Why hadn't he ever noticed what a great ass Hermione had before? /N. This story is dedicated to all the older women out there who were ever the primary fantasies of adolescent men. You know who you are. To this day, I recall my Mrs. Number 6. We never exchanged a single word. I never learned her name, and I doubt she knew I existed, but dear God in heaven, that woman filled a pair of bicycle shorts when she ran. At the age of 17, I, who hates exercise in all its forms, ran 3 miles every single day for 4 months just because of the view her jogging shorts offered. On memories, she who must be obeyed just wandered by and read my above silliness and said, that's just sick. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is a prime example why we should all be glad that telepathy, if it even exists, is fairly uncommon. If every woman could do it, they would never stop slapping the men in their lives. Call me in the morning, /N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the other characters or situations associated with Harry Potter. /N2. This is particularly silly and probably should not be read by anyone at any time. Ever. In fact, allowing your children to read this is most likely classified as child abuse in most states. But then if you've ever read any of my stuff, you already know that. Call me in the morning now. I bought a coconut. That unto itself was odd. While I often purchased things I wanted, the things I wanted rarely required a trip to a Muggle supermarket. Since I was already there, I also bought a small mesh bag of limes. How convenient, I thought at the time, to have the missing components of the potion I was brewing so readily available and at such low prices. I paused to consider the small, fuzzy spheres in a bin next to the limes labeled kiwi fruit. Disgusting. Muggles certainly ate some horrible things. I made my way to the checkout area, and while waiting on queue, I learned many things about the Muggle world that I had never imagined. It seemed that something called the Incredible Frog Boy had escaped again from whatever holding facility it had been confined in. There were also articles about how some people called scientists were keeping someone named Hitler's living brain in a jar, and evidently there were Muggle loonies who were claiming that they had sent someone to the moon because there were whole newspapers dedicated to debunking that absurd claim. I picked up several of the magazines and newspapers containing those stories so that I could show my father the state of the Muggle world. I reached the head of the queue, and my order was tallied. To my utter amazement, the board shop assistant accepted the colored bits of Muggle paper just as the goblin had assured me that she would. I accepted the oddly shaped coins that were offered as change. Then, securing my purchases into the pockets of my greatcoat, I left the establishment. It was a short walk to the convenient alley from which I operated back to Hogsmeade. Making my way back to the castle, I was soon ensconced in one of the potions labs hidden deep within the bowls of the Slytherin house dorms and deep into my project. This was no time for mistakes. I had learned from my earlier lapses in judgment. I had researched every single aspect of this potion. I knew what I needed to do. I had all of the instruments and ingredients called for in the recipe, and I had covered every possibility. I was so close, too close to risk disaster this time. I had been preparing for this night since the return from the Christmas holidays. There were only 5 days left before the school let out for the summer, and my 7th and final year at Hogwarts was done. Tomorrow I would finally do it. Tomorrow I would wrest from Potter what I deserved. Warily following the instructions for the 4th of Potter's secret potions, I placed the coconut into a shallow bowl. Carefully, so very carefully, using the charms learned at my godfather's knee, I performed the incantation and wand movements that would gently split the palm fruit and allowed the milk to drain into the bowl over a low heat. Allowing the coconut milk to warm, I set about juicing the limes. Soon, the potion would be finished soon, and then I would receive what I deserved. The brew started to foam lightly, just as the instructions said it would. The color was perfect. 7 hours and 6 precise stirrings to go. I turned the timing glass over to allow it to mark the time to the next stir and sat back to reflect on how I arrived at this point. Despite the fall of the Dark Lord at the hand of that ass Potter the previous summer, the Malfoy family had emerged untouched, their stature in wizarding society the same it had always been. What I had expected to be a triumphant return to Hogwarts had turned out to be something less than satisfactory. The reason was the same it had been every year. Potter. Wearing his mantle of hero and slayer of Voldemort, Potter had quickly built himself a following among the students, including several from Slytherin House. Anytime the 7th-year Gryffindor wasn't in class, he was surrounded by women. Several women, and at the same time. It was disgusting. It was unnatural. It was unfair. I demanded my fair share. It had taken weeks to find out Potter's secret. The Gryffindor had been dosing himself with a potion, one that made him irresistible to women. My first clue had been when Tracy Davis had come back to the dorms following a date with Potter. The normally unflappable and unapproachable strawberry blonde had sat in the common room, gushing to her friend Greengrass about her evening with Potter and saying something about coconut and limes. That was when I realized what Potter was doing, and I knew what I needed to do. There she was, bloody predictable, that girl. All I had to do was wait long enough outside the library, and she would appear. I stepped from the shadows. Granger, I said in a friendly manner. I would show her that I was the bigger man, willing to make allowances for her disgusting origins. The brunette turned to my voice. She spotted me immediately, her eyes narrowing and her hand drifting toward her wand. What do you want, Malfoy? I want what Potter's getting, and I'm willing to pay for it. She had to be the source. Potter had no talent for potions. Godfather had said so repeatedly. Granger had to be the source. "Excuse me," she said, her cinnamon eyes almost seemed to be sparking. "Oh, don't play innocent with me," I said dismissively. Honestly, this girl had no business sense. I was offering top galleon here. "I know you're giving it to Potter. I want it too. Name your price." The mud no must not use that term anymore. The muggle-born girl stepped closer. I took this to mean that she was considering my generous offer and moving closer in order to begin confidential negotiations. Then she grasped the front of my robes and drove her knee into my groin. The entire universe went red, and my limbs failed me. I fell to the stone floor. "You. Listen. To. Me. You. Disgusting. Pervert," Granger said, punctuating each word with a kick to my stomach or ribs. "I am a nice girl. Take your disgusting offers and leave me alone." I ended up spending 12 hours in the hospital wing, where I was forced to explain to the matron again and again that I had been assaulted by 5 large ruffians, who finally managed to take me down after I had dispatched 3 of them. The matron had the temerity to suggest that the bruises on my body appeared to have been made by a size 6 woman's shoe. My father will hear of this insult. Oh yes, she will pay for insinuating that I might have been beaten by a mere girl. After my release from her purported care, I returned to the Slytherin common room and carefully went over my memories of the conversation that led to Granger's unprovoked attack upon my person, and I could find no fault. Perplexed, I approached Pansy and explained what might have happened, hypothetically of course, hoping for insight into the female mind. "You actually said that? You actually told her that you knew she was giving it to Potter and you wanted it too? Then you offered her money?" The silly girl started to laugh. That struck me as an odd reaction to not understanding the actions of a muggle-born. Now, the timing glass chimed. Selecting the glass rod, I dipped it into the brew and began a slow anti-clockwise stir, making one full revolution every 7 seconds. With each full revolution, the colors of the brew changed, starting milk white, and by the end of the 19th turning a full pink. Removing the glass rod from the cauldron, I took a 3-ounce ladle of the brew and raised it to my mouth, tipping the mixture into my mouth. I swished the vile liquid in my mouth for a full count of 23 and then spat it back into the cauldron, keying the potion to myself. I turned the second timing glass to measure the time until the next scheduled stir, and then stumbled to the toilet to purge the remaining potion from my body. The costs of this potion were high, but the rewards promised to be amazing. Plan B was similar to Plan A, only with a different target. Tracking this one down was far more difficult. Between her time on the Quidditch pitch, dates with various male students, even studying on occasion, it took me 2 weeks to find her alone. "Good morning, Weasley," I said, covertly checking that the protective charms I had cast on my groin were still in place. "Might I have a moment?" "What do you want, Malfoy?" Honestly, the way she spoke my family name was almost like an invective. "Look, Weasley," I said in a conversational manner. "I know what Granger is doing for Potter. I want the same thing, and I'm willing to pay you for it." "Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Malfoy. The more you squirm, the harder you make this," the matron said, no doubt smiling widely at my discomfort. "Brace yourself, Mr. Malfoy." After having tried and failed to deal with the situation myself overnight, I found myself laying face down on the hospital cot. Gathering the pillow to my face, I nodded my readiness, and then bit into the pillow. I could hear the matron muttering about not being paid enough to do this sort of thing. I felt a wrenching pain, and then blessed relief. I almost cried as the offending object was removed. "It seems that a completely different ruffian is responsible for this incident, Mr. Malfoy," the matron said in a tone that suggested she was fighting against laughter. "It appears that this particular ruffian wears a size 4 woman's shoe," she said as she casually deposited the article of footwear that I had come to think of as the Mary Jane of Doom on the table beside the bed. Although how he or she managed to wedge it that far up here. Once again, my letters home will make sure that my father hears of this insult. The old crone will most certainly pay for insinuating that I might have been beaten unmercifully by an even smaller girl. In the meantime, however, I needed to determine what I had been doing to so provoke these temperamental Gryffindor witches. Given her previous bout of unhelpfulness, I avoided Pansy, but I still needed a woman's insight into their behavior. Looking over my options with Pansy out of the picture, and Davis and Greengrass firmly in Potter's corner, which left only one woman in my cohort that might offer said insight. Well, sort of a woman anyway. Larger than Goyle, crueler than Crabbe, Millicent Bulstrode was a force to be reckoned with. She was currently dating both Crabbe and Goyle simultaneously. Whether they liked it or not, I don't know what she was doing to them, but it must have been horrible. 2 nights previous, Crabbe had returned to our dorm room in tears, while Goyle sat on his bed with his massive arms pulling his bent knees to his chest, rocking in place while staring at the wall and muttering something about so much hair. I decided that I really didn't want to know. I set about tracking Millicent down, ultimately finding her reading under the large elm beyond the oaf's cabin. Approaching her, I made sure to make my presence known, as most of us in Slytherin House had discovered the hard way that sneaking up on Millie Bulstrode was a very bad idea. "What do you want, Malfoy?" she asked, never looking up from her book. How had she known it was me? Did she somehow have a way of detecting my innate aura of natural superiority? "I need some advice from a woman's perspective, Bulstrode," I admitted. This caused her to look up at me. "It must have something to do with Potter," she said, lifting an eyebrow. "I can't think of any other reason you would come to me for your woman's perspective. I know that Davis and Greengrass won't speak to you, and that Parkinson has been laughing at you. So evidently you've done something stupid, and that usually means you've been trying to prove to Potter your John Thomas is bigger than his." Again, I sputtered a bit at her accusations, then settled down and described my interactions with the 2 Gryffindor witches and their inexplicable reaction to my reasonable requests. "Sweet Merlin," she swore. "You really are a moron, aren't you?" Bulstrode marked her place in her book and set it aside. "Draco, I'm going to explain where you went wrong, and I'm going to do it in small words so that you don't hurt yourself trying to understand me. When you approached Granger, you told her you wanted what she was giving Potter, and you were willing to pay for it, assuming that she was supplying Potter with this supposed potion. I highly doubt that she would do such a thing, given her opinion of love potions. So she thought you believed that she and Potter were having sex, and that you wanted her to do the same with you for money. You called her a whore. You then turned around and did the same thing to the Weasley chit." She smiled. "It isn't really surprising that they kicked your ass. I'd have killed you. How could they get that out of what I said?" She shook her head. "Moron." Then she reached out and punched me in the shoulder. "I'm not sure, but I think she broke something. Potter's not using a potion. He's pulling witches because he's rich, powerful, the savior of the wizarding world, and some witches think he's good-looking." She shrugged. "Personally, I don't see it. I could never go for someone so breakable. I like a man with some meat on his bones, like Vinny or Greg, or both of them. Potter not on a potion?" The woman was raving, and she wasn't done yet. "You, on the other hand, are also rich and relatively powerful. Not in Potter's league in power, but you could hold your own against most wizards, but you treat women like crap. Parkinson put up with that when you had something she wanted, but now that she has options..." The woman was obviously delusional. I let her blather on for several more minutes before I made my excuses and left her under her tree. Plan C was similar to plans A and B, only with a different target and hopefully less physical trauma. I abandoned attempting to communicate with psychotic witches altogether, this time choosing a target that was far dimmer but less likely to immediately assault my bits. I still wanted the meeting to be private, of course, so the planning took most of a week. Finally, I was ready. I entered the unused classroom my note had suggested as a meeting place, and was only slightly surprised that he was waiting for me. "What do you want, Malfoy?" he asked from where he sat, lacking even the manners to rise to his feet when his betters entered the room. "You owe my sister a new pair of shoes."